Welcome back, everybody, to day number 4 of the FISSURE Playground Dota 1 tournament brought to you by FISSURE. We are back with another great day of Dota. I'm joined here by Lacoste, ready to break it down for you and get you introduced for this said day of Dota. It's the last day of the Swiss stage. We're saying goodbye to the Swiss stage and saying goodbye to some more teams. And we've got 3 decider series today and 6 teams vying for 3 more spots. Lacoste, I need early predictions. Oh. Don't think. No thinking, no thoughts, just predictions.
Oh, man, we have Talon Avilus. That's going to be an interesting one. I think Avilus has an upper hand, and then Liquid against Extreme Gaming. Team Liquid, they need to bounce back.
Yeah, they do.
It's about time after having that great start to 2-0, and then also Gaimin Gladiators against Tundra. We have Ratio against his own teammates. That's going to be a spicy one.
Yeah, all 3 series today are going to be quite interesting, and you can see the teams already qualified on your screen. That's BetBoom, Team Heroic, Paravision, Spirit, and Falcons. And the 5 eliminated teams up to this point are Chimera, Shopify, Wildcard, as well as the Occult and Aurora. And you got 3 more teams qualifying, 3 more teams getting eliminated, 8-8, with Talon against Avilus, as well as Liquid, Extreme, and then Gaimin finishing it off against Tundra. And it's going to be close Dota. If it's anything like yesterday, 9 games.
Yeah, we had every single series going to the distance yesterday, some really long games as well, and that's what we want to see. New ideas coming to the table, fresh ideas, even though we've been on the same patch for quite some time. Yeah, people are still bringing in some new, fresh ideas that we want to see.
And there's definitely been some fresh ideas, and with the teams that have qualified, they took some time to really have a little bit more fun with their day, and we're going to go to a quick recap of yesterday and see some things with Heroic, so let's take a look.
Hello guys, that's Team Heroic. We're here in Belgrade. We're gonna buy gifts for each of us and gonna be fun. Let's see what we can find here in Belgrade. You have 3?
They want 3.
It's perfect for cuffs. Fits him very well.
Go, care code. We'll be there. How much?
350.
350? I mean, we can buy 4 pairs. It's 350.
We can be so nice, we buy them 4 pairs.
Of course.
Okay, let's buy 4 pairs for them.
The atmosphere in Heroic is really nice. It's really chill. Everyone gets along well.
Por el momento como que estamos muy bien, estamos encajando muy bien. Hay una buena atmósfera del equipo, ¿no? No, creo que vamos a seguir así, ¿no? Como que creo que el equipo todos se llevan muy bien y tienen como muy buena sinergia, ¿no?
Grandma vibes, you know? Yeah. We don't have the money.
Yuma, we played before. I knew he was like a good player. He was dedicated to the game. And right now we're like way better. And now Naruto and Sasuke Shippuden, you know?
I consider Nicaragua home because I grew up there. I do hold 3 nationalities, which is German and Belgian. That's why I was able to play for the Belgian national team.
You know, we've been in Serbia like 5 or 6 times last year. I spent way more time in Serbia than at home last year.
I remember this guy. We get it. I think our coach, Kevs, will love this gift. Yeah, we need to choose something that's not too expensive. Let's make a Heroic bouquet. Perfect. So now we have a 3rd gift.
O sea, para mí el cambio para ir a Europa, para jugar en un equipo de Europa, como que significaba muchas cosas, porque en Europa siempre están como más avanzados que en Latinoamérica en sí, ¿no? En Sudamérica.
And Whisper is another guy that's, I always knew he was a good player. I always heard good things about him. He was adventuring Europe the last year. He wanted to come back to SA. So when he was down to come to us and we experienced it together, we just make it happen, yeah.
Me and Guashi bought gifts for human cages. They are Heroic themed flowers because they're red and white. Welcome to Heroic, Yuma. KJ, he's our biggest bully. We bought him the perfect socks. And then friendship bracelets. It's Carry and Support 5, right? Aww. And they play together, they're always together, so they have to use it as friendship bracelet.
Socks!
It's my size, it's my size.
This you can wear, right? So we decided to give you another one. You guys can share it together. The most traditional Serbian thing we could find.
It's a Serbian, the real gift of this night. A good calf, you're gonna always remember him in your heart. That's for you.
Thank you. This is actually a good gift.
It's in German. Yeah, I can read it.
So that was the Team Heroic Free Day. Hope you guys enjoy it. Watch us in the FISSURE games. We had our free day, now we're going to practice to beat these noobs. Go Heroic!
Definitely a fun day for Heroic, buying a bunch of gifts and going around the town, seeing a little bit of Serbia and enjoying their time.
Schofield was so happy with the gift that he got. So you could see the smile on the face immediately, but a little sad that he didn't wear it in the end.
Yeah, you know, you got to see if it fits, see the sizing, everything like that. But if you had to pick one gift to give somebody from here, what would it be?
From their gifts or in general?
Their gifts. I can make it easier.
I think the Light Llama gift was pretty cool. The Light Llama, you know, him getting removed from the roster, but still getting the gift as well.
They also said they were going to beat a bunch of noobs when they play in the playoff bracket. I feel like they're really confident coming out of the Swiss stage for themselves, and they definitely have every right to be. But the teams in front of us, maybe not so confident because there's 6 teams and 3 slots remaining. So it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of competition as well. Considering how these 2 teams have played so far, I think we do have a lot of information as well. We see some of the strengths, we see some of the weaknesses as well. But I've been also pleasantly surprised, especially by Talon, because they've been playing so well. They had these like very interesting ideas, and we can see the schedule for today.
Yeah, you got Talon Esports up against Avulis to start it off. All of these are BO3s, by the way. Team Liquid against Extreme, and then Gaimin Gladiators against Tundra. That's most exciting matchup of the day for sure. But I think all 3 of these are going to be quite close. If it's anything like yesterday, it's 9 games guaranteed.
Yeah, but the big one definitely is Gaimin Gladiators against Tundra. You know, playing against your own teammates after you got removed from the roster. There's always some extra spice to it.
Yeah, definitely some extra spice. But early prediction on that series? Who do you think's going to win?
I'm going to go with Tundra, actually. I think Doraccio has a lot to prove, and he's going to give 120% in that one.
Yeah, he's definitely got a lot to prove. Well, what are you thinking, 2-1, 2-0?
Yeah, 2-1. That's a 3-game series.
All right. Well, we'll have a 3-game series on that. We've got the first series coming up for you, Talon against Avulis. It seems like 2 teams that have definitely had their hits and misses. We've watched Makoto absolutely destroy from the mid lane a couple times with the Lina, with the Monkey King. What stands out from both these teams for you?
I think WS also had some really nice performances. He has a very interesting hero pool because he's been playing this TB from the offlane as well. He's been playing Broodmother. He's been playing Mars. Most of the offlaners are playing kind of meta stuff, but he's playing something really different, even though TB has been meta for a while back in the patch where Shadow Fiends and Luna were very popular, but he still wants to bang it out. And it feels like the team has a lot of synergy together. We saw some very interesting ideas when it comes down from Cuckoo as well, position 5. When they were playing against Tundra, he was blocking all the camps, so they had Bristleback, they had all these heroes who are very good at clearing the stacks, so he did not allow them to do that. He used it multiple times, like multiple sentries. They D-ward, he comes back in, so very, very annoying to play a team like this. And you did mention it, Makoto as well. This guy from the mid lane had some really good performances. He did destroy BZM when he was playing Storm against the Monkey matchup, and also Queen of Pain against Lina. So this guy knows how to pop off, and they know how to utilize him correctly.
Yeah, definitely. And for Avulis, who do you think's the standout there? Because it feels like we're kind of naming everybody from Talon. They've worked as one cohesive unit. But for Avulis, is there any specific standout, or you think they're just kind of running on all cylinders?
I would say Smiling Knight. He's the biggest one for me, because this guy, he also has very interesting hero pool when it comes down to what he's been playing, and he has the second highest kill. He's also very good, top 4 least dead so far at the tournament, so he's very active, but he's not dying, so he really knows his limits. These are the strongest carriers. If you take an example, Pure, who's always going in and managing to get out on like 10% HP in every single fight, and also the whole squad, like in the top 3 assists, they do have Soneiko, Eki, and Jibe, so this squad is really good, and when things are not going correctly for them, somebody is going to be able to step up and carry the team. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm thinking about the drafts and thinking about what heroes they've kind of pulled out. You know, we've had that Lina for Makoto, but is there anything in particular that Avulos might pull out here? Is there a hero that you think is going to be most contested between the two teams up in this matchup?
I don't think they're going to give them Tiny because this is the third time that they played Tiny from the mid lane. Stormstormer did win all of the 3 games. He did win all of the 3 matchups, and he's been popping off.
Yeah, speaking of Stormstormer, we do have an interview with him and Nat T, so we're going to take a listen. Take it away.
I got Stormstormer joining me here from Avalos. You guys are on a pretty good roll right now, right? You faced off elimination twice already. Is it the fact that elimination gives you guys a bit more energy, or the fact you've swapped to best of 3s?
I think both. I think the best of 3 format definitely suits us more because we can be a quite shaky team at times. If the stakes are high, we are just still like, you know, in terms of like experience on lands and everything. Well, we have to admit that we are like not the best under pressure sometimes. And these best of 1s, at least also to me, like they hit kind of hard. So yeah, I think it's mainly because of the format.
What's 16 times 11?
Holy shit.
And what about the series against your Cult Bros yesterday? Why did you guys think that was it? You're eliminated? You know, did you give up halfway through game 3?
I suck at math. I still tried to do it while you were answering your second question, but about the Cult Brothers, yeah, it was a sweaty series for sure, but we felt confident all the way. Like, we even were supposed to, I think, win first game. We felt really confident all the way, and we just threw it in our eyes. So, yeah, it was sweaty. We thought, of course, this could be the end of it, but I think in terms of confidence, we played really well, and we never let that show, like, in comms or something.
Well, I look forward to seeing that confidence shines through today. Stormstormer, thank you for joining me. We're going to head on over to your opponent, though, Talon.
That's right. I'm here with Natsumi from Team Talon.
Hello, bro.
Those are nice shoes. Where'd you get those?
Just order online, like Supreme. Yeah.
You're a shoe guy?
Yeah, a bit.
You said your name's not from anime, right?
Yeah, it's not from anime. It's like from a Facebook game before. It's like long time ago. Yeah.
Okay, I got an actual Dota question for you. Do you feel like this is a good patch for you as a carry player? Like, you play a lot of PA, Morphling. Is this a good one for you?
Actually, did not pay PA more this tournament. Maybe more playing, yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean this patch is good for the carry, I think. It's like carry meta, you know, something like that, yeah.
How do you feel about the Bloodseeker?
Actually, did not play Bloodseeker also this tournament. But yeah, I think it's a good hero, Bloodseeker, yeah.
But you can play them if you need to pull it out.
I mean, yeah, I can play it. Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see if you have to do that. Good luck, my friend.
Thank you.
Good luck in your game.
Guys, a couple of interviews with both teams, and you know, I was looking at it and thinking about it with Avulos. They've had good success in Belgrade. They won the RES tournament in October when they were here last time. I had a quick conversation with Stormstormer after that when we were walking around the arena here after they won, and we had a conversation. And he was like, "I'm ready to play at this one next time." Here he is, one BO3 away from going on to the playoffs.
Yeah, really glad that he is doing well. He's like one of the more chill guys in the scene. He'll join us a couple of times on panel. Always happy to have him around. And we can see the team comparison in terms of hero pools. 23 on side of Talon. They tend to play slightly more heroes, as we said, especially from that mid lane. I would say that from position 5, they do have limited hero pool. Soneko only played 3 heroes so far, even though they did play more games. And yeah, we can check the
first pick win rate.
Yeah, first pick win rate is
60% for Avulos and 0% for Talon. That is definitely an interesting trend that they're following. And speaking of following, you guys can follow us if you put !F into the chat. Probably on this side on your screen. You put !F in the chat, and then you can follow us on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, and get all the behind-the-scenes action of the FISSURE Playground. So come join us on the playground and enjoy the Dota that we got coming for you for the rest of the day. Should be fun. As I always say, I feel like Dota's always fun when I'm spectating. So that's why I say it a lot. That, you know, every BO3 should be fun.
Sometimes when I'm casting a game, I'll be honest, I forgot that I need to actually work. I'm like, yeah, man, this is so chill.
Like
I'm watching the game, having a lot of fun.
You zone out, you don't say anything for 10 minutes.
Yeah, feel free to poke me. If
I got you. I'll wake you up
too much fun.
Fun's always good, though, and a lot of these teams you could see, like, they laugh, they smile in between games, or even before, they're ready to, because Dota, yes, is it their profession 100%? But you still got to have fun with what you
It
love
is a
doing.
video game.
Yes, you got to have fun with what you're doing. You got to have fun with what you love, and it'll make you as happy as can be. So, Talon, they won the coin toss, as is on your screen in the bottom 8th. And second pick for Talon, Radiant for Avilis. Can I get an update of the Radiant Dire stats? And what was it? 60. It went from 66% to 63%. From day 2
It's going to be
day
much.
3.
It's definitely going to be much closer.
But we'll see, yeah, how
So
even
day
it's going to be
4, where are we sitting at right now? First pick win rate 51%, second pick 49, and then we have
50.
Radiant. Same thing, 51, 49.
Okay, so it is
Radiant.
really starting to get even, and what could be even is the viewer vote. And that's you guys voting in chat, !T for Talon, and !A for Avilis, and also !B for me. Just in case you wanted to not vote for either team. I feel like that works out a little bit. You know, I'll probably get 1 vote, maybe 2 if you log into chat. I don't know, you kind of give me this look like you're not even going to vote for me, but that's fine. I get it.
I want your numbers to be low.
Oh, always, right? Well, let's get into this first game draft. We're really moving here. And Avilis is banning out the Doom and the Terrorblade. And now you might see that on your screen and go, wow, they banned out an offlaner and a carry, but Terrorblade these days, primarily an offlaner.
Pretty much. Unless you are an Eastern European carry, then you're still going to be playing that Terrorblade. Some of the usual suspects that are still super strong. Tiny has a whooping 77% win rate over the 18 games played. This is the hero that I want to see being picked. It has everything. You have mixed damage, you have great scaling. Kanda build is always going to be good. And some of the other heroes that are super strong right now is Dragonite and Phoenix. And if we're talking about the supports, that's going to be Muerta and Batrider.
Batrider coming through early on with the Monkey King ban. Monkey King ban maybe focusing a little bit of Makoto there with the MK, which we already saw him dominate a game with, but immediately into the Gyrocopter. This doesn't necessarily need to be your carry, right?
Definitely not, but this is a bit of an odd one for me, because this Gyro doesn't say anything. It's not like the enemy team picked Enigma as their first pick, and then you're trying to counter it. So this Gyro is a bit of a surprise for me, and I think Avilis also didn't expect this Gyro to happen in the first phase.
Well, Jibe's a big Enigma player, right?
That's true.
So maybe they're just like, hey, you're not playing Enigma. We're making it known. We're going to pick Gyro. Where it'll be, we'll see. But we're going to make sure, because I'm pretty sure that's his signature, is that...
You know what's the other way to
Enigma.
counter if the enemy team has Enigma player?
Banning it?
There we go. You don't necessarily need to put yourself in a spot to pick Gyro. But yeah, they need to split some of the combos. I think Clockwork Ban is a really good one because it does allow, like Clockwork in general is really strong and better played from position 4 or 5. My favorite is position 4. We've seen yesterday 9 class having 3 really good games because he was paired up with the Phoenix, and they are banning those keen people again, Sniper and Clockwork.
Did you ever look up what
No,
the bonus
I
was?
did not
Yeah, I
look.
figured. They also banned the Phoenix, and they'll quickly go into the Tiny that you were talking about.
Yeah, I think they wanted to steal the Tiny.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get at, is they stole that away from Stormstormer, and now they've got this Tiny, which, again, leaves questions, because it could be a mid-Tiny. You've said maybe we see a safe lane Tiny. With the Gyro, still keeps the draft kind of open. You don't know exactly where anybody's going.
And we can see their coach, Mag, on screen. This guy has the same IQ as Einstein. No cap.
No
Real.
cap?
Yeah, this guy's really, really smart. One of the reasons why they're doing so well, probably. He's been coaching. He's an old school Dota player, Dota 1
Former
and
Empire
Dota 2.
player.
Yeah.
Ooh, Dawnbreaker. Yeah, he was definitely one of those mainstays with Empire. I mean, well, if you played in the CIS region, I feel like everybody
At one
went through
point
Empire.
of your career, you definitely
Yeah,
played for
it's either Empire or Power Rangers. Every CIS player played with one of those two teams.
10 seconds remaining.
And Dawnbreaker now with the Batrider. This gives you a little bit of global presence. When we saw the Dawnbreaker yesterday, we spoke about maybe some other things. A little bit more situational, I would say, is the Nature's Prophet, or team situational is the Nature's Prophet. We've also talked about maybe Spectre being a safe laner that you want to work with the Dawnbreaker. just having that global presence where you could say initiate with the Bat Rider, have that blink into a lasso, into a Solar Guardian with a Shadow Step, it brings a lot when you don't have to commit a lot either. You see it go bad immediately, you don't Solar Guardian or Shadow Step, just your Bat Rider dies and you don't have to be so committal.
You have very easy combo with either Sinister's Gaze or Lasso into Dawnbreaker, but there is also a little bit of a counterplay to that. Let's say you're taking a team fight, Dawnbreaker's using the ulti, someone's get tossed away from Donald ulti, or Donald, whatever you want to call it, and then you're not going to be getting that extra healing and extra damage / stun. I like this a lot. They also want to have some extra global presence, and they also want to... Sometimes Tiny's combo is not good enough to kill people, and you will have that extra bit of oomph to be able to get the kill. And these are going to be the support, so Gyro is going to be in the carry role. Shadow Demon and Zeus are going to be your position 4 and 5, even though there is still a little bit of a flex option if they want to run Tiny offlane. Tiny position 4 with some offlaner and maybe put Zeus on the mid lane, but Zeus nowadays is played exclusively as a support because you're just dealing insane amount of damage from position 4. I like this trend that we've been doing in the past couple of years where people are like, yeah, it's good in the mid lane, it's good in a carry, but you know what? What if we play it as a support?
Yeah, the heroes that kind of get away with maybe not as much farm but have that kind of damage like Zeus built in definitely do quite well. And we'll see what they want to finish this phase with as it ends up being the Morphling. So Morphling, Lich, Dawnbreaker, and this Bat Rider. I do get a little nervous when I see a Zeus with a Morphling. God forbid you Agi shift the entire way and he's got Nags or Thunder God's Wrath and you just get zapped down.
He will definitely need to play on much higher HP in this game because he is playing against Tiny and Zeus as well, so...
Yeah,
but in terms of Morphling, like his entry to the game, there is a lot of burst, of course, but I'm also looking at the amount of stuns that they do have, and he doesn't care about anything other than Tiny. They don't have that instant lockdown. So I think he's going to be fine, and he also has that little bit of extra protection. It's not like he does need extra armor because he has like bazillion being Morphling, but Frost Shield can come in very clutch, and also some extra help from the Dawnbreaker.
So they banned the Lycan. We saw the strengths of Lycan yesterday on and off. Satanic for the most part of that game that they played the Lycan. It looked good, and then it kind of had a hard fall off, but it did well in other games as well. Earth Spirit there. And as we get into this final bans for both teams, I want to remind you that you too could join us at the first Tier 1 LAN of 2025 in the beautiful Belgrade, Serbia. Type in !ticket into the chat, and you can find out more information on how to do so.
I'm just thinking what could be a good offlaner. I'm thinking Night Stalker could potentially be a really good pickup here to be able to deal with all of these backlines if they want to pick up some Night Stalker. Finding Lich, great against Morphling because he doesn't itemize to go for a BKB early on. And this is something that WS, he likes to play.
10 seconds remaining.
Looking at Makoto heroes, maybe with the assumption that it's safe lane Gyro, off lane Tiny. But that's not the assumption that Avulus is making. They've banned 2 offlaners, so they're thinking mid Tiny, safe lane Gyro.
Yeah, that's what we've been thinking as well.
Yeah.
So the Night Stalker that I just mentioned, it would be such a good game for it. Other offlaners that are still left in the pool that can put a decent amount of pressure. We've seen some really good Beastmaster performances yesterday where you become super tanky. El Saber Lighto was the one. So they're going to pick up Earthshaker, have that extra bit of a lockdown coming out from the mid lane.
Would Lina do well here for Talon? Throw Makoto back on that and then throw the Tiny and the Gyro elsewhere?
10 seconds remaining.
No, you're just going to be playing mid-Tiny and going to be looking for most likely a different offlaner. I'm fine with the Beastmaster. I think some kind of extra reliable stun that they need to have to keep them in place so that the Gyro can actually deal damage. The other one is... I don't know if you want to go for Enigma now that there is a Dawnbreaker. You probably don't. There's also Bat Rider. Not that easy game for Enigma.
But definitely an option if you feel like you want to go that way. We don't see Underlord that much.
Yeah,
It's
this hero
existed
just
here and
had
there, but
so many bad matchups. Whenever Monkey is popular, you're not picking that hero. And also, some of the players here, especially Smiling Knight, he likes to play Ursa. It's not that good in the lane at like first couple of levels, but it's good against Underlord throughout the whole game. Like even Lifestealer is relatively popular nowadays. So yeah, Underlord just too sluggish, too slow.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was any thoughts on that, just because his ult obviously giving you a bit more of that global presence, especially if you start Avalanche, Toss, and then you go through that ulti. But they go Tidehunter. So Tidehunter to end it out, they'll stick with the safe lane, Gyro, mid, Tiny, off lane, Tidehunter, and then your 4 Shadow Demon, 5 Zeus. And then Stormstormer is going to be playing that Earthshaker, Smiling Knight on the Morphling, Seneko on the Lich, Dawn, played by Jibe, and Eki on the Batrider.
Yeah, I think both the offlaners in this game have to rush pipe pretty much. WS on Tidehunter, you want to have an item in between, so Vlad's into pipe, into Blink Dagger. There is so much magic damage on both sides, and you want to mitigate that as much as possible. You're playing against Tiny, Zeus, Gyrocopter, Shadow Demon. This is all magical damage, and then you have Earthshaker, Lich, Dawnbreaker, Batrider. Like, pipe pretty much is a must build for the both offlaners in this game.
And it definitely has to be like that first.
Yeah, Tide will get Vlads in between, but they need to tank it up. That's why they picked Tide instead. I did mention Beastmaster, but they wanted to have someone who can actually buy a pipe, and Beastmaster is not a pipe buyer.
Yeah, you could have that pipe, the Vlads, like you said, Shard, maybe Refresher comes into the mix. You have the double Ravages. We've seen a bunch of games with some very well-placed Ravages already in this tournament, and would certainly allow them to output quite a bit of damage with a double Ravage as the game goes on. Looking at both these rosters, if you had to give me a prediction before it's on the screen, what would you look at?
I like Avilus slightly more. I do like that they have this good scaling with the Earthshaker, with the Morphling as well, and I forgot who... Tiny is their mid laner. No, it's on the other side. Yeah. But yeah, I think Avilus got this one.
Okay, you go with Avilus. I'm going to go with... Ooh, I was going to go Talon, but I don't... Yeah, I'll go Talon. I'll trust Chad. 81%. I'll go with Talon. I trust Makoto. I feel like he's kind of having a really hype tournament so far, and he's been popping off, and I could see him starting this one off hot. And then the Platypus Plaxico is going to go with Avilus.
Also, it's not fair. Chat, they are a part of 100%.
Every game.
Yeah, every game. We are part only of the games that we do
But
cover.
what does that say about chat? They only have 7 points.
But we've been covering most of the games.
They only have 7 points. It's fine.
Nah, chat knows.
Chat knows nothing. That's not true. Chat, you kind of know stuff. I don't want to fight with chat. You guys are very knowledgeable. I trust. Well, let's see how this first game goes. Along here with Lacoste and our observers.
30 seconds to
We'll have a good time. Ops taken out there already by Cuckoo, and that will be 100 gold for a Joe count. Any of these facets looking different to you?
No. No, everything is pretty standard.
Is that how you read lists?
Yeah, I just had to double check real quick.
Yeah, I like it. Let's see if there's any fight here on the Bounty Rune. They do see the Shadow Demon. They'll throw the Celestial Hammer, but not really do much with it. 2 early bounties for the side of Avilus. Make it 2 for Cuckoo. You talked about this yesterday. When you get First Blood and 3 or 4 bounties...
It's basically GG.
Which is so crazy.
Uncomebackable. I don't know if that's the word that we've been using in Dota recently, but it looks like it's almost gone. Because we've seen the matchup when no one was playing yesterday. Got double kill with Shrapnel. Suddenly, he gets a solo kill 3 minutes in. So makes the lane, makes the whole game completely different. And also to point out some of the interesting kind of build. In the mid lane, Mikoto did go for Magic Stick. A lot of the times you need to do the math to see how many times he's gonna use certain spells, somebody who's spamming it, so whether the stick is good or not. But in this one, the Shaker wants to use it as much as possible, so he wants to have something, and he's putting in pressure. He did get a really nice toss back into the mid lane and got a lot of HP.
You can already see
Stormstormer.
Stormstormer sitting at about half health. Smiling Knight, 7 matches on this Morphling, only 3 wins, so a little under that 50%. If he wins this one, it will be 50%. It'll be 4 out of 8. See how that goes for him, though. Makoto now sitting here level 2, just a quick toss up into the air, doing some damage. Trying to disrupt the CS that he's getting out of the lane as he sits 4 and 3, but Tiny right now, he's 3 and 4, so good amount of denies going his way.
Very interesting matchup in the mid lane. You have Tiny with extra bazillion damage, and then you also have Earthshaker Jeep.
A lot of damage. And he is very dead. Cuckoo getting that first blood, and that is the Zeus getting it. And we talked about how we thought maybe the Zeus feels like that, oh, if we could play him mid, we could play him 4, but if you could play him mid,
why
maybe
not
you could play him 5. Yeah.
It's very similar to some like position 4/5 sniper that was very popular. If you're not having a good time, you're not going to be able to do as much. Zeus is, I would say, slightly better because it does allow you to still have that global presence. And this time around, Cuckoo getting the first blood, so we'll have some extra item. He's very elusive, though, compared to Sniper. Very difficult to catch. And also, when you're trading and somebody drops the low HP, you're close to your carry, you get that jump, you slow them down. Stormstormer will refill the bottle.
Yeah, the Heavenly Jump kind of annoying to deal with. And right away, though, they go for Natsumi. Do they have the damage? They will with the Flat Cannon, even doing a little bit more, but there's the Heavenly Jump. 3 stacks of the Sticky Napalm. Will they commit under the tower? They will, and Eki gets a double kill. And you got 1 kill to start, but they'll get 2 and make things a little less miserable in that offlane for them.
This is also before Jibe was level 3, because he did die, but that also means that Eki was getting some of the solo experience, so he is level 3 with 2 points and Stick in a Palm, but once they hit that level 3, I think Natsumi is going to have a really hard time. Zeus can't really help you out once they get on top of you. Once you get like 2-3 Stick in a Palm charges, you're going to be very vulnerable to the burst damage that they do have.
We've seen this before, but it's kind of getting close to happening again. Right now, the Earthshaker has 9 denies, almost as many last hits there as his lane opponent. So a lot of denies. This totem makes it pretty easy to get these denies. Makes things kind of rough to deal with for Makoto, but he's still sitting here 10 CS. Eventually, Stormstormer going to move on over as it's going to hit about that 4-minute mark. So he's going to back off, fill his bottle with that bounty, then come back, fill his bottle again with the water rune. But Jokam, he swipes that bounty rune, and no opportunity there for Stormstormer to do so. At least for the moment. Also coming over to take this water rune, so a good job there by the Shadow Demon to come in.
Stormstormer will need to go back.
Yeah. It really stops him from regenning and sticking in this lane. That was huge from Jokam. I know it's just him moving over and picking 2 runes, but that's pretty great. Flame Break coming through under Natsumi. They've got the Celestial Hammer and the Starbreaker. A lot of damage here onto Natsumi and not enough of a sustain for him to survive. They'll take out the Gyro, the continued chase for Cuckoo again, and they will get both kills once more. Eki with the double kill a second time. He's 4-0.
That's going to be a really fast Blink Dagger on your position 4 bat. It's going to feel like a core. And Cuckoo needs to be careful about using his Lightning Bolt, because that's your only ability that can stop Dawnbreaker from getting her Q off. And you could see immediately after he used it, the bounce back, they use the opportunity, and then they get on top of Gyrocopter, kill him quickly.
Currently had, for a second, more gold than Natsumi on that Batrider. Dangerous territory, that's for sure. But now they found him. All found and alone. That homing missile coming through. Cuckoo committing here with this Gyro, but the Flame Break again, the damage with the Starbreaker. Natsumi's gonna die after they get the kill on Eki, and it's Cuckoo who gets the kill. So he's the one who gets the benefits of a 4-time spree, but now the Sinister Gaze to lock up this Zeus. Jibe is right on top of him and throws that Celestial Hammer with the neutral, get the right
nice Lightning Bolt.
And the last hit.
Gets the deny. Jibe is still pretty happy about this one, getting solo XP for the Gyrocopter kill. We didn't talk too much about the bottom lane, Morphling against the Tidehunter, which also leaves Morphling in a completely free farm lane. Tide doesn't put any kind of pressure, but you're also not putting too much pressure onto Tide anyway, because you're more about the right clicks. And this time around, Eki opting to go for more early-oriented build, picks up power treads on Batrider, not what you usually see. But this guy, he has his own ideas of how to play the game. If you check what he's been playing recently on Dota Pro Tracker, you're gonna find like similar stuff that 9 class plays. These are the guys that set the meta from position 4.
Definitely wonder if they take a little inspiration from each other. Because I know there are players that and teams that do so, where they watch their live games quite often. We said earlier,
oh, not again.
Now Natsumi, I'll hold that thought, as he's going to be chased once more. Joachim's going to be here with a disruption, saving Natsumi, who is burning for a moment. The turnaround now, the damage on Eki's not going to be enough, so they'll just run away. But as I was saying, you know, you pull inspiration. We talked about how teams used to really watch Secret and Virtus Pro and LGD and take inspiration from their picks. Smiling Knight swiping this Wisdom Rune, Eki getting his own. That's usually pretty bad for the opponent's team, as they'll have slow 6s for these supports. Not exactly what you want, especially with the important ults from both these supports for Talon. Eki, 25 matches on this Batrider, 17 wins. They'll go again on a Cuckoo, who will be dead to rights under the tier 1 tower, not even safe. Eki's almost level 6. Jibei's also already at that level 6.
They have way too much burst damage early on between these two heroes, and now they're gonna start to pressure the tower with the catapult. Batrider level 6, Dawnbreaker level 6 as well.
Yeah, he was close when they got that kill.
Oh, man.
Moved over, took a camp. Now he's got that lasso. It's 7 minutes, 50 seconds.
Your supports, they need XP.
Oh,
you want that Zeus to hit level 6, to have that extra bit of a damage. Same goes for Shadow Demon. Mikoto has Arcane Rune. He's gonna pick up another one.
Illusion Rune, and there's the lasso on a Cuckoo. They already threw the fissure, but under the tower, they're even committing the Solar Guardian. Eki, well, he's going to be able to run away, but a toss will get the finishing blow, so not far enough out of the range of Mikoto to survive. But the commitment there with the Solar Guardian, as well as the lasso to come through and kill up a Zeus, continuing to slow down that level 6.
Joachim, he was thinking about maybe making a move onto the mid lane. Sonoiko was already behind him, ready to counter-initiate. WS getting the most out of the lane, dragging the creep wave, and farming a little bit of a stack. Mikoto farming the stack in the triangle right now. That's how you come back into the game. Problem is your gyrocopter is not going to be able to join, and I like this move. Ob Sentry on top. Mikoto
needs to run. Frost Shield. And the Fissure, Echo Slam, Disruption. WS is going to have himself a Ravage, which he'll use. That keeps Mikoto alive for a moment, but the waveform coming through from Smiling Knight. They get the kill onto this Tiny. They'll lose the Shadow Demon. 2 heroes dead. Seneco's low and won't kill the Courier as he tries for that before he dies. So WS gets that kill. Smiling Knight and Eki will run away, and Cuckoo will get a D-Ward, knowing that they saw that with that vision.
Very aggressive move. They would definitely like Jibei to have his Solar Guardian available for this type of a fight, but they already used it in the mid lane. They should still be pretty happy about what they got. They got a couple of creeps from that stack, and they got a kill on Tiny. Tiny is going to be the big playmaker, so if he dies before he can get to his Blink Dagger, he also invested pretty heavily into all of these small items, going for the phase boots, going for the soul ring. You need that extra bit of a movement speed to be able to get close, and yeah, Blink Dagger is going to be delayed.
And what you shouldn't delay on is typing an exclamation point ticket into the chat and getting yourself tickets to the first Tier 1 LAN here in the beautiful Belgrade, Serbia. Come join us, see some great Dota.
Oh, he jumped the wrong way.
Cuckoo. Yeah, not jumping the right way, toss back, but not gonna matter. Eesh. Kind of a yikes.
He was dead anyway.
Yeah. Seneco taking out an Obs. Smiling Knight taking out an Obs. They're clearing up the vision that Talon has on the map. Bounty Rune picked up, Flame Break, Disruption. They're gonna have Gyro coming through, but the Chain Frost now bounces over to Natsumi. That means he has to back away, and that leaves that Shadow Demon vulnerable to just die, but the Solar Guardian comes in. Mikoto, he's kind of in no man's land. They have Lasso, and they'll lock up the Tiny. Zeus is here to try and help. Mikoto trying to do as much damage as possible. There's the toss back on Eki, who's trying to get the kill with one more right click. Oh, Mikoto, the Flame Break, they get him. And now they've got the Sinister Gaze. They'll take out Natsumi. It's another double kill here for Eki. But here comes WS, at least getting one in return onto Seneco. They have 3 heroes here to look for the Tidehunter, who is quite tanky. as they won't be able to get the finishing damage onto him by any means.
Smiling Knight turning into Tide, just
Using
to use the voice line,
Yep.
goes back.
I like that little detail that you can use those heroes' voice lines.
You can see the difference because their XP rune got stolen. Both supports and Talon are still level 5, so they don't have that extra bit of a burst, extra bit of a control from Shadow Demon. And Solar Guardian, second time being used to save the support.
Not really afraid to let it rip. Blink Echo Slam. Natsumi's level 7. Just realized how far behind he is. He's 2 levels behind Smiling Knight, 3 levels behind that Earthshaker.
Yeah, that was a blink reveal, but
didn't get anything.
Smiling Knight was not close enough to deal some extra damage. Cuckoo gonna try to stack one more
He's
time.
not even level 6. We're 12 minutes into the game. They need that. Thunder God's Wrath would have helped them in that last fight. Ooh, Stormer coming over, has the Seeds of Serenity, will steal at least one. Fissure thrown out. Meanwhile, WS stealing some stacks himself.
Oh, this is such a feels bad moment.
Good
You
amount
can't,
there
you can't
for-
kill him. You need to bring 3-4 heroes to be able to kill Tidehunter here.
Good amount picked up there for the Dawn with that Celestial Hammer, though. He backs up into the rest of his team. Everybody there except for Natsumi, who really needs to recover. We've talked about Makoto's performances coming into today, but right now, I would say a little bit slow off the mark, waiting for that Blink Dagger, and when he gets that, that Blink reveal will be quite important to them to start with something there. That being said, the Blink Dagger's already picked up for the Bat Rider, and they'll have that to work with this smoke and go for their first Blink Lasso reveal.
He's so farmed on Batrider. He has more farm than the enemy carry.
Oh, Blink Lasso. Stormer also going to blink on top. They'll get that kill. They also removed the vision that was just placed down there by Cuckoo. He wasn't able to remove it. They were ready for that move over. Homing Missile comes through. WS steps forward, never really thinking about Ravage, as they wouldn't have the damage anyway. But there's that Blink Dagger for the Tiny, and you got to see, can he get something started now that he has this item?
The question is, who's he going to play with? Because Gyrocopter, he does not want to join. Tidehunter doesn't bring you much damage to the fight, so it needs to be 2 supports paired up to try to get something. Natsumi getting pressured again.
We talked about Pipe here for WS, but right now the build Vlad's into a potential Mage Slayer, Blink Avalanche, and Seneco's going to die to WS. So he's been having some fun here with the Gush and the Anchor Smash. The Wisdom Rune picked up by Natsumi, desperately needed, honestly. If that had gotten picked up by Eki, that would have been a problem. But a TP out, call down used, and an easy escape.
Dire's top tower is
Not really in doubt that he was going to get out of that one.
I see that WS has Mage Slayer queued up in his quick buy. This is more, I'm building for myself. It's also a good way of canceling some Blink Daggers because the damage over time, of course, makes you tanky, gives you extra mana regen. So that's nice, gives you extra bit of a damage. But yeah, I think Pipe is kind of a must as well because see what Jibe's been doing. We talked about it after seeing the draft. He is rushing that Pipe. He's nowhere as farmed as this Tidehunter. So I still think he should change his mind and pick up Pipe instead. But he is committing.
Yeah, buys the cloak out there. Back when Mage Slayer first came out, we were seeing those Ember Spirits because it stopped your blink for
9
essentially,
seconds.
8, 9 seconds. So
it lasted for 6 seconds, and then you can't blink for 3.
It was very rough when that item first got released. And they were going to smoke again. 2 of these heroes having Blink Dagger. Need to be very careful. This tier 1 being down bottom gives them opportunity to go and see if there's anybody to catch. WS not exactly the hero that they want to go for, but they're still smoked up. Maybe catching Natsumi under the tier 2 tower. Instead, the Fissure will land on a Cuckoo. Blink into the lasso.
Oh.
It's on the WS. The Chain
Not
Frost
the
is now going to
target.
bounce back and forth, which means Cuckoo's dead anyway. Chain Frost goes all the way to the backlines to the Ancients onto the Shadow Demon. And Eki now dominating as they get that kill onto Cuckoo. But toss up into the air onto Seneko. He'll try to get a courier and
This
will
time
do
is
so.
successful.
Yeah. But a couple of stacks of Shadow Poison and eventually a kill there. Ravage comes through, but that was in the death of WS. He let it rip with Ravage and nobody's there to follow it up.
Oh.
They caught him alone while they were all chasing a Lich.
As a professional e-gamer, gotta be aware of what's happening around
Blink,
you.
Avalanche toss. They blinked in already on Stormstormer. He's in a bad spot now. Fissure's not going to matter. They'll get the kill on a Stormstormer. Calldown's going to be committed after this disruption ends on Eki. So Natsumi needing to run. The Firefly doing a lot. Smiling Knight comes in. He turns into the Tiny. The Avalanche coming through on a Makoto. An Avalanche from Makoto on a Smiling Knight. But they got Natsumi. They'll get Jokem. That's 3 heroes down to the side of Talon. Celestial Hammer looking for Makoto, but he was able to blink away and just find himself safe.
Ooh. Didn't grab the tree and threw it immediately. Maybe he could have tried to go for canceling the Blink Dagger, but Smiling Knight joining a fight when it really matters and is going to secure the tower in the mid lane, about to finish off his Manta style. So that's going to give him some extra stats.
We haven't really talked about Smiling Knight because it's been everybody else moving around the map to get these kills. And he's top of the net worth by about 1,000 gold. Like you said, he's about to have Manta style. It's a 5,000 net worth lead for Avalos.
Radiant are scanning.
They're really happy with where they're at right now. And
Dire are scanning.
Talon, they're working with no Ravage for another minute, which, again, I'm wondering what WS thought was. He was close, so close to dead that he died with Ravage animation going out. I wonder if he thought that the rest of the team was going to be there to help him maybe secure a kill.
He's still killable. I also want to see if Smiling Knight is going to pick up some Silver Edge in the next couple of items, because you want to have that break. If you initiate with Earthshaker or with Batrider, break him, he's just going to die. There is, of course, Shadow Demon to try to save him, but Soneko has been playing very aggressively.
Oh.
He's been on the enemy side of the map constantly. Cuckoo.
Natsumi, he got close to the Ice Spire. He's taking a lot of damage to this Chain Frost. He's not going to die. Neither does Cuckoo.
It was a good try from Soneko. What he tried to do is use Ice Spire and the Frost Shield. He thought that Cuckoo was low enough that those couple of ticks will be enough to bring him down.
Dire's top tower is under
Jibe also looking for an Ags.
Yeah, Jibe is itemizing for the team rather than for himself, so he is going for the Aghanim Scepter, even though they don't have that much right-click other than Gyrocopter, but it also allows you to time it, to jump in where you want.
Move it around,
yeah,
gives you the evasion.
60% evasion is pretty nuts.
middle tower is under attack.
Stay pretty healthy with that. They're going to smoke, maybe find Eki, but he's by this cliff. Firefly about to run out, but can they find him? They do have vision now. Thundergod's Wrath, and there's the toss up into the air. Solar Guardians used, then they go to the lasso, blink into the Echo Slam. This is all coming together for the side of Avalos, but the Ravage just on the edge grabs this Earthshaker, but they already lost both their supports. The damage on Makoto, they've got the Celestial Hammer. Seneco's off to the side, but he doesn't have Chain Frost to work with. Smiling Knight comes in. He'll turn into the Tiny, throws out an Avalanche. They'll get the kill on Makoto. They'll look over at WS. That's 3 heroes already dead on the side of Talon and looking like a 4th because there's 4 heroes around this Tide, and they are hungry for some watermelon.
Another very well executed fight from Avilus. Smiling Knight, again, joining while Gyrocopter is not joining in any of these fights. Natsumi, oh man, he's been staying the same net worth as Batrider throughout the whole game.
This started well, but they don't get this initial kill, and he's able to get that lasso. It gives him enough time to just react. Makoto not really able to accomplish much after the initial burst damage.
If he's not getting multiple Avalanche tosses in the fight, that means they're also losing the fight, but also you see Smiling Knight, he's going to be the target that he's going to be turning into for now because there is no Gyrocopter. Usually you are the target to turn into, use the Flak Cannon and just go ham. This is going to be another pickoff for Avilus.
Yeah, they are not stopping, and there's no reason for them to do so. Shadow Demon's gonna die, dead for 30 more seconds. Natsumi's still trying to farm this Ags, has the Chrysalis Falcon Blade, but like you've been saying, they just do not have the addition of the Gyro, who has struggled all game.
He's non-factor. He's also going for the Aghanim Scepter. It's kind of hard to itemize, considering that you're playing into Dawnbreaker, so you don't want to pick up that early BKB, especially when playing from behind. But there's also so much magic damage burst. There is also Lasso, so going for the Aghanim Scepter straight away.
Another Wisdom Rune to steal. WS is going to be close by, but the Wisdom Rune is picked up by Smiling Knight. That's another stolen wisdom ring. That's 2 out of 3. Blink Avalanche, Sinister Gaze, Chain Frost, and the Ice Spire. Makoto, he's just dead. Blink Echo Slam on the back lines. That killed off the Shadow Demon. They're able to get Cuckoo to follow this one up. They'll look over at WS, and this one is just looking so dire for Talon. They can't get anything out of the map.
Yeah, they can kill Tier 2 Tower. They can kill Tormentor as well. You could see as he jumped in, gets pulled in by Sonoiko and gets that ulti off, so immediately dying. It's going to be Eki picking up the shard from Tormi. Not the best shard, but it just looks very rough. You see Gyro dealing 170 damage, Shadow Demon getting blown up instantly. Now Aghanim Scepter completed on Jibei, so gonna be even more difficult for them to take fights. Avalos should look into Roche. They do have Outpost, and they also have Tier 1 Tower in the bottom lane to TP2. They have taken the Outpost in the enemy triangle, so they are controlling the whole map pretty much.
Certainly controlling the whole map. They really haven't given any of it back the way of Talon at all. There's that Ags finished for the Dawnbreaker. Top 4 heroes in net worth, all Avalos. 16,000 net worth lead too at 22 minutes. They're gonna go and get Roche. Should be an easy Aegis. Nothing really doing from the side of Talon as they try to farm, but I don't know. I mean, they would need so much farm for this to even start to feel effective for them.
Stormstormer's gonna come in. They need a little bit of extra help. It's been a slower Roche. Lich not really providing with much. Basically a solo Roche from Morphling. And he's gonna pick it up. Now they have BKB coming for Stormstormer, and you also have Morphling with Aegis. They have not been able to get the kill on him throughout the whole game, and yeah, it's gonna be a good luck trying to kill him twice.
Also has Konda flying out for Smiling Knight. I'm looking at his cam right now. Currently very content, not smiling big time, but you can see a little bit of smiles from Smiling Knight. Eki just hiding here in the trees. Lasso onto the Gyrocopter. He's doing a lot of damage onto the Gyro just by himself, but then they finally get the Solar Guardian. Natsumi trying to run. Jibei's here. They go to the Heavenly Jump. They've got the Blood Grenade, and maybe they just bait it in, but the Echo Slam is massive here from Stormstormer. That's going to be 3 kills going the way of Avalos, and they'll TP out WS. But despite the fact they lost the Dawn, the Echo Slam ripples and kills off 3.
Man, that was nasty to watch. Goes in, baits the whole team, and then Stormstormer finds the angle on the 4 of them. But there's Dawn ulti with Aghanim Scepter healing up almost instantly, and Gyrocopter is dying to enemy position 4 throughout the whole game pretty much.
Batrider feeling much stronger, and there's that Echo Slam. I think they just killed the Tidehunter.
I think they just won the game, B-Cup.
Yeah, well, yeah, that does seem to be, I would say, the beginning of the end, but this feels like the end of the end. Eki looking for a way in. Sinister Gaze, that gets used. Jokam's gone, and now they'll look for Cuckoo. Solar Guardian, that's going to keep Eki alive once more. Natsumi on the run. Thunder God's Wrath, not going to be enough damage. The Celestial Hammer is down, and the reflected homing missile lands onto the Gyro, or I believe the one from Smiling Knight as he morphed into the Gyro. He had a homing missile with Gyro's name on it.
They still have Ravage available, potentially some toss back into Dead in the Water underneath the Tier 4 towers, but not gonna be as easy. Eki gonna kidnap him one more time.
Look at the damage coming out from a Batrider. This bat is no joke.
Level 16, enemy carry is level 15.
You know, I know you love your 1K to 1 minute net worth lead, but I think when your position 4 on the opponent's team is above your position 1, that might be a similar sign.
He is above everybody on side of Talon.
Ooh. That's unfortunate.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stormer, who has Shadow Blade and a gem shipping out that same day. Don't pay extra for that.
Tower is under attack.
But for right now, Avalos looking to set up and maybe finish the game. They still have this Aegis for a minute and a half. There's nothing really holding them back. There's a Ravage available, but I'm not too sure they care about that. Smiling Knight will wave form and clean up the creep wave. That'll send one range creep that direction, but Natsumi will look, and he is just trying to find anywhere to farm, but Eki's on his tail. He's got his scent. He smells him.
Oh, he almost got him,
Yeah.
but look what he has in his quick buy. Moonshard, Batrider. Okay.
Eki knew exactly where he was. Just had an idea and almost caught him. Cuckoo standing at the front lines. He's still just level 11. We talked about the slow start for the supports with the Wisdom Rune being taken. Smiling Knight really doesn't care about that. Blink into the Avalanche. Off the mark for Makoto. But he'll use that BKB, and immediately the lasso comes out afterwards. This is going to be a Fissure that blocks him out of the fight. They're going with the Enchanted Totem as well as the Echo Slam. Joken's going to be dead, and now they look over at Cuckoo. That Chain Frost bouncing around. They get the kill onto 3. They'll buy back on the Shadow Demon takeout. Makoto GG is called, and Avalos take game number 1 and put themselves just 1 game away from qualifying for the playoffs.
And Aki's pinging out in the old chat that Batrider did 2.5k damage to Tiny. Immediately stands up and he's like, guys, I destroyed this freaking game.
I carried the game as this Batrider. Eki definitely feeling like the MVP if I had an early take here.
He gave himself the MVP.
Yeah. By pinging out the damage, he gave himself the MVP. And certainly a way to do it.
Where's the self-high five?
That's, yeah. And then you just see the dejected faces here for Talon. Just no movement. A stark contrast between the two teams, especially coming out of game 1. And it's a little bit concerning when you come out of game 1 and you know you have game 2 coming up next. But now, I mean, when you look like that, it's scary.
Top lane also started with the first blood. They were the ones that got first blood on Zeus. Double kill.
It was, sorry. It was the double kill return
yeah.
from Eki's. I got ahead of myself. I'm talking about the Batrider still. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that lane was very difficult. You don't have pretty much anything to stop Dawnbreaker or Batrider from going in. That's why the lane was like super greedy, and they also managed to kill Tiny twice, delaying his Blink Dagger. Even though WS, he was staying on top of the network, you're still Tide Hunter. Like, your impact can't really be as good as when you have this like position 4 who is all over the place. He's been involved in what, 25 out of 38 kills, and also Stormer. He had a pretty excellent game.
Yeah, 9-1 and 16 for Stormer, but I feel like a lot of that gets opened up to you because of the Batrider, because Batrider, within a pretty short time span, had 2 double kills to start and was level 6, 7.5 minutes into the game with the Dawnbreaker. They were both level 6, and so you had that Solar Guardian to move around the map with, you had the lasso to get that control, and that's the lane that really opens it up for the side of Avalos to go after Talon, and Talon just never really standing a chance.
They were on the back foot throughout the whole game, pretty much. You had 2 supports who were not level 6 for a really long time. Their XP rune got stolen. Got to be careful about that one, but we got to give credit to Smiling Knight for going into enemy territory, stealing that XP rune. But here we can see Eki as the MVP, self-proclaimed, proclaimed by our production, proclaimed by chat as well. The guy owned completely, and I don't know if you want to give him another game like that on a Batrider. Their combination from the offlane duo was pretty nasty. Or you need to have a different support. You need to have some kind of a clockwork, but this was the hero that got banned. But you need to start thinking about seeing the bigger picture, how the lanes are going to be, because this one was a disaster for Talon.
Yeah, it definitely was, and you got to find Makoto kind of getting a better lane for himself over mid. He struggled a little bit. You had Stormer with about 12 denies very quickly, so it was just very tough for the side of Talon to really get off the mark. But I do believe we have an interview with Seneko, so let's take a listen.
Всем привет! Меня зовут Василиса, и мы находимся в Белграде, где проходит турнир FISSURE Playground по Dota 2. Вокруг меня уникальное место. Это Белградский ботанический сад. И здесь мы с вами поговорим с не менее уникальным игроком, а именно Санейк. Привет, Акбар. Как вообще твое настроение?
Привет, все отлично.
Ты вернулся на тир-1 сцену спустя 3 года. Вообще, какие у тебя ощущения?
Я вернулся в привычное амплуа своем.
То есть, как было раньше, так и есть и сейчас, правильно?
Да.
Никаких
все на
изменений.
своих местах.
Если мы сравниваем Акбара, который был тогда, и Акбар, который есть сейчас, что поменялось?
Лишь то, что я играю в европейском ростере, какой-то багаж опыта с прошлых там своих составов получил. Завел собаку. Вот.
Как зовут?
Амы.
А порода?
Порода чау-чау.
На турнире как бы заявлена такая команда, как Химера. И там должен был играть такой человек, как Дахакс, который твой бывший, так сказать, командник. Было ли у тебя желание на этом турнире встретиться все-таки против его состава и, скажем так, внести дифференс?
Мы с ним уже встречались не раз. Он в других командах был, и мы, по-моему, ни разу и не проиграли. Так что это все давно в прошлом.
Команда Аволус. Как ты сейчас себя в ней ощущаешь?
Все та же роль капитана, плейстайл, структура в целом, да. То, что я обычно и делал.
В прошлых составах, возможно, твоя структура не работала на все 100%. В команде Аволус на сколько процентов работает твой подход?
Лучше, чем в прошлых составах, просто потому что, да, у нас многое получается, и, наверное, это можно как ставить галочку, то, что да, прогресс имеется.
Как ты думаешь, в какой момент может в твоей команде наступить спад, и как ты будешь с ним бороться?
Думаю, мы этот период уже много раз проходили. У нас в этом плане быстро все решается. Как минимум, каждый над этим стремится работать и решаем проблемы, которые у нас встречаются на пути.
Как вообще обстоят дела с коммуникацией внутри команды?
Есть у нас Эйки, который из Польши, и где-то в играх может закодить на русском, и это лишь забавит меня. Вот. Есть Штормер, он знает прям русский алфавит. Мы смотрели игры, и он прочел надпись, мы их даже не поняли, и потом, бам, и осенило то, что он умеет читать на русском. 2024
год вы закончили достаточно на хорошей ноте, да? Вы в Бангкоке заняли 5-6 место. Какие цели вообще на 25-й?
Поучаствовать, наверное, в первую очередь во всех возможных турнирах, тир-1 турнирах, посетить Риад и Инт, это, наверное, самое основное. Формат подготовки точно, да, будет немножко, я бы не сказал, что сильно, но немножко, да, будет изменен, но в целом я не думал об этом еще.
Ты у нас ветеран профессиональной сцены Доты.
Я уже играю 10 плюс лет, даже не ощущаю то, что да, я играю так давно, и для меня ветераны всегда были это Дэнди, вот Хвост.
Ты думал о продолжении карьеры, скажем так, в киберспортивном сегменте, или ты хочешь, скажем так, поставить точку на роли игрока и все?
Все зависит, нравится, будет ли мне нравиться игра дальше или нет, когда я завершу свою карьеру.
Мы ждем патч. Вероятнее всего, скоро он будет. Какие изменения ты хочешь видеть?
Тут тоже стандартный набор, героев пофиксить, кого-то подбафать, карту поменять, может какую-то руну добавить, может снова CM-мод поменять, очередность.
Ты сказала кого-то подбафать. Кого бы ты хотел увидеть в мете в рамках 5-й позиции?
Виспа как будто бы давно не было, да, больше всего хотелось бы на Виспе поиграть, потому что это мой один из там наигранных, да и в целом любимых персонажей.
Кого ты считаешь самым главным оппонентом для вашей команды?
Нам сложнее всего, наверное, Спирит удается. С каждым ростером их команды были у нас какие-то проблемы. Против остальных нам плюс-минус как бы одинаково играется.
Мне хочется сказать тебе большое спасибо, что ты посетил в первый раз ботанический сад. Я надеюсь, что тебе такая атмосферка в душе. Конечно, пройтись, прогуляться, подышать этим прекрасным воздухом. Не забывайте смотреть FISSURE Playground по Dota 2, который у нас проходит в Белграде. На последние дни проходит LAN-формат, так что приходите. А с вами был Акбар Санейк.
everybody, as we're coming into the second game between Avalus as well as Talon Esports. It's been a tough road here for Talon, but they still have potentially 2 more chances to extend their lifeline here and move on to the playoffs, which you could join us at. The LAN portion of the event is going to be taking place between January 31st and February 2nd. And if you put !ticket into the chat somewhere on the screen, you can find yourself more information about joining us in Belgrade, Serbia, and getting yourself into the first Tier 1 LAN of 2025. That being said, Avalus, they take game number 1. It looked pretty easy with Eki at the helm on that Batrider. Now they come into game number 2. Gotta wonder, do Talon have what it takes?
Yeah, I was just looking at the draft, and something that we did say immediately after seeing it, this gyrocopter on 9 didn't really feel... It felt so out of position. Like, there was nothing that Gyro was good against, and they left Morphling in a pool, which was always considered to be one of the best counters. We didn't even see it in this game, because Natsumi was not even joining the fight, so he was not turning into Gyro. Instead, he was turning into Tiny most of the time, and we can see the player comparison between 2 of the offlaners. We did talk about the itemization, as well as Jibe, with that global presence, having 26 assists compared to Tidehunter with only 3. Problem is, WS, he was on top of the network, but you also don't have the heroes to play with. Both supports were under-leveled, and you have Jibe going for pipe compared to the Mage Slayer, which I don't think it would be game-winning by any means, but Jibe also understood the assignment better.
Yeah, and you gave me the stat, I believe, before we started about the assists for the side of Avalus.
Jibe was in top 3.
Yeah.
All 3 members of Avalus were in top 3, both supports and Jibe.
Wow. So a lot of assisting, a lot of being involved, and the side of Avalus very happy with what they've been able to accomplish thus far. And they're hoping to take a 2-0. Get in and out of the day easy. At least that's what they hope for. We'll see if they can do that. All starts at the draft, which will be underway soon enough. But Talon, they got to get back to the drawing board as... It's do or die now.
What happened to Talon that we've seen when they were dominating? Some of the games that they played were also extremely short. They did manage to win. Who did they play against? Let me just remind myself real quick. Yeah, they beat Tundra in 20 minutes. This was the biggest stomp of the tournament, where they ended the game with 40-4 score.
Whew. And then they also beat Gaimin, didn't they?
They did. It took
Have
them
they just
slightly
taken
longer.
on all of Western Europe?
They did take a game off. No, they lost to Liquid, but they did beat Gaimin, they beat Tundra, and they also took game off Spirit in a best-of-3. So this team can play much better than what they showed in the previous game. It's just that they got stomped in the lanes, and we really haven't seen the impact that we usually see from Mikoto. He didn't have a hero to play with, and you also did not have carry in that game, unfortunately.
So if you want to vote in chat, !T for Talon, !A for Avalus. But I'm thinking about Talon. They've played 1 region so far, except for Spirit. It's been all Western Europe. They really haven't been able to diversify, but they've been seeing a lot of the same regional play, but definitely showing the differences between team to team when it comes to how they want to draft. It's tough. I mean, that seems like one of the hardest roads, to just go through Western Europe to the playoffs.
Unluck. What can you do?
Yeah.
They should have won.
Unluck of the draw.
Yeah, maybe they should have won one of the previous matches, and then things would have been different for them, a different road. But they have to suck it up and play it right here. This is a team that can play so much better. They showed some really nice performances as well. I think this one came down to the draft, where they got outdrafted. I don't want to see first pick Gyro. There's no reason to go for it. And they also gave them super strong heroes. These are all meta heroes with high win rate. Lich win rate is sub 50%, but you could feel the influence of the hero. Every single time Tiny blinks in, he's just dead to the Chain Frost and Ice Spire combo.
Yeah, the Lich has certainly been a problem. I believe it started the tournament very hot, winning its first 7 or 8.
Yeah.
Or 7 out of 8, but teams are starting to get used to it, and maybe the less strong teams at the event also played it as well, trying to use that high win rate to get something done. And you can see the swap here as it was Avalos' turn to pick. They go to the first pick, and Talon, of course, will take Radiant. A lot of Radiant picking. But as we've seen by the stats, it was very high win rate for Radiant. Now it's even.
Almost down to 50-50.
Yeah. Getting to the draft here for game number 2. That'll be an Enigma ban early. It's Enigma, Bat, Nyx, Alk, Doom, and Terrorblade again. Don't want to give that Terrorblade up to WS.
This also leaves Pugna in the pool if they want to pick it right away, but there's also Monkey.
This feels like a bit of a takeaway.
It does. Stormstormer is the one who plays it, but they can also play it from the safe lane if necessary. Monkey King has been really good for the last couple of months. It feels like it doesn't have that bad of a matchup, and it's going to be a bit of a bad matchup. So they might need to shift this Monkey King to the side lane, play it as a position 1 compared to the mid lane. I'm sure Eki can also play it from position 4, but I don't want to see that overcooking. It's a bit too much for me, so maybe keep it simple. Mikoto immediately picked up his Lina when he was playing against Quinn, against his Queen of Pain. He destroyed that matchup completely, so another lane dominator for Mikoto, but I also want to see something different. I also want to see if they decide to ban something like a Sniper maybe, which is a good matchup against Lina, keeping that distance.
Lina, I was thinking about in the last game for Talon, but they first pick it here. Now they ban the Bristle with the Clockwork. 1 ban this phase for Talon. Monkey King, we'll see where it ends up going, but like you've been saying, they're using, or hoping, you're hoping they use the KISS system. Keep it simple, stupid. And just keep it to what really has been proven and works.
When you said KISS system, I'm like, what is that? You kiss your coach after having a great draft or before the draft?
No, it's the system that they taught me in math class in the US. Keep it simple, stupid. Phoenix, so all fire right now, keeping it on the Underlords brand. I don't know if there was a bonus for these two heroes together, but it feels like it should be. Phoenix we've seen be really strong. We've seen it in a multitude of positions. Players like DM really love playing it in the off lane. We'll see if WS is thinking the same, although that Clockwork already banned, so you wouldn't have that combo. And back at it now with the Tiny, this time for Avalos, and that Tiny probably mid, considering you didn't want to see the Monkey King mid. But how does the Tiny do if it goes up against the Lina?
And he doesn't win that lane, but it's more about repositioning. He's still going to be good for the game. There are a couple of these repositioning heroes. Core Lina doesn't like to play into Core Tiny or Core Magnus because they get Blink Dagger early on. So if she's getting jumped and there's no real backup for her, she's straight up going to die.
What do they want to go with the Tiny? Monkey King, Tiny, Avalanche, Toss, a solid combo. We've seen Monkey Kings be annoying with the Simeon Stride. Do you still go Simeon Stride if you're not in the mid lane for Monkey King? Is it just so good that it's pretty much standard?
Yeah, it's so strong. Allows you to pretty much be anywhere. Steal the enemy's 7-minute XP rune as well from that bottom lane. Allows you to get more kills on the map. And another big team fight ulti coming out from Avalos.
Yeah, Lich, we already saw strong once.
5 seconds remaining.
We saw Seneko trying to use that Ice Spire a couple times in some awkward positions to get that Chain Frost to bounce back and forth to get these kills, but we saw how the Sinister Gaze with Chain Frost and the Ice Spire against the Tiny was strong enough in game number 1. Now Magnus coming into the mix for Talon. That's a big team fight. RP with a Supernova, or even RP with an LSA to follow it up, giving you a lot of lockdown.
5 seconds remaining.
I like the 2 picks for this phase for Talon. I like the Magnus. I like the Phoenix.
Yeah, I would want to see some either Muerta or some Lion that's going to come out for Talon. You want to have some kind of a extra stun. You're going to be playing against Monkey Lich. your Magnus, sure, you can skewer away, but you're not going to be winning that lane. And if you have a little bit of a extra presence, this is also fine. Like, this is also pretty similar to Lion. I would prefer Lion over Shaman, but this also gives them slightly more team fight where they're going to be fighting into Wukong's command. And we've seen Shadow Shaman becoming slightly more popular nowadays. You can go for 2 different
10 seconds.
facets. I think in this one, he's probably going to choose the Cluster Clock so that he can dispel all of these things, give them extra movement speed compared to Giga Ward, which is insanely strong. Like, you drop that one and nobody's going to try to kill it.
And we haven't quite seen a Giga Ward with the Shadow Shamans that we've been seeing. Final pick for Avalis. They've got 1:30 on the reserve time. Tiny Lich, Monkey King. What support do you want to see comboed here if it's not the Monkey King with the Lich?
Wondering what Jibe wants to play. Maybe they could also pick up his hero. I'm down for some like big team fighter. Maybe Tidehunter, maybe even Beastmaster.
Remember, if you want to join us here in Belgrade, Serbia for the first Tier 1 tournament on LAN, you can type in !ticket into the chat, get more information, and figure out if you want to join us on the playground. Into the final ban, 40 seconds, and it could be Jibe's hero here for Avalis.
There's also possibility for them to play 4 Tiny with some maybe Darkseer from the offlane. I know they love to play the combo. Jibe has been playing a lot of Darkseer in the past week. He played 4 games, won all of them. If they want to have slightly more team fight.
Darkseer coming through. Who would have thought?
It gives you insane amount of team fight. Like the reason why I liked it so much here is it also gives you pipe, it also gives you mech buyer, and if you can survive through all that initial burst, if you don't die, you're gonna win the team fight.
For sure. Having that sustainability could be quite nice. A little vacuum into an avalanche is always a combo that I really like. What are you seeing to combo with this Darkseer in terms of last pick?
It can be Tiny, or it can be position 4 Tusk or Bounty Hunter. I think these two, let's see what they think. I still think this Tiny is going to be played from the mid lane, so I would ban Tusk, I would ban Bounty. Lion is also fine. I think even though he's not a melee hero, it's also a very good ban, but yeah, they do seem to think that this Tiny is going to be played from position 4. This is the power when you have these versatile players who can play so many different heroes, and when their hero pools overlap from the mid, safe lane, and the position 4.
10 seconds remaining.
We've talked about the versatility of some players, like you're talking about, just having a hero ocean when you have this much versatility. And it's not just one hero on this team, or one player on this team.
Yeah.
It's everybody. I would say everybody has shown it, except for Seneko. You said he played only 3 heroes so far. But we know he's capable if push came to shove. Granted, it looks like he's going to just play Lich again. So it'll just be the same. That being said, though, we'll see what this final ban ends up being for Avalis. Smiling Knight, Bristle, Morphling, Razor have been his most picked heroes. They banned the Lycan, they banned the Mars, and now they go to the Ember. And in fact, it will be mid-Ember. Although if it was Jinkyu, I would think maybe there's a chance at a 4 Ember.
This is Ember Spirit with Iron Shell with Frost Shield, and Monkey King is going to be using the same abilities to run in. So that's going to be insane amount of overtime damage. You're not receiving physical, you're not receiving magic damage. So now they need to figure out where this Magnus is going to go, whether this is going to be carry Magnus or whether this is going to be offlane Magnus. I still think they're going to go with something for Natsumi after seeing the whole draft. Natsumi has been playing a lot of these traditional carries.
Would you rather, with this lineup, a 4-position Tiny or Monkey King? Because you could have Tiny in the safe lane, couldn't you? And then throw the Monkey King 4 and throw the Monkey King with Darkseer.
I think they're going to keep it simple. Lich Monkey, Ember mid, Tiny with the Darks here.
Okay. Just wondering. Or the ultimate not simple. Like I said, 4-position Ember. Haven't seen much of that, though. Always interesting, in my eyes. See something a little bit different. But 30 seconds for Talon. Maybe they show something with their tournament lives on the line. Maybe they show something a little bit out there.
Yeah, they might be going for something like super fancy. I'm just thinking maybe this is going to be some like Faceless Void that's going to come out because they are one game from getting eliminated. So go for more big team fight ulti.
Lifestealer.
You may now select your heroes.
Lifestealer, Shadow Shaman, Magnus, Phoenix, Lina. And it will be the safe lane Monkey King, that 4-position Tiny, the mid Ember. Aki, if he has a performance like last game, like he did with the Bat Rider, if he gets into a quick Blink Dagger, because if I recall correctly, he had his Blink Dagger before the mid Tiny. So if he has a timing like that again, where he gets multiple double kills in the off lane, and this Tiny's going to feel like a core pretty quickly, and then you scaled pretty well to get into that mid game.
You do, yeah. This is another lane that does allow you to have a great time. Like, same as in the previous game, they complemented each other nicely, getting a lot of kills. Same thing can happen. And just to point out, WS is going to be playing Phoenix as an off lane, and it's going to be positioned for Magnus. It's not the strongest lane, but both of them can run away once they start to play aggressively with Lich and Monkey King. They're going to be putting in some pressure at like level 1, level 2, but once Monkey gets to that level 3, it's not going to be as easy. Looking both at the drafts, I'm going to be favoring Avilis one more time. I'm not really feeling the Lifestealer pick. He needs a lot of items, and I think Avilis is going to be the one controlling the game, not allowing him to get that farm.
Yeah, and chat, you fooled me once, and I remember the
go
trend from
again. Go again. Like
Avilis for the two of us. We're both going Avilis. So all three of us on the panel are going Avilis. Because I don't know if I can trust chat anymore. I also feel like Avilis they, especially after game 1, looked like the much stronger team. And they were cohesive in that first game. They played their play style and forced their will on Talon pretty heavily in game number 1. And I think this is a lineup that could do it again in game number 2.
Yeah, Mikoto this time around is going to have much easier way of playing. And he also popped off when we keep talking about their game when they were playing against Gaimin Gladiators, where he completely popped off as Lina. This time around, it's also a bit of a greedy one. Cuckoo played position 5 Zeus, which can be extremely greedy if things are not going well. And now he's playing position 5 Shadow Shaman.
Which is a hero that kind of wants an item or two. Would love that Blink Dagger. Would love maybe a Glimmer and a Blink or a Force and a Glimmer. I don't know how Shadow Shaman's going to do strictly 5 with no farm.
It is very difficult hero to play. You're going to be playing into Tiny, and also his Cluster Clock, his innate ability is not going to be that effective. You have Frost Shield, damage over time. You have Ember Shield. There we go. Got it eventually. And you also have Ion Shell, so damage over time is going to kill you instantly.
Right. Yeah, the Cluster Clock being a bit of a problem when you've got that Frost Shield against you. You feel safe, you feel like you can run, but ultimately, you can't. So it lowers the effectiveness of having this Shadow Shaman. Then Magnus here in the 4. Again, I feel like it's just big ults, and if you get your Wisdom Rune stolen, being behind again in a game like this could be devastating.
Yeah, it definitely could happen. Having Monkey King being played as position 1 can easily jump to the trees, has a stun, so gotta be aware of that.
Jibe. Blood Grenade and the chase from Natsumi and Cuckoo. But nothing really doing there, and we're having a look at this offlane Phoenix. Actually, both offlaners kind of low. WS, we'll see how aggressive he wants to play. We've seen this Phoenix played by DM. He's played with a Clockwork. He wants to really do what he can to have an aggressive lane. But see how it goes.
This is not as a strong lane as Phoenix Clockwork by any means, but they could definitely get the kills.
Jibbe right now just kind of on his own as the Tiny chasing after the Shadow Shaman. Stormstormer taking some damage here over mid. Makoto did have a dominating game on this Lina earlier in the tournament. We'll see if he can do it again. He's sitting here under the tower. He's a level ahead, and Stormstormer needs to be very careful.
That was unreal.
Courier even going under the tower as Makoto gets that bottle and Stormstormer forced to run away. Nobody here to really help him, and there's the Dragon Slave. One shot from dead Makoto.
He's gonna run him down.
Such a problem, and one more right click, but the slight, he'll survive for a second. WS gets first blood on Seneko and Stormstormer.
Makoto, he turned to the neutral creep. Didn't have enough mana. Needed to chase him down even more. Has 2 water runes to refill his bottle, but yeah, they got a kill on Lich.
Yeah, they got the Lich. They get first blood this time. That being said, it was the same situation last time. It was Cuckoo who got first blood in game number 1, and then they gave up 4 kills to Eki. So if somebody's happy about them giving up first blood, it's Eki. He might have 4 kills in his future.
Playing it slowly in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
They are waiting for that level 3 with Iron Shell to be able to put some pressure. Then Cuckoo is going to be in a bit more trouble. Windlace available on Eki.
Pick up the Lotus, but now WS again. Those Fire Spirits, the Blood Grenade thrown back and forth. Seneko trying to do as much damage as he can, but the Icarus Dive is stopped, and WS, he's low. The Boundless Strike, Seneko, he's going to die again. Primal Spring, but the Skewer, Smiling Knight unable to get to WS, and now he's in trouble. Shockwave, Mischief, now walks into the trees and gets away from that Magnus. That was a good Skewer as well as a good Sinister Gaze to stop the Icarus Dive, but they end up losing the Lich again.
Smiling Knight is on top of the CS, but didn't get that kill, and they are putting a lot of pressure on him, sitting on half HP right now. Phoenix is such a menace to deal with in the laning stage as an off, even as a position 5, but as an offlaner, it gets even more difficult because he's buying into that second bracer, allowing him to regen a lot, and he has a lot of HP. Look at him, 1100 at level 3.
Okay, 2 bracers will do that for you. Not exactly fun. Stormstormer getting his CS doubled at the moment. Seems like another one of those performances for Makoto, at least for now. 5 out of the 6 games he's played the Ember, though. Stormstormer's gotten the victory. They've got Smiling Knight on the run. Jokem with the Skewer. Smiling Knight, one more right click. Oh, the Sinister Gaze! The Blood Grenade, the Salve. Does Smiling Knight come back into this? Does he try to hop into the tree in Primal Spring? He will. It's on to the Magnus. They'll have the damage to get 1. Now they'll look for a second. They've got Boundless Strike. The Jingu goes off, and Smiling Knight gets a double kill. That turns this lane on its head.
That's actually lane-winning move. Having 2 points in Tree Dance, wanted to have that extra bit of a damage, extra bit of a slow, and perfect timing. His heal itself gets delivered, uses it, jumps on the trees, and then lands it onto 2 of them.
And it's, again, that Sinister Gaze just at the edge to make sure that that Magnus didn't get that last hit, because that was the killing blow. It's given Jibbe at least some space to think about bottom. Nobody's come over through the Twin Gates yet. Not something we saw in the last game. Twin Gate usage as much.
Yeah, we didn't. Gyrocopter was the one who got dismantled, so he didn't want to move at all. Cuckoo is now making that rotation. Another Blood Grenade, that's the 3rd one.
Cuckoo, as he'll find... Oh, didn't get the Balance Strike, but again, Sinister Gaze. The Balance Strike, Smiling Knight skewered. He'll not survive this time. And WS is low, but down goes Eki. That's 2. Can they make it a 3rd? Cuckoo with the Cluster Cluck. Oh, this time he doesn't have the Frost Shield to get that initial damage, so he survives. WS is low. The Frost Shield one-shot. Again, 3 heroes dead on Abyss. Talon get it right on back, and they're up 2,000 net worth this early on.
Oh, they needed an extra hero. They literally needed one spell to get at least a double kill in the bottom lane. Jibe, he's also struggling in this bottom lane to get the farm, constantly pooling, does not want to play against the lifestealer, can't really pressure him. And Stormstormer is also on the receiving end, playing into Lina matchup, 500, 600 gold behind her.
Has 6 now. Smiling Knight again. Skewer off to the left. Fire Spirits will do some damage. See the cast range of the Frost Shield, though. Looks like maybe they want to go for Dokkan, but the damage from WS is hard to deal with. Icarus dives. Seneko will not have the opportunity. Ooh, Cuckoo on the tail of Stormstormer, who is seeing the juicy heroes that might turn into a double kill. Slight stops the salve. He's also here to try and steal the Wisdom Rune. He's going to need some help. 3 heroes around him for Talon. Up into the trees, the Primal Spring down. They've got the Shackle, the Boundless Strike. The Wisdom Rune is bottled up by Stormstormer. They'll steal that. They've got 1. They'll get 2. Smiling Knight's dead, but down goes WS. Double kill for Stormstormer. And he gets the Wisdom Rune.
I mean, I don't know if Mikoto did not have his TP ready, because I think he did throughout this whole time. He needs to help out the team, because he's sitting at 0-0-0, which means that he did not move from the lane. Sure, you got the kill here, but again, this could have been turned into 2, maybe 3 kills, and also securing the XP rune. Triple TP in the top lane, refilling the bottle, refill it twice. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, producing water from nothing. Wouldn't it be nice? They've refilled that bottle twice. Mikoto to go back to mid. As Stormstormer, he got that double, and they got those kills over near the Wisdom Rune. It's both Wisdom Runes again for Avilis. We talked about how important it is for these supports on the side of Talon to get level 6. Now Smiling Knight spotted again. He is just getting abused here, and they will have the open wounds. They'll try to get the kill, the Boundless Strike, but Smiling Knight unable to survive. It's Natsumi who goes through the Twin Gate and helps out the rest of the team to get this kill onto the opponent carry.
Cuckoo plays that Observer Ward when he was making the first rotation through the Twin Gate, which allowed him to grab another kill. Eki has been a bit silent in this game, having only 1 death. Farming on the other side of the map. He needs to be in those fights. Oh. They need his extra damage.
Seneko, he already used the Frost Shield. He's dead here. Yeah, Frost Shield was already used. Skewer, oh, clipped him. Avalanche, Blood Grenade, doing what he can is he is the ward. And he's gonna be the ward because he TP'd top.
Let's see if we can find a way how to get him back.
That's really not great for him, but now they're going to try and get this Supernova. They can't, though, with the Shackle. Stormstormer, he's got this amplified damage on the edge. It will land. They've got the Laguna Blade and the Dragon Slave to get the kill on a Stormstormer. Meanwhile, I'm timing this. He's still the ward, and they know he's there because they've got their ward, and he needs to take this out quickly. I don't think it's going to matter. Eventually, Eki is dead. So spent about 37 seconds, according to my watch.
Eki should be pretty happy about this one, because his TP was on cooldown for another 25. They could have maybe camped him here and there for a little bit, but yeah, he's fine.
And you know what is also fine? Buying some tickets here. Exclamation point ticket to come join us at the first Tier 1 LAN of 2025 in beautiful Belgrade, Serbia. Jokem. Frost Blast, Dragon Slave, LSA, that lands. Seneko still sitting here level 5. They've got the Shackle, the Searing Chains. It's going to be on the 2. They go to the Wukong's command. Boundless Strike, Mikoto low, but he gets out of the circle. The Cluster Cluck, but not survive. Now Mikoto trying to put some damage out there. They did not get Mikoto, which would have been a big kill for them to grab, but unfortunately for them, it's just the Shadow Shaman. Boots of Travel first item for Mikoto, so maybe we won't see him so gun-shy about using that TP to help out the team.
Will definitely be more active. Natsumi, casual open wounds. Jibe doesn't care too much about it. Also looking at their tower damage, they really don't have that much tower damage on Avilis, so they will have to play with the catapults.
That's what they're doing so far. No level 6 yet for Magnus, no level 6 for Seneko, despite the fact that they got both Wisdom Runes.
Cuckoo's just bored. Let's see, he's been trying to put more points into Hex. Again, level 5 at 11 minutes. His XP rune got stolen twice. Mikoto.
Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. Dug up the water rune, but dug his own grave right next to his body in doing so. A little bit too close to the side of Avalus. Mikoto dying there is 400 gold for Eki, who wants this Blink Dagger. He's not quite close to it yet, but if the timing is close to, I'd say about 16 minutes, he should be fine. Avalanche, Sleight of Fist, but now the shackles onto Eki. He's trying to run away. Toss back onto the Shadow Shaman, but the Icarus Dive brings him closer to Stormstormer, who slights and Remnants away. Eki on the run, no Icarus Dive to catch up. He's quite speedy with the Phase Boots as well as the Windlace, but eventually that first Fire Spirit hits, the Shockwave doesn't connect, and the Creeps will get the kill with WS's Fire Spirit on him. And like we've seen with Phoenixes in the past, it's Shiva's first item.
Yeah, this offlane Phoenix, once he hits that timing, they also don't have enough to kill the egg. Like, looking at their heroes, nobody's gonna hit the egg. Once you get that Shiva's Guard, I don't see them killing the egg easily at all.
Especially if a hero trying to do so is shackled. You know, we saw earlier they did use the Supernova, and because one hero was shackled, they did have two, it could have happened. But when you take that out of the equation as well, it makes it not impossible. Natsumi down here bottom, he's just been farming up. He's not the top of the net worth, but he's certainly close. So is a lot of these heroes on both teams. They're clustered together within about 900 gold of each other. But the top three, as I say that about Natsumi, are now all Talon heroes. Magnus actually has the most farm out of the supports too. Stormstormer, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. Toss into the air with the Ion Shell on one of these heroes to help get that kill, and they'll also take the tier 1 tower. It was on Tiny, so Ion Shell damage as well as the Avalanche Toss, more than enough to get Magnus. They'll search, they're trying to find something. Maybe something a little bit more. WS, a target they'd like to go for.
They have the damage. You have Ion Shell, Frost Shield, Ember Spirit running in, and he's also gonna pick up Mage Slayer in 200 gold, so reducing damage from Lina, Phoenix, that's gonna be pretty massive. I like that Smiling Knight is going for Orchid as his first item, knowing that they don't have too many heroes' abilities or items right now that deal well with the Lifestealer. So that's going to be a big timing. Once he picks that up, I assume they're going to smoke and try to get a kill. Like, even getting a kill on Phoenix would be big. Eki, he's in no man's land.
Yeah, this is the time they were ready for him to try and swipe that Wisdom Rune. Stormstormer picks up the other one. Jokem picks up his. So everybody has their ult now, and the Remnant available for Stormstormer, but he'll drop down the Seeds of Serenity, staying at full health. Stormstormer just farming up. It's Orchid on the quick buy for a Monkey King, by the way. He'll go into the Wukongs. Just infest and leave. Pretty simple. He's kind of sticking near. You've got what you talked about, the mech to have that sustainability for the side of Avalus. They've brought 4 heroes down here, and maybe, just maybe, you stayed a little bit too long. Avalanche toss back, and he'll pop out of the creep.
He tossed the body over that
got themselves Mikoto over to the side. They'll drop down the Supernova. They know they can't kill it. Eki's going to be dead here. They already dropped and committed to the wall. RP coming through. Chain Frost not going to bounce to anybody just yet.
It's bouncing.
But now it bounced, I believe, over to Roche. That went up onto the steps to go through the Twin Gate. At nighttime, Seneko, he's dead. Smiling Knight, he's gone. Jibe on the run. He'll have to surge and leave. 3 heroes dead already, but they got themselves the shackle, and that's going to be 4 heroes dying on Avalus as they, despite getting a little bit griefed by Roche, were fine to take this fight.
Problem is they
kill for WS.
Kill the egg. They don't have the heroes. They don't have the attack speed. No one's building into items. There's no like Echo Saber or anything. Tiny's not gonna do it. Darkseer's not gonna be hitting it. Neither Lich and the cores as well. So Avalus, they have a big issues right now. They don't have any tower damage. They're really far away from this Blink Dagger on Eki, and they're also getting run at. And this is before Lifestealer even has Radiance up.
Yeah, no Radiance yet, and they all have been following each other just like you could follow us in chat by !F in the chat. Follow us for all the behind-the-scenes info and streams for the Fissure Playground. Smiling Knight goes into the Wukong's command. Cuckoo shackles in the Wukong's. He'll eventually die, certainly, right? And the Infest keeps him alive a little bit longer. The Icarus dive into the Sinister Gaze with Smiling Knight. Even with the Jingu, he's not winning this fight. They get that kill on a joke, and they'll lose Eki and Smiling Knight. Down goes Seneko. They've looked for the LSA. It doesn't land on Stormstormer. Natsumi alive with a sliver of health.
WS, he's owning the game. He's been involved in 18 out of 21 kills, diving in with that 15-minute Shivas, dealing 4,000 damage almost. It's getting pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
This is level 2 Supernova now that we're talking about.
It was impossible to kill at level 1. Taking a look at this again. Cuckoo survives for a second longer because of this Infest. Natsumi actually gets really low here, but nobody's ever able to get the finishing blow. It's the avalanche and the toss, but they don't get enough. Meanwhile, Stormstormer on a killing spree. They get the kill on a joke, but they'll drop down the wall. The shackles from Cuckoo. They'll use that mech. Sleight of Fist coming through once again. There's the avalanche. Can they get the kill on a WS? Finally, Cluster Clock, Supernova. They want to commit onto the egg.
They're trying.
4 heroes.
They got it.
Not enough.
The mess.
4 heroes. They don't know how to cook an omelet. They can't even crack an egg.
They needed one extra hit on it.
Oh my God. It's the switch up from level 1 to 2 on the Supernova that keeps him alive.
And he's now level 14, dealing 4,000 damage.
Oh my God.
We've been seeing Phoenix's owning so far in the last couple of days, but this has to be one of the best performances we've seen so far.
Everybody was hitting this egg.
Let's see, slow it down to see when they're gonna start hitting. That Shiva's guard slowing their attack speed.
All right, they're not initially hitting it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh, oh!
There wasn't a mischance. They were just attacking so slowly because of the Shivas.
Oh gosh.
It's such a feel. Like if they get the egg there, it would also be huge influx of gold for them, but now you have so many issues. You have this Lifestealer who's about to finish off Radiance, you have Lina with the Aghanim Scepter, and let's see what he's buying on Phoenix. He did pick up Yule Scepter, so that's gonna be a way of dispelling all of these annoying things. Dispelling Darkseer, dispelling Ember Spirit as well, Frost Shield.
Blink Dagger for Magnus now too, so you have the Blink RP to make it even harder to kill this egg.
Very difficult game for Avilus. They are relatively tanky. They have this damage over time, but they also are lacking items.
Smoked. Looking for Jibe. They've got the Hex, they'll have the Shackle, and the Light Strike Array, more than enough. But Cuckoo dropping those Serpent Wards, Icarus dive. It might be time to run away from WS. Chain Frost, though, bouncing. WS, he doesn't have Supernova. Can they finally get a kill here? They need to kill him before the Supernova. The Boundless Strike, the Orchid! They got him finally, the RP. It's going to be on a Smiling Knight. They'll pull him out of the Wukong. No, they didn't get him. He's able to get the Supernova off. I thought they killed him, but still, they can't kill the Phoenix. You think he's dead, he rises again.
They've been trying so hard to kill this Phoenix.
I thought certainly they had the Orchid. They tossed him up into the air. He must be dead.
He had Yule Scepter to dispel it, I believe, and then gets another Supernova in the middle of a team fight. Oh man, it feels so bad because they can't go on a target knowing that they're gonna kill it. They have now you need to be careful about the Blink RP, potential Infest save. Eki still trying to farm his Blink Dagger, having a much rougher game.
He started working on this at about 12 minutes. It's been a while. And, well, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back on the gold for that. Makoto, godlike. We talked about his Lina performances within this game thus far, or within this tournament thus far. And this is going to be right there with the last one.
Here we go again.
Are you sure? You sure you want to do this?
Now he has Boots of Travel as well. Wondering what the next item is going to be. If he wants to tank up, get some heart. We've seen a lot of offlane Phoenixes opting to go for Pipe as well.
Blink, Shockwave, Skewer into a Hex, and that is a dead Seneko, as they will try to swipe this Torm and Wisdom Rune.
Smiling Knight needs to be careful.
Jibbe, he's going to come over. There's the Orchid, so they won't have themselves a Hex.
They got the Radiance.
They've got Radiance. Cuckoo, now here, Avalanche. That's all right, but it's not enough to kill Cuckoo just yet. The Cluster Cluck, the Wukongs, they've got the Hex onto this Monkey King. Natsumi's actually in some trouble. The positioning here for him isn't great, but that's a great job by Jokem to skewer him out of the Wukongs. It's not going to save the life of Natsumi, but now
could be big.
Avalanche onto 2, toss up into the air. Jokem's dead. They're going to bring over Seneko once more. They want to kill WS or maybe Makoto. I advise maybe against trying to kill Phoenix again.
With 3 heroes dead, I think they should be able to do it, but yeah, overextending there a little bit. Immediately Monkey using the silence on Shadow Shaman, knowing that if he uses it on the other guy, he's gonna get dispelled by Cluster Cluck. So not too bad of a fight for Avilus, defending their own Tormentor, and also not sure who picked up the Wisdom Rune. It was actually Smiling Knight, so not even losing that one.
Yeah, but it's Smiling Knight who's struggling the most in terms of cores. That being said, all the cores on Avilus have about the same amount of gold anyway. It's not really that big of a split. This Torm will be a nice influx.
Soneko needs to get this one. If straight up 50-50, let's see if Gaimin is gonna give them some love, and he will.
And this one, who gets the love here? Magnus. So Magnus getting that shard. Happy with that. Going for Staff next. Shadow Shaman has the Glimmer.
Shadow Shaman is a tanky boy.
Yeah, he is quite tanky, especially with the Cluster Cluck. We've seen it time and time again, making it so hard for them to get that kill. They're smoked up. They're looking for Makoto. Can they get this kill?
Makoto playing alone. The rest of the team, they were not showing, so he used this opportunity. But let's see. Uh-oh.
He's got an obs here, but now he's not in vision. There was an obs there initially for the Dire side, but they were able to take it away on the side of Talon. So they don't see Makoto, and Light Strike Array is off the mark. Primal Spring, Makoto looking to fight the whoa!
He lost vision. Was unable to silence him instantly. Makoto played that so perfectly.
He got blasted. Seneco's dead too! Lina just
Double
taking
kill.
names and numbers. Burning them to a crisp. Stormstormer trying to avoid this RP. Can he escape? They're TPing in the Shadow Shaman. Cuckoo coming over. Jibbe trying to run away from Makoto, who already has a double kill. Oh, Laguna Blade one shot.
Pretty much. He was unable to use Orchid, hiding behind that tree, and Smiling Knight recognized the play. This is big. He has BKB though.
Makoto, BKB, running away. Stormstormer, he remnanted back, but that put him next to the Phoenix anyway. He'll grab Cuckoo's Courier. They are starting to close in on him a little bit, but they're not going to be able to catch up. Really tough game for Avilus.
We're not seeing that aggressive play that we've seen in game number 1. Eki has been shut down. Both supports inside of Avilus are holding Philosopher's Stone, so that's going to be some nice influx of gold for them. Pipe, mech ready. It doesn't feel like they have enough damage right now, but maybe they can
doesn't have
catch
BKB.
Makoto. Yeah, Makoto. Uh-oh.
Blink, Avalanche, toss back to the Lich. And they drop down the Ice Spire. Makoto living for a little bit, but eventually will die here. WS, again, not someone you really want to fight, but he knows you can't TP out because he held on to that Yules. He'll back away, but Eki with the Avalanche, the toss this time, they finally got him. 1,000 gold for the Tiny.
And they also got Lina, who was beyond godlike, so that was
wow, that's
1,100 gold. So they just got 3,000 plus gold from the previous fight.
11K lead to 6K lead. Woo.
Eki
Show me
still
the
chasing.
money.
This is a good observer ward.
Man.
Such a nice play, knowing that Lina's BKB is still on cooldown and finding her immediately.
Getting that blink to get the kill on the Phoenix too, because you know how much gold he's holding on to if you kill him. And it was a large influx. Orchid, Avalanche, now the kill onto Jokem. Something's starting to give a little bit. And Avilus, all of a sudden, only 5,000 net worth behind.
They need those items. Smiling Knight
Blink Dagger
needs
for
his
Seneko.
BKB. Yeah, so that's going to be level 2 ulti with Shard BKB on Lich. We saw how potent it can be in the previous game, where somebody blinks in and dies almost instantly.
Roche for this team would be
it would be massive. It's not about them having the Aegis, considering that they were behind 11,000. It's about stealing that Aegis from Talon.
A little
Down
bit of
half
gold
HP.
as well.
Talon wants to commit. They know exactly what's happening, but they're
not getting
slow.
here in time. Yeah, unfortunately, they're going to be just a second or two too late. The scan's a little bit late as well. And Cuckoo's nearby. They've also infested into this Ancient Creep, but everybody gets away. Everybody. Smiling Knight's nearby. So they get that Roche, they get that Aegis. They put it on Stormstormer, who's got the Sanjin Yasha, he's got the Mage Sir. He's also going into his own Shiva's Guard.
Avalos is doing a really good job fighting, like these two plays that they just made were really game-winning, is what we call them. Mikoto,
He's got a ward
scouted,
and he's got a Blink Dagger, so he can blink Sinister Gaze if he's got some help. But Cuckoo's here to stop this.
They see him with this Observer Ward, the second one.
I think they saw Cuckoo as well, but Cuckoo with the Glimmer Cape gets away from Seneko, and now they're trying to find Mikoto with the Flame Cloak. He's making this very difficult.
What a hero, huh?
And yeah, just fly around. Where are your wings? I guess fire, if hot enough, technically does put an up force into the air. So to Searing Chains, the Glimmer Cape will allow Cuckoo to get Invis and then get the Shackles to extend the inevitable death here. But Jibe gets the credit for that kill. I guess it does kind of make sense. You'd think, how could Lina fly? But fire, if you put a piece of paper above it, it will get
So Lina is a piece of paper on top of some fire. Sounds good, Beakoff. Cast the game.
Maybe not with these items. Chain Frost not doing a lot. Jokem's a little bit low. Sunray helping out Natsumi. Icarus dive away.
Chain
The Chain Frost. Oh, bounces back to Jokem.
Then
Balance Strike, the Orchid, the wall. Now the Wukongs. This is Lifestealer in trouble, and he is dead.
Oh man,
Back
Phoenix
to even
griefed
here.
it.
Yeah.
This facet on Lich is so good that it lingers, and this was also a fight without Mikoto, because he did not join. They definitely need his damage.
Can we? Ooh, I was going to say, can we see that again? But Mikoto now with the BKB. Laguna's to half health. You rethink that. Vacuum off the mark. Serpent Ward's committed by Cuckoo. Force Staff, though, that'll get him some distance. Cuckoo's chasing for this. A little bit of commitment that maybe not advised.
And Talon, they lost so much in the last couple of minutes. They allowed them to recover, take Roche, and this is going to be Shiva's Guard. Stormstormer needs another 1,300 gold to finish it, and items are starting to pile up.
Yeah, the net worth spread was so much more. And yes, Lina still has a massive advantage, but look at where Tiny's at. He's got a lot of gold these last few kills, especially when he was able to get all that gold from killing off the Phoenix and the Lina. They got a lot of gold in those kills that allows him to now get into the Phylactery and the Force Staff. Just a fact for you, by the way, as of today, Avalos players rank in the top 3 for average assists at FPG. Seneko with 19.67, Eki with 18.5, and Jibe with 17.5.
They've been very active, and they know how to make a comeback into the game, something we talked about before the series started. Let's see, who can they find?
Natsumi might be the one, but it's not exactly who you want to initiate on with the rest of the team behind. WS off to the side. Eki looking for his entry point. Ooh, actually, they'll go in on him. They knew he was there, but the Force Staff gets him out of the LSA. Icarus dives, Sleight of Fist, Mage Slayer affecting both Jokem as well as WS. Cuckoo off to the side. They've got this OBS here on the high ground, so they knew where Avalos was for a moment, but they back away.
Avalos doesn't have that insane amount of burst damage, so they need to play slightly longer fights.
Yes.
They need to use the Chain Frost, Wukong's command, reset multiple times, Sleight of Fist, so they're going to be looking to reset a couple of times and then take a fight. Stormstormer.
They'll go for WS. Again, not the easiest hero to kill, as evident by the fact that they've struggled every single time. So they actually give up on the Phoenix. They'll throw the Orchid onto the Shadow Shaman, but he's got a lot of life. Sleight of Fist again. They've got the Ion Shell here. The Cluster Cluck won't be enough, and it'll actually be Jibe who gets
And this is the combo we talked about. You have Ember Spirit with his own shield, with
Tiny
Iron Shell,
They
and
want
with the
Mikoto.
Lich's shield. He's going to be fine. Mikoto finding some really nice spots to be able to TP out. But I also like that Eki is scaling. He did pick up Phylactery, is going for Conda next, so that's going to be that extra bit of a burst damage that they're lacking. And win probability,
I can see
down to 45. I mean, it's down to 55, sorry, for Talon, because it was definitely pretty high considering how far ahead they were. And they still keep on losing the network. Seems like they don't have the play anymore. They kind of stopped playing Dota in the last 7-8 minutes.
Yeah, it's slowed down significantly. It's a lot of gold given up by the sprees that they had. You also have, like you mentioned, Eki, who's been farming the map. He's almost level 20. And his gold is up there. Very up there. So finally, Talon kind of taking a fight, or hoping to take a fight on their own terms. Smoke ends up getting broken. Blink Avalanche is going to be off the mark. It was a blink back from the Magnus, so he can't blink initiate with this RP. They go to the E-Blade, they've got the Laguna, then they'll throw the Dragon Slave, the Sinister Gaze, as well as the Chain Frost bouncing around the Cluster Clock, but now this is going to be a Chain Frost that bounces the other way. They got the kill on the Seneko, they'll take out the Lich. He already used that Chain Frost though, so it's not going to be enough to really get it going, and Eki comes back into the fight. He's looking to get the Avalanche Toss kill. Sunray burns him out. They've got the wall to look for the RB. Off to the side though, Stormstormer in some trouble, skewer over, look for the RB. Oh, he missed it! Remnant away by Stormstormer. He's still working
Another
here
Laguna Blade
as
ready.
He goes after Mikoto, who
Dodges
pops the
that
BKB.
one.
He's going to dodge the Laguna Blade, but the LSA comes through. They've got the Supernova right on top of him. They'll get the kill on a Stormstormer, who's dead for 74 seconds. No buyback on him or Eki. But avoiding the RP, avoiding the Laguna, trying to juke, trying to jive, but eventually Dance Class was canceled.
That's how they need to play. They need to be in their faces. Stormstormer really needs to push the limits of the hero with this Frost Shield, with the Iron Shell, with a couple of resets, maybe with the Force Staff, some Glimmer Cape, but yeah, the damage burst is not there. You saw what Lich tried to go for, so Naiko blinking in, try to kill Magnus instantly, but nice play from Cuckoo, using Cluster Clock, using the Hex on him, removing some of that damage, allowing him to run away.
Kaya for Mikoto after picking up that E-Blade, and you can see how hard that Laguna hits. Smiling Knight jumps away. Only level 18 at the moment. Going into the Nullifier with this Bloodthorn finished. All these TPs to top. Maybe they could find something. But they don't exactly have all the information needed to make a move just yet. Eki's gonna be a force, but look at what happened to the net worth. It was even. They win one fight, and it's 9,000 ahead again.
The next big fight is going to happen in the Roche Pit. Let's see if it's going to be on Radiant or Dire's side. Most likely going to be on Dire's side.
Seneko, Sinister Gaze, and he'll drop down the Ice Spire, but they've got the Hex, and that'll last long enough for Natsumi to just right-click him and the Spire.
Yeah, I think Ice Spire should give more than 20 gold. This is the same feeling that I'm having when back in the days, Templar Assassin traps were worth 1 gold. So you put down a sentry for 50 gold to get 1 gold back.
That's investment.
Yeah, that's how I invest in my crypto. Buy high, sell low.
Kodo. Looking Kaya Yasha. He's already so strong. He's got a regen rune in that bottle. It'll end up being Roche topside. Couple of good fights from Abylis, but all of a sudden they are without the lead. Not that they had it, but they were close. They were closing in, and it's a 10,000 net worth lead for Talon. As quickly as they lost it, they got it back. This Phoenix looking for a heart. Eki in trouble. TP, but the Vision and the Yules, thanks to the Fire Spirit. And Eki, he'll be dead thanks to the E-Blade Laguna combo from Mikoto. So another pick-off there for the side of Talon, making things very difficult for Abylis, but they've got Jokam near Roche, waiting for it to respawn. Not going to see it just yet, and won't see it with that Shadow Blade. Might actually be in a little bit of a difficult spot, but through the twin gate, well, that's Makoto. He does have himself that BKB. If he can get it off, he'll pop it. The RP's going to be on the 3.
Away.
Massive RP coming in from Joakim. They're going to get the kill to Seneko with the Dragon Slave. Lich is dead immediately. They'll jump out of the Wukongs, and that Magnus was waiting and doing a good job there to blink in and get that kill. The Searing Chains burning him down. Sunray not in time. They don't have RP anymore, and maybe they want to re-engage on the side of Avalis. Vacuum back onto 2, Sleight of Fist, there's the Hex, wall down, Natsumi right-clicking away on a Stormstormer, they got the balance strike, it lands on a Cuckoo, he's low, Laguna Blade, Dragon Slave, not enough, that's Stormstormer alive for a moment, goes back towards Natsumi, but he'll be able to remnant away, they get the Kona Cuckoo, that's 2 dead without buyback on the side of Talon. This might set up for the side of Avalis to get themselves into the Roche pit, but Stormstormer, he needs to walk all the way back and heal up before he comes back into the fight.
Avalanche are getting the most out of their lineup. Like, this is such a difficult fight for them to execute. Again, I mentioned it already. Stormstormer, he needs to go ham. He needs to really push the limits, and he's going in. And then you see, if he misuses that Boundless Strike, if they are not on the same page, that also means that Shadow Shaman has a free spell casting in the middle of the fight. And now, again, going for that Roche. They're going to hear the roar.
No RP available, but they do have Supernova.
Bloodthorn damage is going to kill it relatively quickly.
Ags now for Jibe.
Man, Smiling Knight's itemization has looked like he was on the back foot throughout the whole game and holding that thought. Let's see if they can make it.
They're going to try and make something happen here. They get the kill to Seneko immediately. They go to the Supernova. They got the Sunray. Oh, Aegis picked up, and they got the kill on a Roche. Smiling Knight needs to run. Stormstormer and Jibe are going to leave, but the LSA connects from Makoto. Doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but the TP attempt from Jibe, they get the kill to Eki. That's going to be 2 heroes dead, and Aegis now for Talon.
Oh, this is such a game-winning move. They went inside, and I believe it was
just walked in.
Sunray that got the kill, and Natsumi, with the rage, manages to pick up that Aegis.
WS, I think, has full heart coming out with that recipe. Yeah, he feels unkillable.
The problem is they don't have any abilities that go through debuff immunity, so they pop the BKBs, and they need to run away one more time.
Makoto going into the Hex next, and this is a dead Darkseer. No Guardian Greaves. I say he's dead. But eventually Natsumi gets the kill. The Chain Frost bouncing around. Cuckoo's gone. Seneko dies. Smiling Knight on the edge of the Wukong's boundless.
Oh, get on the high ground.
Oh! RPUs, even though the BKB was there for Smiling Knight, but he's dead. And now Stormstormer in a lot of trouble to skew up onto the high ground. He'll have the Remnant back into the base, but that is a triple kill for Natsumi.
Natsumi can go for the high ground right now. He is super tanky, 3.5 KHP with Armlet on, even more, and also has Empower. I don't know what the play here is, Beakup, to be honest. Avalanche, they've been really playing well with what they got, but it's really difficult. They need to keep doing what they've been doing. Go for the back lines, try to get the kills on the supports. Stormstormer, again.
They need everybody.
Can he push the limits?
He has to play on the edge, but now they've got the Nullifier. Natsumi also has a Basher. Eki looking for his opportunity to blink Avalanche toss. Hex, though, for the Lina. And Lina is here, but let's see what they can do. Eki's in trouble. The Nullifier on him. He's going to be dead to the Laguna Blade. He doesn't have buyback either, so he's dead for a full minute. This is the Ice Spire dead. At least the mid-set Arax taking a lot of damage. This is going to be the Frost Shield slowing it down. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. Natsumi's still okay with that, and he'll take out the full set over mid. And they have 2.5 minutes remaining on this Aegis. Talon playing for their lives, trying to survive. They're one game away from being eliminated, and now the Serpent Wards come out as they'll go after the top set. Again, this Frost Shield doing a lot to slow down this push, but they go to the Laguna Blade. They've got themselves the Skewer, but the Chain Frost, they'll get the Kona Joakim. They'll use that Supernova. So many hits needed to get the kill onto it. They'll end up trading Seneko, who doesn't have buyback himself. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, that connects onto the Lina. There's the Infest coming out from this Lifestealer onto Makoto, who's got a lot of health. 4,400.
They still need to be careful. Makoto has BKB and Hex available.
How do you take them both down? Seemingly twice for the Lina and the Lifestealer, but they will back away. So they don't get more than one set of racks. Cuckoo actually caught here trying to TP out. They've got Dust, they have the control, and they will get the kill after the cluster clock. So there's at least that on the exit. And like you said, Avulus is playing it really well. They're just behind so much that even when they get these kills, it doesn't feel like enough. The Hex, the Laguna, the Dragon Slave, and the LSA, Makoto's unstoppable again. You gotta remember he had a godlike spree earlier in this game. He's 22-7.
Remember, this is Lina, Dota 2 hero that they just soloed another hero with 3,300 HP from 100 to 0 in 2 seconds.
Jesus. Nullifier for Smiling Knight. The Octarine core that was on a courier died. That was going to Stormstormer. Well, 27 for Makoto. Jibe towards the front line. He needs to be careful about his positioning. Icarus Dive and the Shiva's gem there for Phoenix. Trying to initiate with that Icarus Dive.
And look at what Jibe has bought. He has Pipe and he bought another cloak. I don't think I've seen that almost ever.
Top set of racks without really much contest. Taken by Talon. They've got 25 seconds remaining on this Aegis, so maybe they can time it right. Shiva's guard from Stormstormer. The chase is on. Natsumi, though, with the rage. He's able to run away. Joe came off to the side with WS. They won't be able to catch this Lifestealer as it's 10 seconds till the Aegis is reclaimed. It went from 11K to even, back now up to 25,000 in favor of Talon. A Daedalus coming through for the Lifestealer. And Boots of Travel 2 for the Lina. Stormstormer really wants this Octarine core, but his courier is dead forever. At least get the shard. Another minute 30 on this courier. Really dead for a long time. They're going to be invis looking for somebody, but they're infested in Cuckoo, who wants to jump in with the blink, get the shackles, pop out of the infest, and right-click. There for the Lifestealer. And they'll commit the Serpent Wards. They want to force them back. They want to force them in a frame. So Cuckoo can jump, but they're coming from around the back, the Sleight of Fist. Now the Avalanche as well as the toss. That actually gets on 4 of these heroes. Now they're going to go with the Balance Strike that lands on all 4 again. Eki's dead, Jokum's gone. They're going to buy back here on the Magnus. They get the Cone of Smiling Knight. He'll buy back as well. Supernova's used. LSA comes through. Dragon Slave connects. They go to the Chain Frost. It's going to bounce to the Ice Fire as well as Natsumi with the BKB. There's the Skewer on a Jibe. The Nullifire's on him. The Chain Frost doing a good amount of damage, but not enough. LSA lands. Smiling Knight, you just bought back. They've got the Disarm looking for the Balance Strike. Can they get the kill here on the Lina? He's got no health remaining. He needs the Jingu to survive. No! They'll get the kill out of the Monkey King. They'll take out Seneko. GG is called, and we're going to an elimination game 3.
Oh, what a great performance from Talon in the second game. After getting dismantled in the first game, they kept their composure and came back pretty strong. There was a bit of a mistake there when they were going into, like, allowing them to get that first Roche, going, as you said, 11,000 network lead for them, and then going down back to 1K, but they managed to keep the cool and managed to make even a comeback, because Avalanche at that point, when they were going for the second Roche, it looked like if they are the ones taking Roche with the Aegis, they're going to be able to take the fights. Problem was they didn't have the burst damage, so they had to play the long fights. They had to theory craft how to get into the fight and get out multiple times. Also had no BKB piercing tools, so Lifestealer with the BKB, double Rage, Lina with the BKB, they felt pretty free coming into the fight.
Yeah, they really did so much, and I think my early MVP vote is certainly for Makoto. He had over 20 kills. He dominated mid once again. He was doubling the CS of Stormstormer. He was the one who did all this burst damage and was blowing up, like you said, heroes with 3,400 health from 100% to 0. And this guy is insane. I mean, Lina as a hero is insane, but Makoto plays that hero so well, and it gives Talon a second chance because they were down to their last game. Now it's 1-1, and it's win or go home.
This is the talent that we're used to see when they are doing well, when Makoto is doing well in the laning stage, controlling the tempo of the game every single time, they are winning the game.
Yeah, they control the tempo. It's a little bit of a different story when you go from the Tiny to the Lina, and I think that they need to stick with that in terms of hero playstyle ability for Makoto.
Yeah, WS also carried pretty hard at the early stages of the game. So many times they were unable to kill that egg because he had, what, 13, 14-minute Shiva's guard. Even without it, these heroes are not that good at killing the egg. So coming into the next game, we're going to be seeing some of the adjustments, that's for sure. I don't know if you want to give him Lina. This was first pick Lina, still going 22, 2, and 10 in the end. But also this Phoenix, I think you need to have either good heroes. You might need to start thinking about maybe picking up either Ogre, maybe picking up Snapfire as well, something that can kill the egg, because these heroes were unable to do so. So many times came so close, but yeah, the turnaround potential when the egg goes off is just way too good.
Now let's see who they give MVP to, because WS also deserves it too. Makoto will get it, and 54,000 damage, 22, 2, and 10. Multiple godlike sprees, I believe. I mean, this guy was out of control, dominated mid. WS, though, I want to give him secondary MVP because he opened up that mid game with them.
Yeah, I'm sure it will mean a lot to him. You giving him the second MVP that he's not going to be aware of. Give him a piece of paper during the break saying that he's the second MVP. Okay. I'm sure he'll like it.
I mean, I feel like people like my accolades and like a trophy from me if I gave them one. We could test that theory. I'll ask them to buy the trophy I can give them. You know, I was just trying to...
Oh, he definitely deserved it. I know what you mean. I'm just, you know, teasing you a bit. But yeah, he had an amazing game. And this Phoenix, every single time I watch the hero being played from the off lane, looks insanely good.
Yeah. And this Phoenix is looking really strong. And I just don't think you can give it up. I think it might have to go into that first phase of bans. But there are so many things that you need to control here. Because you want to know what? That last ban in the first phase was, I believe, an Enigma, when it could have been a Phoenix. And maybe they don't have to deal with this problem.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some adjustments because this one looked really rough, like how the game has been played, and they're going to have these heroes in the back of their minds coming into the last, potentially the last game of the tournament for them.
Yeah, so it might be the last game of the tournament for both these teams. It certainly is for one of them, but we'll be back after a short break with game number 3. Stay tuned.
Hi everyone, we're at FISSURE Playground in Serbia, Belgrade. And today we're trying some traditional Serbian food in a traditional Serbian restaurant with a man who I suppose never tried any of it. It's Zil from Jakov's Brothers. So I'm here with Zil from Jakov's Brothers. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Ame has joined your team. He is a Chinese legend, a big player. How do you think he fits your team, and how do you think he will change the gameplay of your team?
Nothing really changed that much, but it's a pleasure to play with Ame since he's a legend. We are trying to decide the playstyle. Like there's like difference between our previous carry, Fly and Ame.
Maybe you want to try some meat? I can put a piece. Do you like the onion? Green onion?
No.
No? Okay, I'll remove it. So we have the ribs, the sausages, traditional Serbian sausages. Chivap.
Sure, let's try that. Thank you.
So speaking of Chinese Dota itself, you had a lot of great teams like 6-8 years ago. Now it's not like that. We have much less Chinese representative on some tournaments. Why is it so?
There isn't any like younger players, and the older generation seems to be still good at the game. So there won't be like very new players around.
And why are there not many young players?
Previously, there's like a bandwidth of match fixers. So maybe youngsters like to play mobile game more than Dota.
Yeah.
And League of Legends. I don't understand.
So many meat is on the plate. Maybe you want to try something interesting?
Let's try the rib, I guess.
The rib?
Yeah.
So you like the ribs more?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
It's very alike with Chinese cooking.
Mm-hmm. What do you think should be different in Dota? What should we change so it could defeat League of Legends in China and become popular again?
Maybe better environment of like tournaments, because last time there is a lot of Chinese tournaments. Then youngster will look at it and like, oh, there's big tournament, we should try to participate.
What goals do you set for yourself and for your team on this tournament, on Playground, and for this season?
So for our goals for this tournament, we will hope that we can finish top placing, maybe top 4, better than last time. For future tournaments, of course, we hopefully can take top 2 champions, but it will be a long journey because we are kind of still new in terms of chemistry.
A lot of teams made most of roster changes. So who do you think made the best roster change of them all?
Maybe GPK back to BetBoom.
Mm-hmm.
It's a change that makes BetBoom a more scary team because GPK is really good.
Maybe you want to try anything else, or you are fed up?
Bacon, maybe? Is it a bacon?
Yeah, I think. It's bacon with something wrapped. How do you find Serbian cuisine? How do you rate it from 1 to 10?
It's pretty good. I think like 8 out of 10. It's kind of similar to the Western food, and I like it.
Šta bi mogli da pevamo za goste?
Hvala. That was Zil from Jakov's Brothers. Thank you for this interview.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
Always interesting to see players enjoying the food and enjoying the culture of the area of Belgrade, Serbia, but we're getting right back into the Dota. It's 1 for Avalis, 1 for Talon here. It's do or die in game number 3, and it's going to be a tough one for both teams because it felt like both games were dominations from either side, and now you've got to hone it in and figure out what you're doing in the draft. You don't have a lot of time in between to figure it out, and you got to hope that this is the one.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to drafting, we're going to be seeing some BKB piercing abilities coming out from Avilus. This is something that they've been lacking heavily in the previous one, allowing Lifestealer to have a free game, Lina getting in and out of the fights multiple times, and we can see Jocam on Magnus, 314 and 29. He was all over the place. We have seen some big RPs, some like 3, maybe even 4-man RPs at the later stages of the game, but Eki, he had a bit of a slower game, wanted to be the one, like, tried to scale, which I kind of like, but yeah, you can't scale if Lina kills you from 100 to 0, even though you have like 3,000 plus HP, so that gets pretty difficult.
Yeah, and the name of the game, at least in game number 2, was to shut down Eki. And I think it's similar deaths to Jocam, but 32 kills participated in for that Magnus, so he was able to really have quite the impact despite the fact that he was dying a lot. Very sacrificial role on that Magnus. We'll see what they put Eki on this time around, if it's going to be back onto maybe that Bat Rider. I believe it got banned in the last game. And see how they really want to draft this one out. They picked that Monkey King pretty early there for Avilus, and it was struggling for the first 20 minutes or so.
Phoenix ruined his lane completely, so I think it needs to go. Either they need to pick it up themselves, or they need to be able to ban it out, because I think some of the heroes that they banned maybe don't deserve to be banned in the first phase.
Yeah. Exclamation point T for Talon in the chat. Exclamation point A for Avilus in the chat. Vote to see who you want to win. I think chat got one right in game number 2 for the first time in a while. So maybe they can get a second one in this series in game number 3. But it seems as though the votes had been overwhelmingly sided for Talon. And we take a look at the coin toss for this third game. Usually a coin toss pre-series to decide game 1, and then of course you do the opposite team choosing for game 2 and game 3. There's another coin toss, and it was won by Avilus, who take first pick, and then Radiant will be picked up by Talon. We initially saw that Radiant was overwhelmingly the winning side, but as the tournament's gone on, we're back to 50-50. So
it can look deceiving on the first couple of days in terms of percentages, like even the hero percentages when we're talking about the win rates of the certain heroes. Tiny is still the big one, even though we've seen Tiny lose both of the games. Lich did win one, did win the first game and then lost the second game. Terrorblade still banned by Avilus. They're gonna give mad respect to WS about him playing his offlane TB.
Yeah, they want to get rid of this TB. We'll see if they get rid of the Phoenix. Unless they want it themselves in terms of having it in a maybe support role. But we'll see what Avilus wants. The Sniper and the TB, like you said, that's a WS ban on this Terrorblade. Monkey King getting banned. So don't want to play up against that. Don't want to have Smiling Knight maybe back on that. And they are the ones who pick up the Phoenix. They didn't ban it there. They banned Jocam's Magnus. Not necessarily the only player on the side of Talon to play it, but they don't want to play against that RP. They don't want to play against that control and a hero that can accelerate not only his own farm, but of course his core's farm as well. And they go right back into the Lina after Makoto's domination over mid. Why not play it again?
That's why I wanted to see something slightly different in terms of bans from Avilus. Maybe let the Sniper go through, maybe let this TB, even though he played it so well from the offlane. I think this hero is not considered to be tier 1 or like to be banned in the first phase.
Right.
And then you also don't have Sniper as a counter to Lina in the lane. Now you have Phoenix against Lina. Lina with all her attack speed and all her attack range is going to be good against that Phoenix. And from what I'm seeing, Jibe has not been playing, at least not recently, any Phoenix. And so far, Phoenix for Avilus has only been played from position 5.
So it seems as though that hero, for the most part, is pretty set in its ways for Avilus. And this Lina we saw be a brutalizer in the last game with how quickly they could blow up heroes. Taking out heroes with 3,400 health in a heartbeat. And when you have a good lane to kind of get out of the beginning of the game with, and you're doubling the CS of your lane opponent, it makes it easier for you to kind of get started on this Lina. And honestly, once you get to that Ags, it feels like you're there and everything else is just a plus.
Yeah, Stormstormer will need to find a new hero to play because he played only 4 heroes so far, and all of these 4 heroes have been melee. Make it 5 now with the Ember Spirit. I didn't update it, but yeah, I want to see something that can potentially pressure Lina. That's the problem. Not many heroes can.
Yeah. Lina, very difficult to take on in the lane. And with the lack of the hero pool at least expanded right now, we'll have to see him go to something else. And, well, right now, Dawnbreaker is the ban on Talon. So they ban out that global presence, maybe something that can get in the face of this Lina, especially if they try to fight. You have the Solar Guardian jump right down onto the Lina, and that's where you can get the most pressure out is when you're in Lina's face. But Lina, of course, with the Flame Cloak, just trying to stay at a distance, use that cast range to really do the damage. And let's see if they ban more of that or even take heroes themselves that would be able to be that gap closer.
Yeah. This Dawnbreaker was a big factor in the first game. The way they played, how they dominate the lane, not allowing Natsumi to get any kind of farm, and also having that global presence, BKB piercing tool. So I want to see something similar. I would love to see Eki maybe get instant initiation to play either Lion or maybe play Tusk, just so that you can do something about this Lina, have throughout the whole game a hero that she's going to be afraid of.
Yeah, we've been trying to ask for that Lion and Tusk, but we've been getting Shadow Shaman instead so far.
Lion got banned in the previous game.
Yeah, was it that final phase, right?
Yeah.
Well, they've got 2 picks for Abylos. They could expand on what they want. Right now, it's just the Phoenix, which we're presuming is going to be in the 5 position based on the statistics. Although I wouldn't hate to see Jibe play it in the offlane. It is showing to be a very strong offlaner. They instead pick up the Ember again, and there's that Lion that you called for. But the Ember for Stormstormer was getting doubled on in game number 2.
It's a rough lane. Like, he played the game really well. It's just that the lane is so difficult. He was being chased down by Lina near the tier 3 tower at like 2.5 minutes.
Yeah. All the way back to base, there was that split second where Makoto accidentally, I think, overclicked and went to a neutral, and that allowed Stormstormer to actually get back to base when he was chasing past that tier 2 tower. With the Lion, you've got that instant Hex. You have more control with the Earth Spike and maybe most importantly, a little bit of burst damage.
Yeah, this is also something that they didn't have in the previous game. Now Lina will need to play slightly different type of a game because if she shows up, she gets Hexed, she can definitely get bursted. And I also like that Abylos didn't show where this Phoenix is still going to go. Because if you're playing Phoenix with Lion from the offlane, it's also going to be a super strong lane. But as I said, they haven't played it. And looking at Jibe, he also didn't play it in the last 8 days. So maybe they did not want to reveal it. And now Hex on Hex. Cuckoo had a pretty good game. He was super tanky with some fluffy hat, right neutral item, Pupil's Gift, having a Glimmer Cape as well, was getting some really nice hexes on his allies to push them out of the trouble.
Yeah, there were a bunch of times within the Wukong's command where he was able to use Cluster Cluck to help his allies, or even himself. It was him surviving, then getting the Glimmer Cape off, and just that little bit of like a Hex or a Shackle was enough time to say get infest or even have a follow-up from his allies. So I'm interested to see his build again. We talked about it in the last game as well. The fact that like 5-position Shadow Shaman's kind of hard considering the gold you kind of want on that hero. Well, now the Pugna picked up for Talon, and I wonder if they're going to swap the supports.
It's going to be Tiny carry. Can be played from the off lane, but I see some overlapping. This is the same 2 cores that they did have when they were playing against Gaimin Gladiators, because Tiny, you're still buying into same items as you would do from the mid lane, because you are mixed damage. You're never going to lack scaling with this hero, and you have insane amount of burst with Lina and Tiny. So 2 supports with saving capabilities on Talon Esports. You get initiated on, enter the Cripify, get that Cluster Cluck, get a Dispel against Phoenix is going to work out amazingly.
Yeah, that is a couple of saves definitely that are going to be important. it makes it difficult for Lion. Like, yeah, you want to focus on this Lina, but if you focus on the Lina and say the Cluster Cluck help is there, or the Decrepify and the Life Drain is there to help the Lina, if you don't get that initial burst, I feel like it gives an opportunity for Talon to just kind of counterplay.
Yeah.
And then you have that burst damage and that damage.
If they didn't have Phoenix on the team, I would say it would be a really good Night Stalker game from the offlane, where both Shadow Shaman and Pugna do struggle.
And they definitely struggle potentially with that matchup, but what isn't a struggle is put an exclamation point ticket into the chat, getting more information on how to join us here in Belgrade, Serbia for the first Tier 1 LAN of 2025. Come join us at the Sava Center and join us on the playground as we're getting closer and closer to the LAN portion of this event. And it's going to be a fun one.
This is a good ban, because supports would have an issue. We've seen Lycan. On the other side, I think supports would have a much easier time. Shadow Shaman with the Cluster Cluck, Pugna with the Decrepify. You don't care too much about Lycan, but even Phoenix with Dive is not enough. Like, Wolf's still going to chase you down.
Yeah, especially once you hit level 11 on that Lycan, you could just hamstring, root, and kill off that Phoenix. Not easy to deal with the Wolves. Well, yesterday we saw a black hole in desperation to get away from Wolves.
Talon's turn to ban.
They'll ban the Tide Hunter. They don't want to deal with that Ravage. Banning a pretty tanky offlaner as well, if you want to take that into consideration and what they want offlane for Avalus. And they go another tanky offlaner. They go in the Underlord. Again, kind of stopping global presence with both the Dawn and the Underlord bans. And stopping Avalus from having two tanky heroes, because DK already one of those tanky boys.
The question is whether this Phoenix wants to be played from the off lane, and then you pair him up with Lion and pick another position 5 hero, or you want to just keep it simple, have this Phoenix Dragonite in the lane, which is a strong lane, and find something for Jibe.
We go back to the Darkseer. So Darkseer, Lion, DK, Ember, Phoenix. Two of the 5 heroes again.
I mean, Lifestealer is still available. You can play this Tiny from the off lane. It's a really good Lifestealer game again.
Yeah. We saw what Natsumi was able to accomplish, especially when you've got 2 saves.
5 seconds remaining.
Because you could play the other facet against Lion, against Dragonite. It works really well.
Timber, I like it. I actually really like it. He's a hard hero to kill, and I just think that he's going to be a problem getting into your face, and I don't really...
I think they have the same issues on side of Avalus that they did have in the previous game, where damage is pretty slow. You have Dragonite, he needs a couple of items. You have position 5 Phoenix. Darkseer also doesn't have any kind of burst. Sure, you have some burst from Lion, but also you have this last pick, Timbersaw. You have Tiny, who's going to be played as carry, and you have double support save on Talon.
Yep. And I'm so worried for Avalus against this Lina. Just the way Makoto played it, the fact that it's the same lane scares me for Avalus. And I kind of worry now, support Phoenix and Lion, if they don't get that first Wisdom Rune and they're slow to their 6, they're just going to be bursted down by Lina. And if you don't get that quick 6 and you don't have that burst damage, that means Timber's going to get a longer start line before he has to worry about that finger and that burst damage. It can be very problematic for Avalus.
It can be. They also have no real saves on their side. Yeah. I mean, they are going to be tanky, again, looking for these longer fights with the Darkseer, popping the mech, popping Guardian Greaves later, Pipe as well, and then Phoenix with the Sunray. I think boys from Talon got this one.
I'm going to agree. I think that Talon have it. I have my faith in Makoto. I should have had faith in Makoto in the last game with that Lina.
I told you should have listened to the chat.
This time, chat, guys, I'm in on the chat. But just to cover my bases, Avalos for Plaxico. That's why I always guarantee points. So I just think I'm worried if I'm Avalos. I really am about this Lina. Like, it stands out so much for me, especially after game 2. Like, I'd be kind of scared, but I'm also awful.
It seems like we are having some lobby issue. Let's see if we need to reconnect.
A little bit of disconnect. It'll be a quick pause. We always know to give the quick pause, or maybe just a quick reconnect here. Are you reconnecting over there? Or
I'm trying to, yeah.
Okay. We'll see how that goes, and we'll be back into game number 3. Everybody gets a time to just kind of breathe for a second, right?
Yeah, this time around they have something to jump Lina. First of all, you're going to have Lion with the Blink Dagger. You're going to be having Dragon Knight with the Dragon Tail stun, but you need to be able to catch her. So I think it's going to be slightly easier for them, but they also are having the same issues that they did in the previous game. It's just that from the offlane this time around, you're going to be playing against Timbersaw. So one extra problem thrown at them, where there's going to be like, who do we want to focus? Because if you're letting Timbersaw getting a free casting spells in the middle of a team fight, he's going to shred through some of these supports as well.
It's one of those things that I think gets talked about with like Doom, where there's too many Doom targets. How effective are you really with Doom? It feels the same for the Lion in this situation, right? Like, you want to blink and go for the Lina to try and get that burst damage and kill that, but then you're leaving the saves of the Shadow Shaman and the Pugna, and then you're also leaving the Timber, like you said, and I just don't know if Lion, being that backline jumper, especially with the timing on his blink, if like, I don't think Lion without a blink is touching anybody with a Timbersaw in the game.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for him, that's for sure. He's probably going to get one round of spells and then die, considering what he's playing into. So not an easy Lion game, but we've seen Eki do really well. Like, his positioning was top tier in game number 1 when he was playing Batrider, fighting all of these pickoffs, going for these super aggressive kills on the enemy side of the map. So I'm expecting the same thing in this third game. It is an elimination game, so you gotta give your best, otherwise you're gonna be sent home.
Yeah, and trying to get, of course, to that land stage portion, play in front of a crowd for the first time in 2025. But I do think that it's unfortunate that both these teams are playing each other, because it feels like both these teams have a lot that they want to
most
prove.
definitely. It's gonna be a bit sad, because from what I've been seeing, they do look like a team that can beat any team on a good day. Stormstormer did talk in his interview about best of 1 compared to best of 3, where they feel much more, how would I say that? They feel better overall playing best of 3s because they have more chances. Best of 1s, I don't think many teams out there like to play BO1s, because you can, especially the big dogs, because you can get surprised by some new strategy, some new hero, and suddenly you're out of the tournament. Yeah, seems like best of 3 has been favored on side of Avalos, because they've been winning most of them recently, and they were also a team that did qualify to Valakia Season 3, Dream League Season 25. They came 3rd in ESL 1 Rally qualifiers. Very close, but yeah, the team is just getting better with each day.
Yeah, they're getting much better with each day, and they were showing Stormstormer on the screen. He smiles so much, I'm surprised he's not smiling Knight. Like, if I didn't know that was Stormstormer, with how much Stormstormer smiles, I feel like I would have guessed he was smiling Knight. He seems very relaxed at all times, even in a game like this, game 3, do or die, elimination. It seems very cool, calm, and collected for him.
As you should be.
Doesn't stress you out at all? You remember the just...
Why, is this pause stressing me out? Or
well, I just
back in the days...
Both. How about both?
I mean, you get used to it after a while. At the start, of course, it's a new environment. There's a lot of pressure on you. Some players don't deal with that ever. That's why they don't play professional Dota. But you need to be able to deal with pressure.
Did you ever experience one of the long pauses?
Probably, yeah. Back in the days, we probably had more issues than we have nowadays.
Just sitting there, Long. Do you remember any long pauses? Like the longest pause ever?
The longest pause was 35 minutes and 42
Well,
seconds.
I don't mean
What do you
by
mean?
time. I mean, like, do you remember it? Like that feeling of just having to sit there and wait?
Yeah, it always happened. Just the way it is. Too many PCs, too much equipment.
Yeah.
You can test it so many times. Every single time at the tournament, day one, for example, no matter how big of a tournament we're talking about,
there's always
an issue. They've been testing it out for the last couple of days. Day one comes, something's wrong.
It always makes me think, how did we ever have that tournament that took place on a cruise ship?
That was a wild one, yeah.
The Nanyang Championship. I don't remember. I don't know how. It is hard enough to get everything to run on all cylinders in this environment at times, but to have it on a boat, I don't know how they did it. That tournament definitely had a lot of pausing, a lot of delays. There was actually a tournament recently that was outside, and there was like a 2.5-hour rain delay.
Dota tournament?
Yeah.
Which one?
It was the Snow-Rui.
Oh, Snow-Rui. Yeah, that was the one that I thought about.
They were outside for that event, and it just started to downpour.
Oh, I thought it was snowing.
No, it was not cold enough then. Which, then I think about
Why
the
is it not
tournament.
called
Rain
Rui?
Rui?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll ask. I'll ask the tournament organizers next time. You know, you just try to not get in your own head. Take this time to breathe. Drink your tea. Maybe fiddle with the keyboard. You a big fiddler with anything else?
No, I'm not. I'm normal.
You ever zoom in, zoom out all the time when you're playing? No. All right, well, we're into the game.
Oh, we're into the game. Okay.
That wasn't that long of a pause. Just figuring out a couple of things. I don't believe we even made a new lobby. I think we just all reconnected back in. Any of these facets jumping out at you? Not really, right?
The one for Lion can be changed, but he's going to be playing the Mana Drain, which does deal damage. There is also the Fist one, where you become another core, which I'm a big fan of, but this time around, it's going to be more points into that Mana Drain early. And also, I mean, it's overall a better facet. The other one is a bit risky one, but it can also look better. Like I'm a little surprised, considering it's Eki, the guy who loves to go super greedy, that he didn't pick it up.
Maybe he knows in this situation, game 3, you can't exactly get away with that. Tree thrown over on Eki, and he'll take some damage. Nothing too crazy. 3 runes there for the side of Talon. And yeah, it's definitely eyes on Makoto coming into game number 3. Stormstormer going to need a better performance out of the mid. Not that he played poorly at all in that last game. I feel like there were many moments where he made things happen to even keep his team going in game number 2. But it did all start at the lane. And I've mentioned this to nauseum already.
Yeah, it's just a very difficult matchup.
Yeah.
This is basically top 50 Immortal playing against Ancient 3 in terms of matchup with the heroes. So quite difficult one to win.
That's really tough. So we'll have to keep an eye there and see kind of when Makoto gets off the mark. You know, something we criticized Makoto for in game number 2 was his lack
I did
of
not
rotation.
criticize. Don't put me in we.
Somebody on the broadcast
said, okay,
not
that was not me.
That may not have been, I don't think it was me either, but we talked about he wasn't rotating early enough when they went for the Wisdom Rune. He could have TP'd over and gotten a couple of kills there, and maybe we see that. Maybe we see a little bit different this time around. But he did go to the early
helped
boots of
out,
travel.
but preferred to play his own game, getting his bottle refilled twice. Then he goes to the mid lane, gets it refilled one more time. And in terms of CS, Stormstormer doing slightly better than what happened in game number 2 in the same matchup.
Definitely
keeping up
needs
with
that.
Lina.
As long as he can keep up with Lina, I think he's, I mean, obviously he's in a much better spot. But we'll see what he can do from there, because even with the fact that he got his CS doubled, he had a lot of impact early on, moving over to the top lane and especially crossing over for that Wisdom Rune. So I'm interested to see what Stormstormer will do.
Never mind, we're back at it again.
Yeah, already getting pushed out. He's not leaving the lane just yet. But you can feel the damage of that Dragon Slave from Makoto going 2-0-1. It's a nuisance. It's really tough, and Makoto is just going to be able to dominate the lane with these spells and how much damage it does early on. Jokem, he's going to be playing the Shadow Shaman this time, and that was what I said during the draft, if they were going to swap the supports. And they did. They swapped the Shadow Shaman away from Cuckoo.
Cuckoo is Pagna player. When he was playing against Tundra, remember all the camp blocking that he did, very annoying. So this time around, I want to see some extra bit of a scaling from position 4 Shadow Shaman. I would love to see a Blink Dagger that I don't think he even had in the previous game. He opted to go for position 5 items, which was the right choice. But yeah, I want to see some extra scaling, maybe a BKB Blink Dagger. This is the old school Kaka build back in the days when he was playing. Did he officially retire, or did he just disappear from the scene?
I don't think anybody ever officially retires. And even when... You know what's more convincing is when they don't say they retired and they just leave. Because when any player says, I retire... You know they're sure as hell going to be back in a tournament 5 months later.
I remember Fade's retirement. He retired for 2 days, to get out of the contract and then came back.
You're right. It was after like Epicenter. He retired. He was like, I think I'm done with Dota, guys. 3 days later.
Surprise.
I'm back, baby. Yeah, I think just retiring silently is more of a tell.
Yeah, that's what people do in the economy as well nowadays. They retire, then they figure out, well, you know what? We don't have enough money. Guess who's back?
I guess he's back.
67-old grandpa is back at working.
They do that with bankruptcy, too. They go, I'm bankrupt, out of money, boys. Look who's rich. And they get all that money back. They play the system. Or Spike from Eki, not really doing that much. Threw Cuckoo up into the air, though. That's exciting. Already a 1,000 net worth lead, and you can see it's not quite double at the moment here for Makoto, but it's getting there. And, Hex.
Just kidding.
Just kidding, yeah. Fake hype. Seneko comes over to try and put some punishment onto the Shadow Shaman. This has left the off lane of the Timber by himself. And honestly, I mean, Timber's a tanky hero. At some point, you could just run. You don't really need to be there, right?
Yeah, he's definitely fine.
Seneko?
And Soneko's not fine. That's going to be first blood.
Blood grenade and a kill for Jokem. Oh, well, I think WS really wanted that first blood, but the blood grenade tick is what gets it. Definitely meant to do that.
Sorry, but not sorry.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, I got first blood.
Oh,
Whatever.
no. What am I going to do with all this gold?
Boots for me. And you can tell by Makoto's positioning, he's just able to dominate the lane. And again, it goes back to what I talked about with the difference in hero playstyle, right? Between him playing the Tiny and the Lina. Where he is able to play lane dominator like Lina.
Yeah, for sure. Tiny as a carry is also a bit of a weird one. It's not like real carry. We're not talking about Dragonite.
Yeah.
But also this matchup does... Tiny's fine in this like carry-to-carry matchup because he can build into Silver Edge later on if necessary, and also his innate ability, Dragonite withholds all of his attack speed, so you're receiving less damage. Makoto.
Yeah, he's gonna get this kill. Oh,
I lied. Is that a miss, or did he pop a magic wand? Because he just got on the hill.
Yeah, he was close. I think it hit. It just wasn't enough. Yeah, the wand's on cooldown, so it was definitely the wand. Good catch. Tried to get that first kill with the Laguna Blade. And you're talking about the Tiny, you know, don't... Oh. Nah. All right. I can't do math. I initially was like, is that enough? No. Blood Grenade's not going to be enough there. But going back to your point about the Tiny, Lina's really the one that's going to be carried this game, right?
Yeah, they have a lot of, like, they have pure damage, they have insane amount of burst damage, so compared to Avilis, who wants to play, again, longer team fights, so I think this also benefits Talon, because the way the fights work, you jump in one guy, and there's also no save whatsoever on Avilis, so the hero that they jump is gonna die.
Yeah. How do you... I mean, if they want to play the longer fights, though...
Same as in the previous game.
It's
exactly
so
how
tough,
they play.
Right? But you want to play it against the saves of Shadow Shaman and Pugna? Like, your execution has to be perfect.
There's also fine with resetting. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Because Talon, Tiny goes in, gets his spells on cooldown, resets for 10 seconds, comes back in. Timbersaw is doing the same thing on a lower cooldown, and Lina at the later stages of the game has like 20-second cooldown on her Laguna Blade.
So you're going to be fine with the long fights on Talon too.
Yeah, they're fine with fast fights and they're fine with longer fights.
They're just fine fighting. Laguna Blade is available. TP attempt from Stormstorm. Oh,
caught him in mid-dive.
Smiling Knight, he's tossed up and killed. Aki's dead too. Where'd they go?
They just disappeared. That's the burst damage I was talking about. Our observer was fast catching that one.
Well done. You were just talking about it. You were foreshadowing pretty well. Stormstormer going to try and get a kill onto the Shadow Shaman, but now, well, he had the Shackle. The Lina comes back, and you can't commit to getting this Shadow Shaman. And it's another time where Makoto just dominates mid, and he's not doubling the net worth, but he's getting there.
And he's also the one controlling the runes with the supports, of course.
Yeah.
He's the one picking them up, had amplified damage, now has a shield rune, so you're definitely not going to kill Lina with the shield rune.
And that's because you don't have to take care of this Timber, right?
Yeah, Timber's completely fine.
Yeah.
The Dragonite doesn't have enough damage. Oh no, not again. Natsumi's coming through the gate.
The double chakrams early. The Dragon Tail not going to matter. Avalanche toss. Natsumi's got the kill. And it's 5-0 and a 4,000 net worth lead at 9 minutes into the game. I mean, this is just absurd. They've got all the gold in the world. They've got so much gold that, I mean, they might be typing in !ticket to buy tickets to the LAN here in Belgrade, Serbia. The first Tier 1 LAN of 2025. So get your tickets. Join us on the playground. Continue to watch some amazing Dota. That's a wall down.
Oh,
and,
he juked him.
What?
He juked him with the cluster cluck.
He's all right. Now he's dead. And
he's
they got
dead.
WS.
He's dead.
But I need a replay.
No,
that was a
fingers.
great juke.
No finger stack for him.
Oh no.
At least they got 2 kills on the board, but it's still 3K gold lead. Eki thought he found the real one.
He didn't. He did not. And that's the unfortunate thing. And it's one of the things I don't find fair.
That Shadow Shaman has that ability?
No, that finger's on such a long cooldown, but Laguna Blade feels like you use it.
Oh, yeah.
You're like,
also mana cost as well.
yeah. Hex, Earth Spike, Shackle for a second. Hex thrown back from the Lion. They're going to continue to go. Makoto not afraid. LSA toss into the air, and that's a 3-pointer for Natsumi from a distance.
I love that Natsumi's being active. He's not, farming with the Tiny. His items, he rotated twice through the gates, now rotating to the mid lane, staying on top of the network. This is what Carry Tiny is all about. Being very active, has Echo Saber. He's going to go back for a Blink Dagger. And interestingly enough, he only has 1 point in tree grab, so still playing that kind of a mid-tiny. This is his farming tool with the Echo Saber, gives him mana regen so he can use his abilities and still stay on top of the network with it. Eki, level 7.
Kind of almost showing that he wants to be involved, right? If you're not taking the levels of the tree grab. They did have level 7 on the Lion. Shadow Shaman not even level 6 yet. I didn't see it, but did Abelis swipe the opponent's Wisdom Rune? I would assume, experience-wise, that's probably what happened. No,
I think
it didn't. It's 1-1.
Because he was more like he was leaving XP to WS while he was making rotation to the mid lane. Didn't get the kill, so he didn't get too much XP out of that one.
Kaya soon for the Timber Cell. Smoke from Abelis as Jokam just sitting here mid. He got to his level 6. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, an Icarus dive, but a Cluster Cluck. Eki, which one is it this time? It's the one that's too far away from your Earth Spike. They'll go to the Hex, the Laguna Blade use, Supernova, but the right click's there to get the kill on Eki. They'll end up losing Cuckoo. Stormstormer is going to get a Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains onto the Shadow Shaman. The Light Strike Array misses, but they go to the Avalanche Toss, and now Stormstormer forced to Remnant away. Picks up that Invis and refills his bottle. That time around, not having Tiny quick enough.
Yeah, Shadow Shaman is really difficult to kill with Cluster Cluck, especially with the potentially Pugna being behind him, using the Cripify, using Life Drain on him. So two supports complementing each other nicely.
Man, Natsumi's got so much farm.
Dire's middle tower.
And like you said, he's not just sticking bottom to farm the entire time. Hex, Ether Shock, even Serpent Wards committed to this. No Laguna Blade. That's why you need to get those Serpent Wards out there for the extra damage. And that will be Makoto getting another kill. He's on a killing spree. 13 minutes in, 8-3 in favor of Talon, but the net worth lead is concerning.
Yeah, I also like the fact that they didn't pick traditional carry playing against the Darkseer, so the illusion that you get from the wall, like what are you getting from Tiny's illusion or Lina or Timbersaw? Absolutely nothing. They don't care about it.
Makes a lot of that kit for Darkseer just not feel nearly as good. And he's more so just going to be this aura regen guy. Especially when you really don't care about that wall. Eki and Seneko smoked up, so is Stormer. Searching. Might find Cuckoo. Makoto's in a good spot. He's starting to
low on
TP
mana,
out. But yeah, like you said, doesn't have a lot of mana. They don't get the Searing Chains, but the Remnant over. Now, Jibe going to chase Cuckoo, who is a level 6. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Nether Blast, and now a Life Drain with Seeds of Serenity, but eventually the Vacuum will stop that, and they should be able to get this kill, and will. So Stormer getting that kill into Cuckoo. Did you not get Makoto, who was wise enough to TP out? Blink Dagger picked up for Natsumi, and now you've got that Initiator, and not just the Lina and the Shadow Shaman with the Hex, but the Blink Avalanche toss.
You have the real Initiator now. They're ready to go. In terms of tower damage, if Dragonite is not here, they don't really have it.
They're gonna get this tower? No, not yet. Avalanche onto 2, toss up into the air. They've got the Hex, it's onto the Ember Spirit, and now they'll get the kill with the Laguna Blade. They don't even get the tower. Makoto now dominating. WS comes over, and both heroes die.
They did not expect them to defend this tower. You could see that 3 of them were kind of stacking, getting 2-man Avalanche, 2-man Toss, and this is also going to be tower in the bottom lane for Natsumi, so going to skyrocket his net worth even more. Staying ahead of Dragonite by almost 1,500 gold, which is pretty impressive.
Sheesh. Really just accelerating on the farm, and so is Makoto. This is the talent that we kind of saw early on as well.
Yeah, and we expected.
Yes.
They had this one bad game in the first one where they got overrun by Avilus, but managed to punch back strong in the second game, and in this third game, it's all talent. All the rotations that were made early on, especially from Natsumi through the Twin Gates.
It's a big positive when you understand what your hero is able to accomplish and not being afraid to make that rotation. Breaking the mold of the Tiny and her Spike Dragon Tail, everything there to get the kill into Cuckoo. They'll also get the 20 extra gold taken to the Nether Ward. And you said they needed this Dragonite to have the tower damage. They'll start to hit away at mid, but need these creeps to commit. Finally get the catapult to clear the wave, and this should be a tower. Nobody rotating over here for the side of Talon just yet. They do glyph, but it's not going to matter in the long run.
Talon knew exactly what was going to happen. They drew on a minimap, so Cuckoo tanking that gank. Tiny going into BKB, what it seems to be as his next item. Avilus is still in this game, they just need slightly more items. They need their Dragonite to get the third item right now. It's Armlet plus Mask of Madness. These are his farming items. A lot of damage as well, but definitely wants to have BKB available. They want to have another Aura on Darkseer, and Ember Spirit get another item. And you can see Makoto, again, very fast timing on that Aghanim Scepter with the Boots of Travel, looking for a solo kill on the other side of the map.
Very quick Aghanim Scepter. We'll see what Avilus can do to kind of... Because they did do it in game number 2, right? Like, they were down 11,000. Yeah. They did bring it back. But again, it feels like another one of those situations where even if you do that, the team fight's still going to be there. The damage is still going to be there for the side of Talon to bring that net worth back up again. Unless they really shut them down this time and win multiple fights, it just seems so unlikely at this moment. Obviously, we'll see. Maybe the next items or so are enough to push them over the line, but they are working on a big deficit at the moment. You can see the deficit between mid is about 3,000 gold. Just trying to find an answer.
Pipe is going to be the big timing.
Yeah.
Once Jibei finishes that one, most of the damage on their side is magical, except some of the pure damage, but they don't really have that right-click damage on their side. WS needs slightly more gold to finish off his Aghanim Scepter. He's courier dead, but he does have all components, so can run to the side shop or secret shop and buy it. Natsumi, basically a solo kill.
Yeah. Killing spree for Natsumi as he continues to sit top of the net worth. They've got the Ags now for the Timbersaw and the Lina. I believe Phylactery for Natsumi in a moment. It's so much quick pumped damage, and they'll use the Serpent Wards to force a rotation. The wall is down and these heroes will rotate. Jokem bringing him on a mission as Cuckoo just TPs out in the face of Stormstormer. They cluster clocked, and Jokem, he's making their life a little bit more difficult. He'll die in the end, but brings him on a trip while the Serpent Wards
Kill
take the tower.
Yeah, these are pretty big moves. These are tier 2 towers we're talking about, so they could take the outpost, exactly what WS is doing right now.
They'll take the outpost, Avalanche coming through. They'll have Eki pretty much dead to rights. Makoto on a mega kill streak. And Stormstormer tries to react, but there isn't much he can do about that either. All Talon so far, 19 minutes in. And we're soon to get to that 20-minute mark. And with the way that they're playing, with the outposts taken and the aggression they're playing across the river, I wouldn't be surprised to see Talon even try to swipe that Wisdom Rune, if not also go for that opponent Tormentor.
They definitely could. I also want to see how far Dragonite is from his BKB, because he's been farming up nicely in the last couple of minutes.
We haven't really felt his presence.
No, not yet.
But is it even enough? Drums, Hex, Shackle, and Natsumi's here. Avalanche toss not even needed, but they've got the Laguna, they'll get the kill. There's so much going right for Talon, and Cuckoo's just leading them into a trap.
Look at this burst.
WS is here, but the Supernova committed. This will pop, but I don't know if it'll matter. The LSA is on point. Wow, great timing by Makoto. Natsumi gets the kill, but that was perfect.
Frame perfect. Before he gets stunned, uses LSA. And WS camping the high ground, then jumping in, forcing Supernova to be used.
Everything just running on all cylinders. Atlas will get their Tormentor, and I feel like they're almost in a situation where they have to go for it immediately or it's going to be taken. So they get it, but they won't stick around completely for the Wisdom Rune. They lose their mid-tier 2 as well. Dragonite showing, but Blink, Avalanche, Remnant to avoid the Tiny. But now they've got the Hex, the Serpent Wards. There is no Supernova. Seneko, though, he's A-okay. Icarus dive, life drain, keeping Jokem alive, but the go to the finger, the cluster clock, he'll die this time. The Hex on a Cuckoo, the mana drain, the blood grenade, life draining Jibei, but the Earth Spike again will stop that. Bull supports are dead on the side of Talon, and maybe a moment for Avalos to go for more. They're going to Remnant and look for WS, but he's not an easy kill to get. Sleight of Fist Searing Chains gets the control. Smiling Knight's coming over, turns into the Elder Dragon form, and a TP out from WS away from the Dragon Tail will get him away from the side of Avalos.
Slightly too aggressive for my taste. Talon, Jokem using Serpent Wards in the enemy base immediately, trying to get some kind of a reaction, but the rest of the team not ready to back him up, so trading 2 supports, and now they want to kill their own Tormentor.
Gonna do it pretty quickly. Shackling the Tormentor. Not that it's going anywhere, but it would be pretty crazy if the Torm could move on the map somewhere.
Here we go. You kept it in yourself for way too long. Now the idea has to, yeah, it's been 4 days.
Bad suggestions with B-Cop. Tormentor changes positions on the map.
I've heard the number ones, to be honest.
Yeah, they were from me.
This one was pretty good. If you could hook the Tormentor to your fountain,
then it just kills you because it's getting hit by the fountain. I don't know. I like the Tormentor to new locations. Putting you in a more vulnerable spot to try and get Aghanim's Shard, because it is kind of towards your own base. You're in a pretty safe spot usually. That being said, both Tormentors were taken by both teams, so they've got the Shard extra. Shard also here on Makoto. He's got the Ags to go with that. He's got a BKB flying out. Top of the net worth. Slowly but surely, though, Smiling Knight is getting towards the top of the net worth as this DK, something we didn't see in the last game for him as the Monkey King in the game number 2. They find Stormstormer, though. Makoto's going to get credit for that one. He's wicked sick. Might go beyond godlike again in this series.
seems to be Roche time. For Talon, going through the gates. They can outpush the bottom lane. They do have Serpent Wards if needed.
We'll see.
They'll see how the damage is going to go through.
Yeah.
Yep, we'll drop it. Scan connects from Dire, so they know exactly what they're doing. Let's see if they decide to take the fight. 15 seconds without Ember Spirit. It's going to be a slower one. And they also
really
don't
TP
have
over.
Tier 1 tower in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Cuckoo already in a good spot.
Actually, just keeping Makoto in the pit. Having the Chakram sitting on Roche. He just picked up by Makoto, and Avalis are staying here. And Stormstormer is going to TP top to potentially come through the Twin Gate if they do, in fact, choose to fight this. He's staying in the top lane and will even show himself. But WS goes in on a Smiling Knight. They've got the Earth Spike for the stun. Twisted Chakram not going to land on anyone. And they'll retreat from the fight successfully. There is an amplified damage sitting top. And Natsumi going into the BKB after this phylactery. And almost has it.
He's pinging. He's thinking that there's going to be Ember Spirit trying to push that wave. Needs +1.
He'll even scan, and it's not going to connect, so it won't show that Stormstormer is in the vicinity. E-Blade next on the list here for the Lina, and on the kill list is going to be the Lion. It'll be WS who gets credit for that. Jibbe going to be forced to run, even pops that pipe. But that's not enough to save this Lion, who's dead for 30 seconds, and the rest of the team, again, just retreated.
They still haven't seen Avalos take a full 5-on-5, because Dragonite was always in recovery mode, trying to farm up as much as he can. He's getting there, as you said, sitting in 3rd on the net worth right now.
But it's just Makoto, like last game, ahead by quite a bit.
Another same item build from Stormstormer, going for SNY. That status resistance
Avalanche
could be helpful.
Well, Avalanche LSA and then the Laguna Blade, easy kill. Early Dust, they're trying to get a kill onto the Shadow Shaman. Is anybody going to rotate to help this out? Cluster Cluck won't matter again, and WS will not commit to trying to get this.
Dragonite is going for Nullifier, so he wants to be able to remove these 2 Glimmer Capes. Great against the Timber, so Aghanim Scepter. Not the item that you usually see. Also Decrepify, so wants to have something to jump the target and kill it instantly.
They'll start to invade the triangle, maybe find Smiling Knight, who is showing bottom. But he'll back off, so get out of sight, get out of mind. And then back towards top, they are just going back and forth, up and down the map, and finding heroes to get. Avalanche comes through, toss up into the air, and this Phoenix is in trouble. Icarus dive away, but Seneko will Sunray off the map and will get away.
Apparently, Chakram is not big enough to follow Phoenix in his adventures. Also, this is the shortest blink in history. As soon as he saw Phoenix, he just blinked on top of him, and he was already on top of him.
You gotta make sure you're right there, right on top. Just like when paper covers rock, gotta be right on top. We'll find Seneko again. You can't Sunray and TP out of this, but you may have some help from the rest of your team. That might be enough to get this kill into WS. He's in too far and alone. They also find themselves the Shadow Shaman, the Cluster Cluck, and the Glimmer Cape. He gets some distance away from the team with the BKB being popped by Smiling Knight, but the Remnant over from Stormstormer. And that's 2 heroes dead as Talon find themselves a little bit too split.
Talon stopped to play aggressively. We haven't seen them go for these moves that they've been doing for the first good 20-22 minutes.
Yeah.
Laguna Blade has not been used in quite some time now.
And by quite some time, it feels like you mean like minute and a half, 2 minutes.
No,
10 minutes?
no, it's been a while.
It's such a short cooldown. It's a little surprising. But he's also looking to get this E-Blade. Not terribly far away from it. But me and not terribly far is synonymous with being 3,000 gold away from an item. So you can never trust when I say that. As long as you need one component, you're not too far away from getting an item.
Unless it's Shiva's Guard. Right.
And the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I'm smart enough on that one. Other items I haven't really caught on just yet. Jibe gonna pick up this Wisdom Rune. He gets that level 15 talent. The Iron Shell provides 250 max health. And Smiling Knight, who is caught. Avalanche, Toss, Chakram, Shackles, all there to get the kill on a Smiling Knight, who just picked up that level 20 talent. Is going to die. Tiny now wanting to go into the Conda. Makoto, not afraid of using this Flame Cloak and hitting that tier 3 for just a moment.
It's a good time to push the high ground with the snakes. They also have some blast damage. Lanes, they're cutting all the lanes. So the lanes are gonna push in.
Serpent Ward's committed. Eki, though, you step up to try and kill the Serpent Wards, and you're just gonna die. Godlike here from Makoto. They'll even Glyph, but the Serpent Wards will stand. And now this becomes an issue of your buildings. They'll find Seneko trying to cut the creep wave. He doesn't get any of the creeps.
Natsumi was so ready for that one.
Yeah. And now they'll have the extra creep wave coming in. Backdoor was up. Well, WS, no, you're cutting the creep wave. I was going to say, there is still a tier 2 in that bottom lane.
Again, Natsumi's just hunting them down.
Yeah, they're trying to get anything they can while giving up their tier 3. But Stormstormer
didn't have enough mana.
Yeah, trying to get the tower. It ends up being denied.
Didn't have enough mana because of the neutral item. It is a cast range neutral item, tier 2. Eye of the Vizier, but you're losing some of the intelligence.
I'm not sure if that...
That's chat listening to us. Having Eye of the Vizier. Losing intelligence.
I'm glad you put a we in that.
Yeah.
Now we know what it really is.
Yeah.
You.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah. No, it's me. It's me. I can't even lie or front on that. It's me. You know, if the Tormentor just moved into different spots.
Yeah, that was great. I lost some of the int as well.
Okay. Avalanche coming in, as well as the toss, but they're going to go to the Supernova. They get the Konaki. They're going to look over at Stormstormer with the Laguna Blade being used and the Dragon Slave thrown onto the Ember Spirit. Supernova pops. Spirit Missile on Natsumi pops the BKB. They're going to have WS going into Stormstormer. They'll look over at Jibe. This should be a third. They bump back on Eki, but what can he do? Natsumi looking to close the gap. Avalanche throw not going to land on anybody, but WS has Blink in 2 seconds. Might be able to catch up. They've got the Lina there, but there's the Blink into the Whirling Death. They've got the Chakra. Makoto getting low. He's not going to die with the Life Drain being booked from Cuckoo on a Makoto. They'll take out Smiling Knight, who doesn't have buyback for 70 seconds. And now they're getting a kill on Eki. He's dead a second time. And this game is looking real bad.
That was a die, Becky. He was yeah, this game looks completely over. 18,000 lead. They're just cleaning them up. They don't have that burst damage, something that they've been lacking. Soneko trying to go for the same thing one more time. It's just not happening.
Toss.
And Natsumi's hunting him again.
Not quite enough. There goes that tier 3 tower, and the top set of racks are in trouble. Blink Dagger for Shadow Shaman flying out, but I don't even know if he'll need it at this point. They might just stay the high ground. That being said, there's not a lot of mana available on Cuckoo and Makoto. And even Natsumi, so you take the racks, you back up, you refresh and go. Especially with Rosha potentially in 15 seconds. Seneko, again, trying to cut the creeps or do something.
They have one more fight in the tank. They have no buybacks whatsoever. I mean, right now there's only one buyback. Never mind. He bought out on a BKB, so they want to be able to close it out. Roshan's going to respawn in 10 seconds. Jocam, well, scout things out. Going to be on Radiant side 100%, so time to get that Rosh and time to push the high ground one last time. 21,000 net worth lead Again, not having the burst damage, unable to, like, we haven't really seen Dragonite deal damage most of the game. He's been farming. I would love to see damage coming out from the Dragonite. Let's see. Only 10,000 right now.
This could be it if they go down towards bottom and help out. Neki already half health, though. That's one Laguna Blade away from dying. They'll set up here on Talon. Natsumi in the trees. WS nearby.
Nemesis Curse, Kanda.
That's a lot of damage quick. Stormstormer coming through. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. Avalanche lands on a Stormstormer. But they'll use the Cluster Cluck to help him out with the Searing Chains. They've got the stun. They'll have the Hex. They'll go to the finger. They're trying to get the kill into WS, but it's not going to be enough just yet. He's low, though. Finally, he falls. Good damage onto the Timbersaw, and they're going to look for more. This could lead to Roche if they could take the fight well enough. They don't have this Timbersaw for 70 seconds. He doesn't have buyback, but there's the LSA. They go to the Hex on this Shadow Shaman, take out Eki. It was a self-Hex to run away, but now Cuckoo, he gets some distance. Makoto going in with the BKB. He looks over at Seneko. Smiling Knight trying to run away from Natsumi. E-Blade's going to be thrown over on a Smiling Knight. They go to the Laguna Blade. They've got the toss up into the air. They'll get the kill onto the Dragon Knight. As they'll look over, the Avalanche lands. There's the vacuum over, but Jibe, he's all alone and doesn't really have a lot of help with Stormstormer starting to retreat. They've got the triple kill on Natsumi. They'll look over, they get the Hex there onto Stormstormer. That's another kill. If they can just touch him one more time, the Avalanche
close.
Not in range, and it's just 4 kills for Talon.
You can see that Talon are holding onto their BKBs for such a long time because they take out Lion as a first target and they don't have to care about, because there is Cluster Cluck, there is Pugna still being alive, so they can take care of each other. Roshan is available, but they don't seem to be killing it yet.
Yeah, they lost Makoto in that fight. He's dead for 60 more seconds. Definitely a big part of taking that road.
The way this fight started was Stormstormer getting in and seeing that there is a Netherward placed already, so he blindly uses Sleight Chains on 2 targets, finds them into the trees, but they cannot fight for this second Roche. Makoto.
Yeah, it was the chains and then the Cluster Cluck, which helped him with the Searing Chains anyway, so it's just you don't have the continued control there. And we realized that Natsumi also upgraded that Echo Saber into the Harpoon, and I think the scariest thing is being thrown into a mountain.
4,000 HP right now.
Yeah.
With Kanda, double hit. Stormstormer, he does have gem of his own. Wants to be able to jump the backlines, find the targets, try to kill Cuckoo and Jokam before they can get anything done. But he also needs Lion to jump the same target.
Yeah, they got to be on point with that, especially once they see the Cluster Cluck. If he can get the Earth Spike after the Dispel, maybe they can get something going, but it's just so tough for them. It has to be so perfect. Otherwise, you're dealing with what we talked about, the fact that, honestly, they're willing to go back
They
and
know
forth
where
into
they
these
are.
fights.
This scan is still connecting.
Smiling Knight. Bob's got
Plays
BKB,
down.
but there's the Hex into the Shackles. They go and just blow up Smiling Knight and Eki. They were there, you blinked, and then they were gone.
And they have no buybacks.
No.
400 gold short, so this is going to be another side. Dragonite gone for 65 seconds. They can just close out the game. It's hard to tell whether he does or does not have a buyback, but this is the elimination game, so they're going to get mega creeps.
Yeah, might as well hold the line and just go for megas. You have quick building damage with the Pugna, with the Lina, and honestly with the Tiny too. Everybody here is really adding on. And it's mega creeps, so Avalanche down 25,000 net worth. They got to try and come back, but they're going to need Smiling Knight to do so. He's dead for another 37 seconds. Blink over from Jokam onto the Phoenix. They'll go to the Shackle. Is there a follow-up? There's an E-Blade, but a wall and a vacuum on a 3, but no Smiling Knight to follow this up. They go to the Dust. They've got the finger. It's going to be onto the Shadow Shaman. They're trying to get the kill, but there is Cuckoo with a life drain. So Jokam's going to be alive for a little bit longer, but the Searing Chains, the Cluster Cluck, not enough. They'll lose the Shadow Shaman. They look at WS. Sleight of Fist once again. Seneko and Stormstormer not sure they want to chase with the creeps coming into the base, and no Smiling Knight for 5 seconds.
Yeah, losing Jokam there, but they're still going to be holding the Aegis for another 2.5 minutes. And Avalanche will be playing against Mega Creeps.
TP back, refresh, go for your Tormentor. Feels really easy, and when you kill that Tormentor, it does drop the shard. But if you're being a good chat member, you might get a community drop. Lich, a hero in the game, got Legion Arcana.
Legion Commander, yeah, he got that Arcana, congratulations to him.
Good Arcana to get.
Not the most popular hero right now. We barely see it, but who knows? New patch drops, suddenly Legion Commander becomes top tier pick.
If you're not having any luck in the Candy Works shop, then you can be a good chat member and get a community drop. Get an Arcana, probably better than the 20 Pugna sets that you redeemed in the Candy Works shop.
The BZZ Pugna golden set. I got like 60 of them.
If I got the golden one, I'd be happy. Getting the regular one. Smiling Knight back alive. One more tier 4 is up for Abolus, but that's all they've got. Mega Creeps coming into the base, and the side of Talon looking to invade. Tough spot for Abolus, but they've shown they can get something. If it all comes together, maybe they can get everything with a good vacuum wall and multiple heroes. But they need the follow-up stuns bad.
And the problem is, again, like they need some 3-man vacuum wall.
Into like an Earth Spike.
Yeah, that's the play.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're not winning the fight.
Nope. Definitely really tough for them. Swift Blink next for Tiny.
It's being delivered right now. 4.5k HP Tiny. With 30 plus armor.
Oh, God. How do you kill this?
I don't think you do. That's the easy answer.
They use Dynamite to make Mount Rushmore, but I don't even know if Dynamite would break through Tiny.
Only techies would be able to blow him up.
Well, it's not looking likely, but got to give it a shot in the elimination game. Lotus Orb. They've got the Hex. Stormstormer going to slight a fist and try and survive a little bit longer. Going after this, Natsumi Tiny.
Be cursed
Tiny,
and be caught. He's dying.
He's got Aegis for 30 seconds. That's
okay.
one kill. Can they do it again, though? Vacuum Wall might be needed. They got the Earth Spike. 4-staff back. That's the Nullifier thrown over from the Dragon Knight onto the Tiny. They've got some damage onto him, but there's the Cluster Cloak that's going to be used onto the Tiny. They go to the Supernova. That egg will pop. Stormstormer with the Lotus Orb on him feels a little bit confident to move forward, but he doesn't have a lot of health left. Natsumi going in with the BKB. Smiling Knight, half health left, has to back up for a moment, but now the BKB, the Nullifier's out. The toss up into the air. Seneko and Eki are dead. They're both buy back. Hex on to WS from his own Shadow Shaman. So getting helped out, but there's the Earth Spike starting to drain some mana, but it's not going to be enough. Only vacuum out of one by the 4-staff on the low ground. Jibbe, he's dead to the double chakram coming out from this Timber Saw. LSA up into the air once again. Smiling Knight going to be hit by that Laguna Blade. They'll get the kill on a Smiling Knight. He's forced to buy back as well, as just the throne is there for the side of Abolus. And that's all that's between them and elimination.
3 buybacks on side of Abolus. They need to be able to get something done right now, but the problem is Dragon Knight does not have the Dragon form. There is no Supernova, and Jibbe is dead for 40 seconds without buy.
Really needs to come back. Even when he's back in 40 seconds, that'll be Wall on cooldown for another 30, which he used to try and get Pugna, but they'll go over. They use the Laguna Blade. Smiling Knight's dead for 100 seconds. Maybe they kill Natsumi, but it is not looking likely. They've got the Shackles on a Stormstormer who's forced to retreat, but he shows up back into the face of Talon. They get that kill into the Ember. They'll call GG, and Talon eliminate Abolus, and they go on to the playoffs.
Yeah, this is the team. Look at the big smiles on their faces for a good reason. Keeping their dream alive, getting that top 8 for now, but yeah, still a long way for them to go, because this team has a lot to offer, especially when we talk about them getting a really good draft. And I really love that Natsumi, who got completely dumpstered in the first game, manages to have a great game on Lifestealer in the second game, in the third game on Tiny, making 2 good rotations, killing Smiling Knight. It was him and Joe Camp being paired up together, going for these easy kills, and also they, every single time where Stormstormer goes for an extra creep wave, he was getting caught by Shaman and Tiny.
Yeah, and Talon proving that they are a force to be reckoned with going into the top 8. Abolus showing up just a bit short in getting into the playoffs, but it was both these teams that we felt as though needed to prove themselves, and I don't think it's anything to be too upset about if you're Abolus. It's a tough road to get into the playoffs in this Swiss stage, but Talon are a good team.
Yeah, they had some good performances on Abolus, but today, Talon were a better team. It seems like they were a better prepared team when it came down to the drafting, except for the first game where they got completely dismantled, but they kept their composure and managed to get 2 really strong drafts, and most importantly, they played those drafts perfectly.
Yeah, they did, and I think, honestly, for teams coming forward and playing Talon next, put the Lina on notice.
Oh yeah, you definitely have to.
You cannot play against Makota's Lina.
This is the third or fourth time that and every single time he plays the hero, he goes beyond godlike.
Yeah, he went beyond godlike, I think, twice in the last game. Because he had the beyond godlike, died, got it again. It's just like, somebody's got to stop him. And you made a joke earlier that what's the best way to stop somebody from getting a hero? Banning it.
Yeah, that was the weird one, because they also, in the first one, they opened up with Gyrocopter. You would definitely say that they were thinking about Enigma, but in this one, they were so well prepared, really loved the drafting, especially in the third game. Avalus, they did go for the same type of a draft with limited amount of burst damage compared to the burst damage that there were on Talon, where they were the leading heroes left and right.
Yeah, Talon looking really good. They secure their spot in the top 8. Unfortunately, that sends Avalus home, which, just has them a little bit short. And I believe we do have an exit interview with Avalus and Nat T, so we're going to send it to Nat. Let's hear what they have to say.
We're going live right now. Just as we're going to talk a little bit. We can talk on camera here, but Zive joining me. It's a tough one. You guys, unfortunately, being exited out of FISSURE Playground here. But the Swiss stage format, it kind of leads to this. You guys were having a really good run. Unfortunately, just falls short here. But how was it for you to play in this format?
It was okay. Generally speaking, I like the Swiss format.
Generally speaking?
The BO1s was a weird touch. I think there was a lot of upsets in the first round that kind of upset the balance of things, and I also felt like there were no proper seeding for like the first round, which it felt a bit weird, like some of the matchups, and it felt like the first 2 rounds was a bit random, like no seeding and BO1s. So I feel like some of the teams that got eliminated didn't deserve to get eliminated so early. Like, did Shopify deserve last place? I don't think so. Like some of the stuff, but Swiss stage in general, yeah, good, but the execution this time was perhaps a bit off.
And for you guys especially, right, you're kind of riding along. There's always potential for elimination, but in that best of 3, did you enjoy it personally, or how exactly are you going to look forward when it comes to other tournaments on not really ending up in this position again?
I think as soon as we got to the BO3s, I think the team felt pretty comfortable. We have done so many comebacks. Like, I think Game 3s in general is a place where we are very comfortable. We always take something from losses. So whether it's Game 1 or Game 2 that we lose, we always take something from it and do our best in Game 3. So we were pretty comfortable. We're used to the pressure in a sense. Yeah.
Unfortunately, didn't work out in this best of 3, but the Game 2 was really close. It felt like that could have been a comeback. Game 3 as well, but one thing that we noticed is you guys let that Lina through for Game 2, and then when you didn't win, you still let it through for Game number 3. Did you just feel that it wasn't something worth valuing, or is this something that now you're standing here, you're looking back and it's like, wow, I really wish we didn't let her through?
I mean, perhaps from a viewership standpoint, it looked like we were just foolish because, it was a mid-diff and... what did it end with in Game 2, 13-0 or something. But no, that was a strategical decision. We thought that, this is a hero we like to attack. It's often a weakness. You just run on Lina and attack her, and we like attacking in Avalus. So that was the idea. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Some mistakes in the early game on some rune fights. They were diving mid and we didn't react properly. And the result was a loss.
It is a little bit like that, but look, it's been so much fun to watch Avalus. It's unfortunate we won't see you guys continue here, but thank you so much for joining me and good luck in the future.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you having me.
Interview, even in defeat from Jibe, and I feel he was very open, and I kind of like that. I appreciate him, just being able to put the emotions out there, the thoughts out there, and not really be too closed off when it comes to an exit interview like that, which I know can be very tough.
It can be, but he openly talked about Lina, because as he said, from viewership point of view, it can be are these guys stupid? What are they doing? Why didn't they ban Lina? Because she had such a great game in the second game, but sometimes the way you play against certain heroes is to know how to counter them, and this is a good idea, and as he said, it just didn't work out in this one.
15-1 and 15 for
Yeah,
Lena.
definitely didn't work out.
Yeah, that is quite the domination coming in from the mid lane, and it's something maybe you, again, don't want to go up against if you're a future opponent of Talon. So, I actually kind of want to hear more from Talon, and we've got Jenkins with a member of Talon that we can hear from, so let's send it to Jenkins.
That's right. I'm here with the legend himself, March.
Hello.
How's it going? You guys just won. I'll let you answer that question, then I'll ask another one that you can answer after. You got slobber knocked game 1, and you came back game 2, game 3, and you destroyed them. What did you say as a coach?
Well, I think it's like something obvious that a lot of the coaches say after you get dumpster in the first game. Forget about the first game, reset, and yeah, we had those experiences before as a team together. So I think everyone did it well. We forgot about it and thought about the other games as a B1 and just moved on.
And the other question, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Yeah, happy that my second LAN was the team, making it to playoffs, doing good.
I'm going to say 2 words, and you just tell me what first comes to your mind, okay? Makoto, Lina.
Godlike.
Should they ban it? Why people let it through?
Secret. Yeah, I'll keep that.
Okay, fair enough. Because this hero is getting picked in all the pubs, and I don't understand. It's like 20th picked or something, pick banned in this tournament. Do you think it's worse in competitive than it is in pubs?
I think. Well, I'm gonna leak a bit. I think Mikoto is really a good Lina player. That's why. Yeah, it's not the laning phase. It's the player himself.
Okay, fair enough. So Natsumi, I saw in both of the second and third game, he was doing portal rotations as the carry. And I wanted to know, as a coach, is this something you're telling him to do, or is this just his game sense?
Well, I think it's like game sense, but it's like, I don't think it's actually anything special. It's like a lot of other teams are doing it too. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you so much, March. We'll let you get into your next series, which is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Jenkins. As Talon, they killed it pretty hard, and we've got everybody asking many questions in the chat, and I'm going to start it off.
Okay.
I know it just got asked, and your coach is going to say, yeah, game 1 you just forget about, but from a player's perspective, how did it feel after game 1 when you guys were on the brink of elimination?
I guess the game 1, we are not ready yet, and also the draft, we're getting kind of out draft. And after the game, we kind of reset and say, just need to do some reset on the draft, and we will do something better. So, yeah, we feel that we can still win the game.
Yeah. Were you shocked at all when they gave you Lina for game 3 again after the performance of the Lina in game number 2?
Yeah, actually quite surprised they still give us the Lina.
Yeah, that Lina seems to be the best pick from your mid, and it just seems to be devastating. I don't know if you guys are going to get it again. Do you think you'll get it one more time in the rest of the tournament, that Lina?
Not sure, but probably no.
Fingers crossed with the performance, you get it one more time. Maybe upper bracket final before you guys go to the finals. It's something that's given to you?
Yeah.
I want to ask you about your hero pool, because right now, how do you feel about offlane meta? Do you feel like there's enough heroes that you can use from the offlane?
Recently, maybe the good offlane hero is like Doom or Dawnbreaker, that strong lanes, and also you can always help early game for your team do something.
Were you surprised that they banned out your Terrorblade 3 times in a row?
Yeah. Like after we playing against the Tundra that game,
Yeah.
like I never get to play Terrorblade anymore.
So do you think you showed your Terrorblade too early? Should have you maybe saved it for the later stages of the tournament?
Yeah, maybe, who knows, maybe we got more.
And that Phoenix from the offlane, it looks insanely good. Is that something that you started practicing recently, considering that it hasn't been played from the offlane in the last couple of months? It hasn't been meta?
No, I never practiced the Phoenix. I just watched a couple replays like yesterday. And
Was that your first official Phoenix game?
Maybe not first. Like I played 1 or 2 times before. Yeah, but actually quite a long time we not playing it as an offlane Phoenix.
After a game like that, you might want to have Phoenix ready to go all the time. They couldn't even kill the egg. You were just pressing Supernova, and they had no answer.
Yeah.
It feels like such a strong combination. We've seen other teams pair it up with the Clockwork. Do you feel like there's any other combinations with Phoenix that you want to use in that offlane?
Maybe Taz or the mini post 4 is good with Phoenix.
Right. Yeah. And coming into the playoffs, who are you looking forward to going up against potentially in the playoffs?
I guess it could be Team Falcons because we basically fight all the Europe's team already. 5 Europe's team and 1 from the Eastern Europe. I think most likely we'll get to fight BetBoom or Falcons, for me, I feel.
And you've gone through, like you said, pretty much all of Western Europe. Feels like you guys are their curse. Is there anything maybe that you've learned playing all these Western European teams? Something a little bit new after you've played the entire region?
Yeah, it's a good experience to play against all the strong European teams that we can learn a lot from it also at this tournament.
Nice. So final thing, if you want to just give your final thoughts, shout-outs, we'll leave you with last shout-outs to the fans.
Guys, keep supporting talents, and we will do our best on this tournament. Okay.
All right, that sounds good to me. We're going to see more of talent as they go into the playoffs, but we're going to take a quick break here and get ready for the next BO3. We'll see you guys in a moment.
Dire's turret
Welcome back, everybody, to day number 4 here at the Swiss stage for Fissure Playground Dota 1 tournament brought to you by Fissure. Coming back with another BO3. It's going to be Extreme Gaming and Team Liquid. Should be close. We've had 3 games every BO3. 3 more. I hope you guys are excited.
12 out of 12 games in the last 12 games from starting yesterday. So, yeah, a lot of close matches. That's why Swiss is such a good format.
Yeah, very good format. And you want to know what's also a good format? Typing. Exclamation point F into the chat. That's going to be the follow information for you. You can follow us on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitch. Get all the behind-the-scenes stuff. So I fumble over that one. And, well, it's not going to be fumbling over all the content you're going to be getting when you follow us on all socials. So you can get all that and more. Follow us behind the scenes and join us on the playground here for another BO3. Nailed it. Anyway, coming into the next BO3, you got Extreme, who we haven't really seen, but they've existed within the tournament. We've seen a lot of Team Liquid, and Liquid, they're skidding. They started 2-0, and now they're 2-2, and they're 1 BO3 away from going home.
Yeah, completely opposite of what Extreme has been doing so far. They started with 0-2. Suddenly, they're winning their BO3s with 2-0. So that says a lot about the team that is also playing better. Maybe Liquid is not going to believe in their own ideas anymore, seeing how some of those ideas didn't really work out, especially Jungle Enigma, position 3/4, Slark at the same time. Even though they did best in that game, it just wasn't good enough when they were playing against BetBoom team.
Yeah, BetBoom team was the first one to knock them down, and it is getting rougher and rougher for the side of Team Liquid. I would say percentage chance-wise, when they were 2-0, probably felt like
90%.
90% chance they were going to make it to the next round. 50-50. Every game's a 50-50, right? Well, so you've got
we never had a draw in Dota.
That's not true.
We had one at Blast Slam where we couldn't finish the game. We had to remake, so that counts as a draw.
You mean specifically one game?
Yeah,
I was going to say BO2s. You could have draws all the time.
Yeah, I mean, in game. Okay, back to the Team Liquid. This is the team that, you know, defending TI champions, changed one player, but they have their own ideas how the game should be played. It's been working out for them, but also I think that Team Liquid is also very good when they're pushed against the wall. This is the team that knows the lower brackets, knows when there's a lot of pressure onto them. Even though last TI, it was smooth sailing through that upper bracket. I believe they didn't drop a single game, if my memory is correct. So, yeah, this is a team that also brings a lot of new ideas and always has something new in mind. Like, they're bringing some old/new ideas. We saw Luna's being picked up the other day, but we can also look at the Extreme Gaming, a relatively new squad.
Yeah, newish squad, but a lot of veteran players new on there. He's one of my favorite offlaners from the Chinese region, but with Low and XM, PYW, who's a stud support. PYW used to support with DY on the Vici lineup. He used to be what was considered the best support duo
for a really
at
long
the time.
Yeah.
New kind of came in, I think, well loved by a lot of people. A lot for the fact that he seems to always have a smile on.
Yes, that's it. Facial expressions and also his play style. Every single time I watch him play, this guy owns. Ever since he started to play competitive Dota, when he was playing TI 2022, when he was playing with LGD, or was that 2023?
It was 2022.
2022, okay. So he was always on top of the charts, always like in the top 5, highest GPMs, highest KDA. This guy really knows how to be very active on the map, and I think we're going to be seeing some overlapping in terms of heroes, especially from the off lane. Primal Beast comes to my mind, Beastmaster, both Saberlight or El Saberlighto, and Neil love to play that hero. Same goes for Muerta. Extreme Gaming, they're undefeated with Muerta, 3 out of 3 games, and we've seen what can be done when Boxy plays that hero as well. One of the better, if not like one of maybe even the best Muerta player out there between him save and crit.
And the mid matchup's going to be very interesting. Nisha against XM. XM, one of those guys that I feel like quietly went under the radar as one of the better mids in China. I mean, when you're competing with names like Paparazzi, SCCC, you also had Somnus in the mid lane. You had all these guys who were just so name-oriented and name-recognized in China, and XM kind of falls under the radar, but he's an amazing mid player. And, well, we do have an interview before we get into this series with Nat, so let's send it her way.
I have Boxy from Team Liquid joining me here for a very nice short pre-game interview. You guys, the Slark coming out this tournament a lot. Give me a little bit of information, or at least what you can, about the Slark tech, where it's come from.
The Slark tech. You lose games with Slark. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty fun to play, and you can like deward wards across the map. Obviously, it doesn't really work if you get run over. So, you know, we'll see.
You're just showcasing, you know, like how Slark works and how Slark doesn't work.
Yeah.
Do you know what the largest mammal is?
Largest mammal. I would say I would say a whale.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say elephant.
No. And then Aiden is shouting blue whale. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with that one.
Yeah, it's a blue whale. I actually didn't expect you to get that one. And final question is, you guys, on the face of elimination here, is this kind of the Team Liquid, this is where you guys like to be, or are you a little bit stressed?
Personally, I'm not so stressed. My coach over there on the ground, he is stressing. I think it's obviously we would wish to qualify earlier, but at the same time it can be a little fun to have some type of pressure of elimination. And I think usually for our team, everyone kicks it up a notch and kind of goes a little bit into overdrive. So I think it will be pretty good for us.
All right, you've hyped me up. I'm looking forward to it, Boxy. Thank you for joining me. But for now, we do have to check in with their opponents.
I'm here with Pelosin from Extreme Gaming. How you doing? How you feeling about this match?
Hi. Just normal. We are just playing another game. Yeah.
Do you know what the phrase gentleman ban means?
No.
It's like when you just both agree that a hero will not be picked, not be banned.
Mm-hmm.
Before the game, if there's one hero you could just ban and you can't play it and they can't play it, what hero would it be?
Alchemist. Yeah.
Do you think that's the best hero in Dota right now?
I wouldn't say so, but I think it's really easy to play around a hero. Yeah.
As a support player, what is your pre-game ritual for getting yourself ready for a game?
Watching replays of opponent and also keeping myself calm, so I stay level-headed. Yeah.
Okay, that sounds like the right move for support. Good luck in your game.
Solid interviews from our hosts over there. Really good at their jobs. And getting some information. I feel like Liquid maybe not feeling as stressed. Polson didn't look too stressed to me.
Nah, he seems super chill. He watched the replays, as he said, and now making himself calm before the game. Maybe drinking some tea in between, but yeah, you don't want to be like all hyped up. That's not what I want to see before like, playing the game. Like my hands shaking before I. One thing I really dislike when I'm playing Dota, if my hands are cold, I can't play. Like literally gonna be 50% performance.
Do you have hand warmers at home for your pubs?
No, but I put them underneath my butt.
and
that's
then
how
what?
yeah, that's the heating. I mean, they get warm.
Just under your butt?
Yeah.
You know what accelerates that?
Heating.
Farting. No. We take a look at both teams here at this tournament as 7 maps for Team... Don't look at me. 7 maps for Team Liquid. Both teams equal number of hero pool heroes. 22.
Yeah, the hero pool, I mean, we are at day 4, so the hero pools are going to be relatively small. I did talk about maybe some overlapping from the off lane, where we're going to be seeing Neo playing that Primal Beast, playing the Beast Master as well, and also Dawnbreaker. I think these are going to be the 3 big offlaners in this game, because Dawnbreaker, we've seen every single time we watch this hero play, it looks really good in the laning stage, what you provide your team with once you hit that level 6, and this is how you keep yourself calm.
Whew. Breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth. That's the calming breath. But if you want to stay not calm, you could put your vote in the chat.
If we go any closer, we're going to go inside that nose. Yeah.
Enhance.
Keep going.
I got further in. Zoom in. Oh, okay. Well, exclamation point L for Team Liquid and exclamation point X for Extreme Gaming. Your votes will be tallied up and shown on the screen right before we make our predictions and go into the first game. We'll be doing this every game, and I certainly want to hear all your opinions. I'm excited to see what the percentage is going to be this time. I can only guess.
It's going to be heavily Liquid favorite.
What are you going to... 73% from me. That's what I think.
Oh, we just started, so.
Well, I think at the end.
At the end?
The total at the end is going to be 73%.
Knowing chat, they also like to go with underdogs from time to time, so I'm going to give 80-20.
So because they want to go to underdogs so much
Yeah,
time,
but there's
they're going,
also like
they're going with
Team
Liquid, right?
has.
Well, you said 80-20. It's fine.
Yeah, 80-20 in favor of Liquid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I figured. All right. Well, right now, just 74% to 26%. Or, well, now 75-25. And I do think this is going to be a close matchup. I think that Extreme maybe not given the credit that they deserve in terms of how strong they are. They've got veterans on this team. Obviously, Lo is the newer addition. Well, him and Neo are kind of similar entry points into the pro scene in the public eye. But when you've got XM, PYW here for you, and Polosin, these are guys that are veterans of the scene, and especially PYW, very good at the game.
Yeah, he's been playing the game for such a long time and always been like the more stable one whenever he joins the team.
Yeah.
Throughout his whole career,
He
always
been
looks stable.
And I will say that Extreme, coin flip, they won. They get first pick, and Liquid chose Radiant. But what I was going to say about PYW is, with Polosin, he's made that switch to the 5.
Yeah.
Which he was a nasty 4 position player, played with DY a lot. And we were talking about it earlier, and I think he was the one who took over with DY when Fade retired, if we're going full circle here. If I recall the timeline correctly, that's what I believe.
I'm trying to remember, but I think you're right.
Yeah. And then Vici had that run with those guys, and then they won the minor and the major, and it was like a whole thing, and that was the run that they made. But my timeline might be a little bit off. But this team for Extreme, right now, I think that, and I know that Yakult got knocked out pretty early. I do think that China has 3 teams right now that are pretty strong. They're close in contention. Team Tidebound, Extreme, and Yakult feel like the 3 teams in China at the moment. And I do feel like with the veterans on all those squads, they can give everybody a run for their money. Like, I know if you get eliminated here, you're bottom 8.
Yeah.
But you were theoretically 2-2 and then go up against the Liquid in a BO3 for elimination isn't something to really be upset about if they go home.
That's definitely true. I mean, China didn't look really strong in the last couple of years, but they can still give most of the teams run for their money.
Gotta hold your head
especially
up.
on a good day. Yeah, Hazard 2 TIs ago when they were like just
third
casual,
place out of nowhere.
third place, casual stack. Didn't even play seriously.
They didn't play DPC. They came in that 3rd season or post-3rd season and qualified through regionals, and they got 3rd at TI. I mean, there are veterans there that aren't playing right now that could be in the scene, and like Somnus, he could show up again. And
how many times did this guy retire? Him and Ori.
Ori, Somnus,
lawyer,
Paparazzi.
Professional player, back to being lawyer, back to quitting school, back to playing professional Dota.
To becoming a streamer.
Yeah, these are the most famous names in China, so always the legends, always love to see them back in action.
Would love to see them all come back. Bring back SCCC, Aggressive, bring all the
I
guys
don't think that's going to happen. That guy's in perfume business now.
SCCC, the newbie clone. It's a good fragrance. We are getting started on the draft in just a moment. I'm interested to see how both these teams play. If there's anything regionally we see from China coming out here or Western Europe that we see a little bit of a difference on, maybe different prioritization on these heroes. Polosin said, gentleman's agreement, we're not playing Alchemist. Now, whether or not that holds true, we'll see.
Yeah, I can see the bans right now.
Is it banned?
Yeah, it's banned.
A gentleman's
it's banned
agreement.
by Team Liquid. Nobody wants to play against that hero. Last time I checked, the contest rate for Alchemist was pretty high, almost 98%. I mean, that extra gold, your timing,
the seed money.
It's just way too good.
That was going to be my question. Like, is 250 gold seed money
Yeah, but plus you're also getting extra gold from runes. You're getting trusty shovels, digging runes, so it's stacking. It's just way too much. Anybody who also lane against Alchemist, you can feel that something is just off. Like, how is this a thing? Like, it's unwinnable lane.
We saw this, and I feel like it's similar situations. We saw this in the last series, Game 1.
Yeah.
Where you have the Fear of Enigma in multiple positions for Liquid in the off lane, in the 5 position. So you just straight up don't ban it, which you could have done, and maybe let Morphling go through or something like that. And you pick Gyrocopter, which we saw for Talon at least not work out.
Extreme Gaming's turn.
Because they do play Enigma from 2 different roles. We saw Insania yesterday playing it from position 5. We saw El Saber Lito playing it the jungle / off lane. And this is the hero that I did mention that it's going to get heavily contested in this series, knowing that both offlaners do enjoy to play it. It could also be played from the mid lane, but most likely it's going to be hero for El Saber Light. Oh.
One of the bans going to be here. It will be Lich. I'm not surprised we're seeing this hero contested more and more. Seneko made that hero look strong, but not quite strong enough. Although China loves Shadow Shaman, I feel like we could see Extreme go to it. I used to be a big Kaka hero, that and Lion. They really do love those Hex plus stun supports.
When you're playing against Primal Beast, I would want to see Clockwork. Maybe they want to snatch the Clockwork, but if this is going to be the safe lane, Clockwork makes Primal Beast a living hell throughout the whole game. You can't use your abilities, can't run away through the cogs, through battery, and also great laning partner for Gyro.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Well, if Gyro...
Okay, they're gonna ban it.
I was going to say, if Gyro isn't the carry, we did see that one time from Paravision, the Naga Siren safe lane against Primal Beast. You just net the Primal and...
There are a lot of these heroes. Previous TI, when Dark Willow was super popular, this was also a hero, because you can't go through the Bramble Maze. It's almost impossible to navigate through. Crystal Maiden is also the one. Tusk is also fine, where you use the Snowball.
Niu just smiling.
Always.
Always.
Extreme Gaming's turn to pick.
And there's Muerta. You were talking about this hero before we got the series started.
Yeah, it just makes a lot of sense knowing how well they've been playing so far, which heroes they've been using, and BYW looked really, really good. I remember also one of the games where he played, not in this tournament, but he was the one chasing people down, picking up the relatively early Shadow Blade with Muerta, and also trying to set things up because they had this global presence. Muerta, really, really good position for scaling hero.
Definitely a good scaling hero, and I'm wondering, it does give you options if you technically wanted to swap the Gyro to 5 and Muerta safe lane, right?
This is definitely now carry Gyro. There is some potential to, because Low plays carry Muerta.
Yeah.
But I don't think you want to go that route, so I think they're just going to keep things simple.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, right now, Shadow Demon, they're save for the moment. We've seen how strong the calling is. I mean, is that like it? The kit feels so good for Muerta. What would you say is the best spell in the kit?
I mean, she basically has 2 spells. You have Calling and you have Deadshot.
Yeah.
Calling with the facet makes a lot of sense in terms of calling it the best spell, because it does refreshes the duration, adds another ghost, so makes things very easy to team fight into, especially if you have another, maybe even a second, third circle that you can throw in to keep them inside of it. Any kind of spell, it feels really nice. So something for Boxy that he could potentially play. They talked about Slark, but I would maybe just love to see some casual Batrider paired up with the Primal Beast.
TA in this double pick for Liquid. And I like the TA. We haven't seen too much of it, but definitely a hero that farms pretty well. And there's that Batrider you talked about that you want to see with the Primal Beast. And with the way we've seen Batriders being played right now, this already feels like the killer lane, the aggressive lane.
It is. It's definitely a lane where they can get the kills. So most likely this is going to be Shadow Demon position 5 paired up with the Gyrocopter, playing against Batrider and Primal Beast. So you have Disruption, great against Primal to reduce the damage, but you also got to be aware of the Batrider. Shadow Demon doesn't really trade that well against the Batrider once you get a couple of those sticky napalm charges. And Templar Assassin is also a flex pick for Team Liquid. If it's going to be some puck in the mid lane, they can definitely shift that to Nisha, but most likely it's just going to be a hero for Mickey.
We'll see as time goes on. We'll get more answers, of course, as the draft moves on to the final pick of the phase for Extreme. And Mickey there with the most picked heroes for him being Razor, Monkey King, and that Nature's Prophet.
I'm fine with some Dawnbreaker. Either Dawnbreaker or a Centaur, maybe a Beastmaster for Neo. I would lean towards Dawnbreaker more because it gives you that kill threat, great in the lane against Templar Assassin. If this is going to be position 1, you have a like level 2, you can instantly go for the kill.
And you're probably, I was going to say, hoping to save it. And this is a Neo Classic,
It is.
Brewmaster. New signature. This is something I was actually thinking about asking you is, I know it's his signature, but is it going to be a hero that he plays in the series? And here it is. But also, what you could do is type in !ticket into the chat, and you can join us at that Tier 1 LAN, the first one of 2025 in the beautiful Belgrade, Serbia, at the Sava Center. So come join us on the playground and have some fun. Anyway, Brewmaster, did you expect it? I mean, I knew it was always a possibility.
Yeah, with him is always a possibility to get picked up. Another hero that gives them a lot of team fight, didn't play it too much recently. I checked his Dota Pro tracker, played only 1 game. There's different ways to itemize Brewmaster. I think in this one, it's just going to be... I mean, you can go for Spirit Vessel or you can go for Radiance. We'll see how much farm he's going to be getting. And banning out both of the mid laners now. This is one of the few drafts where they didn't try to like hide what they're trying to do with their heroes. So both teams are looking for a mid laner right now. So we're probably going to be seeing some Pango bans, maybe Queen of Pain as well.
I thought maybe if they want to go Quap, ban Puck maybe? Yeah. Because you're banning Storm, and if you're banning Storm, you're also banning other mobility. And yeah, I guess Ember also fits that build too. You really want to get rid of those really mobile mids because you don't exactly have the best lockdown on this lineup right now. You have Lasso and Pulverize. But other than that, you're kind of leaving a lot to be desired for your stuns. And I think that these mobile mids would have had a field day. Truthfully, I still feel as though Puck could have a field day here for Extreme or even Quap.
Puck looks really good for Liquid. It's a free Puck game. Like, they literally have nothing other than Deadshot and the Calling, which is, like, you miss that spell. Other heroes don't have any kind of spell to throw into to try to stop you, and you also have a really good backup with the Primal Beast, Sunray as well, so I think they need to ban it. But there's also this Queen of Pain, so...
Sniper?
Wow, what a shocker. XM Sniper, 23.
Whoa. There's... XM Sniper is good individually, outside of the scenario of the game. But I feel as though this lineup has multiple tools to jump him and make his life very difficult.
I remember it was, they might be the same teams that did, it was like Dream League Season 23, if I remember correctly, where XM was playing Sniper every single time it was available, and Nisha was playing Puck, and this matchup is just really not in the favor of Puck, so Nisha might have some, you know, PTSD when it comes down to picking Puck into... Well, overall, it looks like a good Puck game. Problem is the lane.
Yeah, he could... Would you go Quap here?
She's having the same issue, but it's good for the game. Both of these heroes that we did mention, they feel fine. The question is whether you want to, like, suck it up, lose the lane, and then have a slight comeback to the game.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Liquid
if you
have
want to
been...
put yourself in that position by having 24 pick.
And I was saying, or starting to say, I think Liquid have kind of been doing that in their recent matches, have been sacking Nisha's lane a little bit harder. And maybe it's not on purpose, but it feels as though he's been getting a little less prio.
Yeah, I mean, he also played some of the bad matchups.
Yeah. He has played some bad matchups. You're not wrong. A lot of time being taken here. Trying to figure out what they want. 5 seconds remain, and it'll be mid primal. Yeah.
Mid primal and safe lane TA with Saberlight in the off lane. So you have protection for the egg. You can get your players closer, and it's also has been very good overall hero against the sniper, where you can bring the whole team on top of him. Same goes for Gyrocopter.
It's a tanky mid, too.
It is. It is a lot of tankiness, and it's also a lot of uncontrollable damage coming out from Gyro, coming out from Sniper. You have Centaur with the Blade Mail. You also have potentially Primal Beast going for the same item build. So, give me a second.
1.
It's I like Liquid. I actually like Liquid more. I think that these heroes are super difficult to kill, and looking at the burst damage on their side, they really don't have that much. We've seen some of the issues in the previous series where if you don't have that much burst damage, that you're going to be struggling a little bit. When it comes down to control, you have multiple ways of shutting down this Brewmaster before he can get his ulti off. There is, of course, Shadow Demon behind him, but I do like what Liquid drafted for themselves. I think this is a very tempo draft that also scales well into the mid and late game. This type of a lineup, I see Templar Assassin. I know that they're going to be relying on getting that relatively early Roche. The question is how much new Brewmaster can achieve, and there's always going to be this X factor from XM Sniper.
Yeah, definitely going to have that XM factor, and we'll see what it ends up being. I said 73% was going to be Liquid, so I'm kind of interested to see what chat ended up with here. I feel like 73, solid get. I was almost
You were
there.
close, yeah.
I was really close on that. So you're going Liquid?
I'm going with Liquid. I'm going with Chat, actually.
Chat has 9 points. Take 2 points away. I'm going to go Extreme. I have faith in the X factor of XM. I feel like he's shown up with this sniper time and time again. And New Brew is a classic for him that I feel strongly about. Plaxco is going to go Liquid. I'll cover both my bases. I actually have a total of 8 points right now, which is crazy. Anyway, I think
feel like
this
they've been
is...
adding the points from Plaxico to you as well, because you can't be wrong. So with each game, you're just like,
No,
yeah, 3 points.
I wish. Otherwise,
I'll
I'd
have
probably
to
be
watch
like,
the WODs. I feel like something is off.
You might have to, and we'll be getting into game 1 in just a moment. I do think this is going to be a tight game, and definitely a pacemaker, because I think that both these teams are momentum-driven, where you win game 1, and this feels like a series that could be 2-0 because of it, where you're just, especially with Liquid and the way they move with elimination on the line, like Boxy said, these are guys who put it into overdrive. I know I went with Extreme, but I know how these guys are with the way they play on the brink, and it could just be quickly game 1, game 2, wipe it out, and just be done with it, right?
Yep, definitely could, but I believe in Liquid. I believe that they can be the team to win this one, because even though we talked about the heroes, that some of the signature heroes are going to be picked up in this one, you do like News Brewmaster. Want to see what the item build is going to be for him, whether he opts to go for slightly more team fighting items, something like a Spirit Vessel into Pipe, or if he wants to scale some Double Bracer into Radiance, depending how much farm he's going to be getting. But I believe the game is ready, and we can hop in.
We can. Go through a little transition screen and be right on into game number 1. There we go. So it's me, Lacoste, joined here by Stubborn and Roland, our lovely observers, who, there was that Talon game. They were killing it, not missing a thing. I mean, they haven't really missed much at all this whole tournament. They've been best of the best of the best, sir. So you get to see some great action on your screen. And it doesn't look like there's going to be a fight for first blood. And it is ghillie suit, by the way, for XM, and that's his usual go-to when he plays sniper.
Depends on the matchup. Mid snipers, it really is depending on the matchup, but he also does not want to reveal himself in this one too much. Playing against Centaur, playing against Primal Beast, so whenever he uses take aim, will try to hide himself so that he doesn't get jumped. In this one, it does make a lot more sense. And we can see a little bit of a difference. Insania this time around going for the hotspot instead of going for Dying Light, which has been facet of the choice in most of the games.
2 bounty runes early on for Extreme. Shadow Demon taking Promulgate. I don't even know if that's a real word. Promulgate.
Why are you asking me? English is not my main language.
I just thought maybe you'd know.
Sounds like it's made up. But to go back to Dying Light, the reason why he took it is he has 3 beefy boys, 2 like very beefy boys, and you have Templar Assassin who can become very difficult to kill. So there's going to be more damage, but they're relying on more healing onto these heroes.
Yeah, definitely going to be relying on the healing. We'll see how Low does over in the top lane. Boxy here with the Centaur. This is definitely a lane that can play pretty aggressive as well. One hoof stomp puts you in bad ways, and they go to the Blood Grenade Disruption. One more right click will be enough with the Blood Grenade tick damage, and Boxy will get first blood.
We've seen in the previous series what can be done when Eki was playing this Batrider, getting the first blood. And I mean, he didn't get the first blood technically, but he got double kill in return. Then he got another double kill, which did allow him to scale, become another core, had more farm than most of the cores on Talon. So Boxy, when he gets the farm, he knows how to utilize it. Insania in a bit of a trouble, still level 1.
Yeah, this is kind of brutal, and it's something that I didn't even think about till this point, as PYW does get the kill. But you're activating the Cinder Brew with the dead shot and just making your life really difficult.
You want to have some kind of a pairing with Brewmaster. A lot of the times when Rubik was a popular 4, it's an easy way to ignite people.
Yeah.
Dead shot is pretty similar, but
it's also
overall a better hero than Rubik right now.
And the dead shot also, after you get Cinder Brewed, you're getting feared back into your enemies, and then you have to run all the way back slowed. It's just, it really is a combo that could be brutal to see, and we'll have to check how Extreme play it as time goes on over in the bottom lane. So another deny there for XM. He's 6-3 to the Primal 6-4. You can see Nisha trying to keep this creep wave up by the steps for him.
Yeah. This lineup, this matchup can become very difficult for Sniper. This is level 3 Primal Beast, so 2 points in Trample. You can die from one combo.
Have to be very careful. I'm interested to see if which supports come over. Flame Break Poison, Disruption so he doesn't get hit by that hoof stomp. He's actually still level 1. That's not great. He's 1 creep away from getting to level 2. Needs to really work on getting some experience. 3 minutes in, and level 1 is just not the place you really want to be at. And you're going to bring these creeps all the way over. And Pelosin still on the run here. Onslaught across all the way to the Water Rune from Nisha. I think XM got a little bit scared when you see a Primal go across your face like that.
You're playing Sniper, you hear that one, and you might be in trouble.
Got to be worried about that, and worried about, especially when he hits level 6 and has that Pulverize. You have that with like a Flame Break as well, because I could see Boxy TPing in when they hit level 6 and they want that Pulverize. Sniper's got to be very careful, and you really need to hold these TPs here for Extreme to make sure that you can get yourself in a position to maybe TP Disrupt and keep your Sniper alive, because XM needs all the help that he's going to need here in this lane once Primal looks for a kill. Flat Cannon just trying to secure some CS. Another dead shot thrown over onto Insania, but things pretty quiet for the moment. Look at where Nisha's playing the lane. Just trample Onslaught, clear the whole creep wave. The creeps for the Radiant side go into the tower, and XM has to deal with that, trying to CS as best he can. But pretty even so far.
Let's see if he's going to go to try to backstab, maybe with a TP rotation to the mid lane.
He's low.
If any of the supports rotate to the mid lane, Sniper is going to die.
He's right-clicking. He's trying to put some damage on Tanisha, but it's a tanky hero in Primal Beast. It's already got 1,100 health. Life ain't good, but he'll try to right-click Nisha as much as he can. Doesn't really do too much. Hope Stomp used, and Some Shadow Poison thrown the way of Liquid, but nothing really doing there. Boxy starting to rotate. He wants to stack. We see this with a lot of Bat Riders in the off lane.
We see it
They'll
always
stack
with
this.
Boxy.
Yeah.
This guy just stacks the most.
He's already got 3, and it's about to be 5.
And he's also disassembling his Tranquil boots. It's a lot of work.
But it's honest work.
2-man stomp.
Flame Break onto 2 with a hoof stomp. Disruption. Pelosin looking dead on his screen already. And eventually he'll burn out to the fire produced by this Bat Rider. 4 stacks of sticky napalm and even diving the tower, trying to go here with the onslaught from Nisha and the trample. Well, this is a dead gyrocopter, dead shot in the calling, but these tanky heroes don't quite care. Blood grenade thrown over onto Nisha and it missed, so life for nothing. And
it would be
TP
fine
back
anyway, but
base.
That's the power of Primal Beast. You can rotate early. You don't care too much about your lane. It's also one of the heroes who is the best to creep skip with, so you're always going to get the farm no matter what. Insania also trying to steal some of the stacks in the enemy triangle.
Disruption, and they'll have dead shot eventually. That'll throw him over near the Lotus Pool. And they'll have the homing missile, so the calling follows it up, and that's a kill there for Pelosin. I always think about, and as XM's going to be onslaughted, trampled, and dead.
What a fun matchup for Sniper.
Yeah, not fun at all. But you think about this Primal Beast from the mid lane, and I think the best example that I think of in my head, and obviously it's with my China bias, is Nothing to Say, who used to play this hero mid during the DPC and owned with it every time.
Oh, amplified damage got denied by PYW. Yeah, definitely Nothing to Say comes to my mind, but I think the best Primal Beast player is Malrine.
Yeah.
He's like just on a different level when he's playing that hero. A lot of stacking going on. Let's check if Insania did kill that stack in the enemy triangle. No, he just damaged it, maybe killed 1 creep, but that's about it. And now Nisha, he's gonna be the one taking the big stack on his side of the map. Trample back online in 5 seconds. Pelosin wants to steal some of that XP, but they do see him.
XM might come through with a shrapnel that gets him the CS here. Shadow Poison. Even the Gyro coming down for this. Flak Cannon, they want to steal all these stacks. They force out the trample, though. Nisha gets a majority of it. Bring in multiple heroes to try and steal that stack. XM, his CS is good. His farm is fine. He's top of the net worth and above this Primal Beast. But the matchup doesn't feel as safe. Cinderbrew dead shot, but the TP from the Bat Rider deters the side of Extreme Gaming from coming and committing. And Gyro about to hit that level 6, but Saberlight, he's got that Stampede. And this side of Extreme need to be careful about them coming through. And Nisha, you steal some of my stack, I'll steal some of yours. And that was Insania who had that information for Nisha to go steal that stack.
You can see that they are afraid to make a move on Extreme Gaming. They just don't have that much damage. Neo is level 6, so they should bring an extra hero to his lane, try to grab a kill. Ideally, it would be on Templar Assassin, but Mickey is farming in the outer ring right now. They have very limited lockdown outside of Extreme Gaming. No way to really start the fight. So that's going to be much more like counter reaction to what Team Liquid is doing rather than trying to go for the play of their own.
The combo is there for pickoffs when you disrupt into a calling, but...
Yeah, that's the early one, but we're talking about mid-game, post 10-15 minutes. They're not going to have an easy time starting a fight.
Yep. 8 minutes, almost 9 minutes in, only 4-2. Is XM being top of the net worth enough? Like, obviously, late game, yes, the answer is clear cut, but right now, even though he's top of the net worth, I don't feel like Extreme are in the better position.
Definitely not. This is very farm-oriented lineup. You have Brewmaster, who is going for Radiance after all. At least that's what he has in his quick buy. You have Mid-Sniper, and you also have Gyrocopter. So you need a lot of time with the lineup like this.
Yeah, you definitely need a lot of time for this lineup, and what you don't need a lot of time for is to just type 5 letters. 6 letters? 6 letters with an exclamation point behind it. Exclamation point ticket into the chat. Get more information about coming to the first Tier 1 LAN of 2025 here in Belgrade, Serbia. Disruption as he's Icarus diving, so that's going to make Insania very vulnerable to this kill. Good job there by Pelosin to stop that Icarus dive in its tracks. And with that, they're even going to attack this Tier 1 tower in the bot lane. should be an easy kill, and that's at least cutting down the map for Mickey to farm if they get this tower. They didn't get it on that creep wave, but they're cutting the creep wave anyway. They should have creeps coming in. They've also got the gyro down here helping to get this tower.
Making sure the tower dies. There's not going to be any defense attempt.
Flame break on XM. Blood grenade too. There's the stampede and the lasso. They've got the dead shot. XM standing his ground, but the sun ray is on him. Is it going to be enough to save him with a disruption? We'll see. Boxy's low. He's dead, but they'll eventually get XM. Primal split a little bit late to save this sniper.
Level 6.
But now they've got the supernova. They're trying to get the kill and focus their attention onto the primal beast, but the supernova is going to explode and stun up these Brewlings. And there's a lot of damage being done by Mickey here. Call down committed. It won't hit the primal beast. Is going to onslaught onto this.
Nisha ready for
Get
round
the kill
2.
pulverized. Nisha coming back into the fight. They've got themselves the host on the look over at Niu. He's in trouble, trying to run, but the sun ray's on him. He'll be a little bit quicker to try and leave, and eventually succeeds.
Really good fight for Team Liquid. It took them slightly longer to kill the sniper because Nisha didn't have his trample ready. Needs to be careful here.
Nisha?
Has a couple of stick charges. Blade Mail as well just got delivered.
Oh.
So this is going to be double Blade Mail, as we talked about during the draft against Gyrocopter, against Sniper. A lot of uncontrollable damage with the Shrapnel, but most likely this is going to be to counter Flak Cannon. So Gyrocopter will need an earlier BKB, will need to look for Satanic so that he doesn't kill himself.
Yeah, it's a rough world there against these double blade mails and this uncontrollable damage. That's coming through for multiple heroes, for the sniper and the gyro. XM looking Hurricane Pike to just get some distance. Still though, not that easy overall. And we saw this with Natsumi, and we're kind of seeing it again here. The lack of, like, attribution to gyro in a game like this.
And this was, again, first pick gyro. Not really feeling it at the moment. But let's see.
Ooh.
This is a massive stack for XM.
Get me that. Oh my god! 16 camps stacked for the Phoenix.
For Batrider, yeah. And
sorry,
for
the
Phoenix.
Batrider.
Yeah, Boxy has been 16 at 12 minutes.
16 and 7
They have
the
like
two supports.
25 plus stack at 12 minutes.
Gyro's in trouble and call down into the Blade Mail and the Pulverize. Maybe not the wisest, but knew he was dead anyway on his screen. Yeah, I misspoke the Phoenix because I was in such shock that a Batrider had that many stacks already.
And what is he doing right now?
Stacking.
Making some more stacks while getting the farm for himself.
You remember when cup stacking was huge?
Yeah.
He's just getting the camp stacking now. Do the quick two hands and stack them all up and get some gold for your cores.
They're going to hit a really big timing pretty soon. Going for Blink Dagger on Batrider. Your Centaur is also going to pick up a Blink.
Try to get Primal. He's at half health.
Oh, Nisha. He has haste, but can't use it because of Shadow Demon. Now Stampede.
Into the calling. Good job there by the Muerta of PYW. So even with Stampede, even trying to get the onslaught off.
Thought he was invulnerable with haste and Stampede online.
Saberlight. You're hitting into the Blade Mail. Now you're half health. TP stopped and Saberlight is dead. XM, he went from full to almost dead just right-clicking the enemy with Blade Mail and Centaur. Boxy's got the Blink Dagger flying out, though.
Yeah, these are two big kills, though. They definitely overextended on Liquid. Felt too comfortable. Okay, getting closer to his Deso as well. So in the next minute or so, they will have some massive items. As you said, Boxy did pick up that Blink Dagger, so they're going to be looking for a fight. Stampede plus Batrider Lasso combo is always going to be good. Let's say you're defending the high ground or trying to kidnap someone, use that Lasso Stampede and drag them away. Remember when we did not have cap on the move speed? When people were playing like Darkseer and Batrider and just snatching you. I think it was Nigma who was abusing that.
Was that at the same time that you could lasso Courier and double lasso into
No, that was slightly later.
Okay. They can't have so many broken things at the same time like that. When you could lasso couriers was, man, couriers got abused for a while. Lassoing off couriers, using the couriers to kill
Dazzle,
Tormentor with Dazzle.
Using couriers to
deliver your items.
To show inside what's happening inside the Roche pit.
Yeah.
Using Radiance, daggering back in the days on couriers when they had mana.
Couriers just don't get enough respect. They just don't get enough respect.
Back in my days, we had one courier.
Onslaught lasso, and they're going to bring this Muerto up onto the high ground. PYW is a ward for now, but dead soon after. And that's the Deso picked up for Mickey at the same time. And they've got Blink Dagger flying out for the Centaur. So double initiation with the Blink Hoof Stomp, Blink Lasso. All coming through for Team Liquid.
There's going to be 4 Blink Daggers eventually on side of Liquid. Plus, you will have Dive plus a Stampede. So whoever they decide to jump is going to get jumped. And most likely, that's going to be Sniper.
Whoever is going to get jumped is going to get jumped. It definitely... I mean, it's a bit... It's right out in your face, that sentence, but very true nonetheless.
XM knows. He's itemizing.
He's so scared.
Yeah, he's going for Hurricane Pike, Shard, plus Shadow Blade. No Maelstrom. He's going to get that later. For now, needs some kind of protection. And every single item seems to be the one protecting him.
Can I get a stacks update, potentially?
It's going to be 30 plus now for Liquid.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was what? Okay, 1,
7,
2,
31.
4, 12, 19, 31. Yeah, 5 seconds after you said it. Anyway, Sunray and Disruption. Polison's trying to run, but going into the Pulverize, they'll use the Stampede. They'll try to get this Gyrocopter. Call down's going to be used. They're right on top of him. Seeds of Serenity to try and survive. The Rod of Atos, as well as the calling coming out from PYW, goes in to the Pierce the Veil. They'll get the kill into Insania. They didn't lose the Gyro. Sniper doing some damage here, but hitting into Saberlight, right-clicking him down. You got to be careful about the reinitiation, or do you? PYW with a double kill, and the dead shot's what gets credit for that kill.
Again, diving in too deep. Getting the kill, not even killing Gyro. With the Stampede, really behind enemy lines.
Radiance for Neo.
Phoenix this time around is not going to have that good of a game. This is position 5 Phoenix. You're playing against Muerta, you're playing against Gyro, and of course playing against Sniper. So gotta be careful how you use that. Even though there is a lot of protection, the heroes that I just mentioned tend to keep themselves away from the egg. Sania, level 1 Supernova is ready.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Not going to be easy. Definitely not going to be easy. And it feels like they're looking... But New's fine here. The Sunray's a nuisance, but they've got the Rod of Atos, the calling, the dead shot. They won't commit into getting Insania just yet, but they can continue to put some damage onto the tower. And this is opening up time for Gyro, which is the most important thing, and he's sitting second on the net worth now. I compared it to the Talon Game 1 Gyro at the beginning, but now that he's getting some space and farm, he's actually ahead of some of these heroes, whereas that Gyro was behind the entire time.
Yeah, the trades that Team Liquid did, like first of all, losing that Centaur in the top lane, and sorry, in the mid lane, and losing Primal Beast, and then losing those 2 heroes one more time, did really hurt them a lot. They needed a big fight near Roshan so that they can turn that into Roshan with Deso, because they definitely don't have any damage problems. Mickey does have Blink Dagger being delivered on his courier right now.
We'll see if they go for Roche soon. I agree with you. I really expected it a little bit earlier, but they have not gotten it just yet. And now maybe that puts that whole getting Roche into question. Blink over into the lasso, and they'll get this kill with ease. That's 2 on the Deso. And they'll move over towards the Twin Gate. Let's see if they go for Roche. No, they're just going through the Twin Gate. At least for now. It's about to change from nighttime to daytime anyway, so they can farm bot, get a couple of camps, and then wait for Roche to come over and then get that. Trying to min-max it a little bit. So you can see Nisha continuing to farm. He's got this Yasha with the Blade Mail going into the Blink Dagger. Is this... I don't know. It'll be 4. was going to say, is Phoenix going to grab a Blink Dagger here?
No, but I like what I'm seeing in his quick buy because he is playing that hotspot facet. It also allows him, if he's using a max range Sunray with Ether Lens in his quick buy, it increases the damage / healing by 150%.
We definitely saw that.
If it's across 1200 range, however.
Cinderbrew activating, blink back from Saberlight. They'll take out that OBS on the high ground. Bullison getting that 180 gold. Game net worth-wise sitting even. I want to say with the Blink Daggers that they've had, I thought Liquid was going to play more aggressive.
I gotta agree.
It's leaving a lot to be desired. And I don't know if they're kind of missing a timing on that, because I do think they're very strong if they do fight at this moment. But you gotta wonder. I'll go for Pelosin. Homing missile, call down. Blade Mail's gonna run out, but they've got the onslaught. That's already used with the trample. They'll go to the calling, but now they've got the supernova off to the side. They do have Stampede. They'll use the primal split. They'll get the kill on a Saberlight. Now, without the Centaur, he's one of the tankier guys here. They'll go for Boxy. They've got the control. The Deadshot connects. The Assassinate will finish him off, and they'll Cyclone up into the air the Primal Beast. They'll throw the stun onto Mickey. They've got the Rod of Atos there as well. Dust. Mickey running, homing missile going his direction, but Low needs to be careful. You're hitting into the Blade Mail. You need to run away. They'll think about the onslaught, but there's the Hurricane Pike to stop that from happening. Mew back to form, burning them with this Radiance, activating the Cinder Brew, and Extreme Gaming will start to back away.
Every single time they engage, Saberlight just dies. He's not tanky enough. Needs that pipe definitely. Still needs another 1,600 gold to finish it off, but nice kiting.
Uh-oh.
That Observer Ward, giving them vision.
Blink away. Oh, blows it. Oh, no, he's dead. But do they get Mickey for this? They've got the Sunray, and now Mew's in his face. Assassinate, trying to get this kill. It's costing them so much, but Mew doesn't have Primal Split. One more right click, and they'll get the kill if it connects.
Off the trap.
Oh, off the trap wasn't enough, and XM's also dead to Saberlight.
This was the classic, call an ambulance, but not for me. Yeah, this one was really rough. Mickey getting jumped, but he was still able to blink out and gets a couple of hits on that Shadow Demon, and they do commit, and also XM. What did he die to?
Saberlight was right on top of him. But this is not only just those 3 deaths, it's Roche as well. It felt as though Extreme had Mickey in their grasp, but he just does too much damage and has so much survivability, and that also is due to the fact that this Phoenix, it was the Pavis put on him, right?
Yeah.
And had that as well as the refraction. Just unable to break through.
Yeah. Extreme Gaming, they wanted to make a move, but it was the wrong target.
Yeah. Sometimes you shoot an arrow and you're wide right. Get that first Aegis into their hands. It's on to Mickey, who I guess after watching that last exchange doesn't really feel like he's gonna die. But that also was without the Primal Split, and I felt they kind of baited themselves into that. Maybe expecting the Radiance burn, the right clicks from XM to do a little bit more, but once...
Wasn't enough.
Yeah.
You can feel that it is very annoying for Templar Assassin to try to hit Brewmaster with Radiance, with his stance. Mickey. Use that Aegis, come on.
Could you imagine?
If this was BetBoom, they...
What does he just not refract on purpose?
Yeah. All BetBoom team, though.
Anyway, even with this Aegis, there's still a net worth lead for Extreme. So they're farming really well. Despite the fights maybe not going.
Gyrocopter is the one. Low is the one who's getting a lot of farm, and there's that BKB that we talked about that has been very annoying for him. Double Blade Mail against Flak, against Side Gunner, and now going into Satanic, something that we did mention that this time around it's gonna be needed to pick up a Satanic Boxy.
Ooh, Hurricane Pike and the calling, but the onslaught, the trample, XM is in trouble, and he is looking pretty dead on his screen. Good flame break. Boxy, though, he's gonna be pushed out of that TP, and XM, he's the focus of their attention. They can push when he's dead. Don't have to worry about Sniper really slowing you down. And it's 6 charges on that Deso as TA has the MKB.
Mickey is so farmed as well. This also means that he can't go for Butterfly on Gyro. I guess one of the reasons, knowing that Templar Assassin will go for MKB early to counter Brewmaster, to counter that Radiance.
Yeah.
So needs to tank up as much as he can.
Yeah, it makes killing Neo a lot easier. It'll probably, I mean, in doing so and being able to hit him and kill him easier, it forces him to split earlier in the fight.
Neo needs to be careful. Will use it. Oh, that was such a nice blink. They need to get something out of this.
They do, and I'm a little curious as to if the Aegis feels like enough, right? Void Panda pulls him back into the Rocket Barrage. Damage, though, onto low. Needs to be careful. Supernova's a little bit far back, but they've got the blink into the lasso. That'll connect onto the Shadow Demon, who's not dead just yet. XM's got some distance between him and the side of Team Liquid. They'll go to the Pulverize. It'll be onto the Shadow Demon. They'll get the counter blows, and the Icarus dive across. They start to retreat on the side of Extreme as Niu turns back into form. He's starting to run, but the Onslaught connects. The Blade Mails are popped. Niu's alive, but the calling is down. The silence onto multiple heroes. They've got their out of Atos. They'll go into the Pierce the Veil. They'll start the Stampede with the BKB being popped by low. He's alive for now, but the Flame Break hits onto XM. He needs to be careful. He's standing right on top of a trap. They've got the right click coming in, and that's going to be the Melt Strike. They'll double stun from Saberlight, but XM's still alive. Right click's coming in, but XM doesn't have a lot of life to work with, and with Meke off to the side, he's trying to use those side blades to get the kill on the Sniper. Assassinate thrown out and almost does more damage to him than this Centaur.
Hits him with the Bing Bong. Yeah, that could have been crucial for Sniper. Pretty long fight, but I believe only one hero died, and we also lost the Aegis.
That didn't... It doesn't end up being terrible for Extreme. I kind of... If you're getting that Aegis, you want more, but you didn't lose as much as I really... Because that looked initially like they had gone in a bit too far. Especially with the double stun from Saberlight. I'm surprised they were unable to capitalize after
The rest of the team was not ready to back him up. Nisha is also getting kited by this grenade, by this Hurricane Pike, Road of Atos as well. Pops the Blade Mail.
He pops the Blade Mail, but the Deadshot just sends him back into the side of Extreme. So it sets it up, and then Saberlight goes in, gets the double stun, the calling's down, that's the silence. The Pav is going to be placed onto Saberlight, but another Deadshot sends him back towards Extreme. Mickey's trying to do everything he can, but I think he's bailing on this Centaur, who's looking for the stun. That lands on a Niu. He'll try to TP out, but the damage is there, and XM now has a double kill.
Overstaying their welcome.
Yeah.
Primal Beast, he is tanky, but you can still feel the damage coming out from Sniper, coming out from Gyrocopter. He has Shiva's Guard, and he's relatively far away from it. 1,400 gold, plus he's also going to need a BKB. Did opt to go for SNY, some status resistance, and it's also good because they have a lot of slow, so slow resistance. One of the reasons why this is the best item in meta right now. It gives you everything, mostly status / slow resistance, pair it up with some other maybe neutral item, so that you... Vindicator's Axe, for example, that's such a great one where you can't really get slowed at all. And XM now.
Almost level 18, and he's going into the Ags. He's just
for
1,200 gold away from
Cardell
it.
build. Gonna be much more difficult to kill, holding the gem. Not the best gem carrier, but because he's not staying close to the trap, but maybe they should decide to give it to somebody else. Low, however, managed to farm his Satanic, and now going into big damage item, going into Daedalus.
PYW going Boots of Bearing next. I like this. If you can farm it, this is dangerous. It's not going to die by any means, but it just costs him a lot of life just to farm that stack. They come towards top. They saw that XM was here a moment ago. They also want to pressure and take the tower, but nobody coming over to rotate a trap place down, and it's just going to be a free tier 2.
Liquid will try to go for some kind of a pickoff. I don't think they want to heavily commit because they feel they need those BKBs. Mike is getting closer to his. We did talk about Primal Beast still being far away from it, but next Roshan could potentially spawn in 2 minutes, and this is something that Team Liquid wants to get before taking a big team fight.
Take out that OBS there. And the trap. Get rid of that vision. Assassinate flies out on Anisha. Bullison's here, and they'll force the Stampede. Niu feeling free to run at them, but they've got the lasso on a PYW. They get this kill into the Muerta, and it's just the support, but the calling has felt like such a decisive tool for Extreme to get these fights to go their way.
Such an annoying spell for pretty much any hero, and let's see if Insania committed If he did go, yeah, he actually did go for Etherland. Not just Etherlands, he has Psychic Headband as well. So that Sunray, it's going to be massive. It's going to be, like, you're not going to even see Phoenix, and he's going to be casting Sunray. So extra damage, extra healing with the hotspot facet. Boxy, stacking
Still
again.
stacking at 30 minutes into the game.
Playing with one hand. Did you see him on camera?
Was he?
Yeah. Very interactive gameplay.
All he's got to do is stack. Ags picked up for the sniper. Daedalus next for low. And it will be the Conda build with the Ags for sniper. What'd you call it? The sniper build?
Tank Cardell. This is something that Pyrion Flax really likes, but he has a different way of building sniper. You know, this is Dragonlance into Heart. Second item. Become unkillable. You think he's vulnerable, you jump him, suddenly like, man, this hero is not dying.
Yeah, some people...
It doesn't work in professional scene, though.
No, it does not. But you can see how the professionals build when you type in !ticket into the chat and come to the first Tier 1 LAN of 2025. You find yourself looking to join us in the beautiful Belgrade, Serbia. So come get a ticket, join us, have some fun, watch some Dota, maybe see some different builds. I know there are people out there who do the Conda Double Divine build of Phantom Assassin.
We had so many fun Divine Rapier carriers. Mars, when God's Rebuked worked that way. And then also you had Sniper, you had Spirit Breaker as well, charging from the base. Zeus with a couple of Divine Rapiers.
You had Brewmaster at one point, 25 talent with the crit, where you could just blow people up. Wasn't always the Divine build, but I saw a general do it once.
Also, what is this like hotspot? I never actually tested it, where it says increasing sunray length to beyond 1200 range will result in more than 150% damage and healing. What is more than 150%? Is there a cap on it? Is there a specific number? Chat will know.
151%. All right, turn on chat. They're not on that much of a delay. They'll figure it out. Chat will know. I trust chat. Do I trust chat? No. Smoke from XG. Roche up in 19 seconds. Surprisingly, it does feel like Extreme are getting all the items that they want, but it's a 5,000 net worth lead here for Liquid. They're farming the map really well.
They are. And they have those big items that we did mention. Heaven's Halberd on Centaur finish. Great against Gyro. Sniper doesn't care too much about it because he's also playing off his Conda. Aghanim Scepter, that he doesn't have Conda, but whatever.
They're hiding here, but the trap is down. Neo will show himself. You got to think that that's a bait, but the scan connects. It connects from XG. They know that they're coming, so PYW is going to put himself in a space where he can get the calling and the dead shots out. Smoke's broken on Neo, who needs to be able to get the Primal Split up before he dies, but the Pulverize, no! That's a big hit to Extreme, trying to win this fight. The lasso's out of PYW, but Boxy, he's running. Pelosin's already dead. The Icarus dive across. They've got the Supernova and the Sunray. That's going to be a lot of damage coming in under low.
Oh, look at this Sunray go.
He is dead. They knew where Liquid were coming from.
And they didn't do anything about it. Neo went high ground.
Purposefully. He thought he was unkillable for the time to get the split off.
He was not brewed up, and he was also in Earth Brawler stance instead of Void Brawler. So didn't have that status resistance, had magic resistance, but doesn't have the miss chance anymore. MKB on Templar Assassin, plus he has Enchanted Quiver, which means that he has guaranteed hit even if he goes with the invasion, like through the Radiance. So they lost the gem. I'm not sure if it was picked up. Yeah, now they do have it on Primal Beast. Oof. Big mistake, though.
Yeah, pretty massive. Neo walked up the steps expecting to survive all this control.
But maybe he thought, I'm gonna go uphill and Poloson will blink in or use a disruption on me. Maybe that was the plan, but it just didn't happen. And look at this Sunray. Insania is melting glow from 100 to 0.
That's crazy. Looked for the hoof stomp to kill PYW, but Well, I guess that's your example of more than 150%.
Yeah. People did this when it was first introduced, but then kind of stopped doing it and did play Dying Light facet, which is overall a stronger facet, but they really like that Insania is doing it in this game behind Centaur, behind Primal Beast to get that extra healing, and we can see even the damage on top of that. Mickey holding the Aegis, BKB in the backpack, last tier 2 towers standing.
Can Liquid put this one away? 35 minutes in, they're working with an Aegis, 12,000 net worth lead. Extreme, though, they've got a sniper to defend the high ground, which is always a threat to ruin your day.
Gyro might need to start thinking about getting Divine Rapier. It feels like they don't have enough damage. They also don't have enough gold for it.
They're looking for the Blink Lasso. That's going to be on to the Shadow Demon. He's dead. Might have even been dead before the lasso truly connected. Blink Hoof Stomp on a Niu. Calling down. Blade Mail's popped. And the Sunray melting this Gyro. Oh my. They split.
And it's gone.
All right. Well,
That's a set of barracks, huh?
Yeah. He's got one Panda remaining thanks to the shard. You can end it whenever. He'll just sit here and then be back to form.
Another Sunray is available. And this is even pre-level 20. Once it gets to that level 20, plus 1.5 extra max HP on Sunray talent.
So that would make it 151%.
Yeah, that's not how that works, but it will be a lot of the Damaggio. Next Roshan. He's not going to respawn in a long time. This is the second one, holding the Aegis for another 2 minutes.
Heart on Primal.
Decided to skip the BKB. He wants to play slightly longer fight. He does not want to commit. And I also see that Heart is queued up for Saberlight.
The sniper really fell off. It was top of the net worth for a long time and not feeling as effective anymore. But the TA level 25, the TA top of the net worth by a massive margin. Going in here, he does not have Primal Split. You need to be very careful about this. I don't know what you're trying to commit overall when you don't have Primal Split for another 40 seconds or so. Seems very dangerous. Especially not from the high ground. But Liquid will try to break the high ground with the minute and 20 they've got remaining on the Aegis. That homie missile never stood a chance, and Niu's in trouble. He doesn't have Primal Split.
He
doesn't
messed
have
with
life.
He used Manta Style, so Poloson didn't. It canceled his disruption.
Oh, Mickey, he's got a little bit of health left. PYW is going to be dead. That's 2 heroes gone. They're going to buy back here on the Moira to the look over at Gyro.
He can reach Sniper. What is this? He can reach Sniper with the Sunray.
It's really insane. From off screen as well. They got the Aegis out of the hands of the TA. They're going to focus the set of racks. They don't have Niu for another 40 seconds, and that will be that. But Sunray from off the screen is insane, man.
And he has that 20 talent now. Plus, he almost has enough gold to buy full refresher. So we might see double Sunray. Nisha is the one sieging the high ground. Oh, PYW, you just bought back.
Where is that death? That is not good. The calling is so important. The dead shots are important. Now they've got the onslaught, and that's a dead Gyro. 80 seconds with no buyback for low.
And that's game.
Yeah, Sniper's just not going to have enough here solo. Niu's going to have a Primal Split, but they're not going to stop. They've got the refresher. They'll call GG. And Liquid will take game number 1 over Extreme Gaming.
Oh, that was a big mistake. They were still in this game until they decided to go for this kind of a play in the bottom lane near the Roche pit when they were using the scan connected, so they knew exactly where they were coming from, but they were not on the same page. There was no disruption. Not sure who to blame it on in that one, whether Niu or Poloson was the one in fault, but it just didn't look good. He died from 100 to 0, no buyback whatsoever, which did open up the map a lot for Liquid. And these two tanky boys, having Centaur and Primal Beast in the front line, you could feel that
for a heart.
Yeah, if this game did go on for another good 10 minutes, you would see they just don't have enough damage to kill him. They were already struggling. They did kill Centaur 4 or 5 times at the early stages because he was in the no man's land, but very good performance from Team Liquid. And this is the stuff that I want to see. Some forgotten stuff. Instead of going for Dying Light, he did go for the hotspot facet on Phoenix, did pick up Psychic Headband as his neutral item, did go for Ether Lens, and you could see how much damage he was dealing in the fights.
The Sunray just went from this to this.
Yeah, I gotta check the damage numbers because this one was insane.
Yeah, it's pretty absurd what we saw from that Sunray. Gosh, just looking at it, again, we talked about Liquid and how they're momentum driven, and it feels as though this game definitely went that direction. That fight over bottom, Extreme had the information. They hit the scan. They knew where they were coming from, but Niu waltzed up onto the high ground thinking he can get away with it, but he's not in the void stance. So you don't have the status resistance to survive. Pulverize, hoof stomp, the right clicks from the TA, get melted.
21,000 damage from Phoenix, and he also had 11,000 healing damage. So you're sitting on top of that hotspot of the Sunray. One fight, it looked insanely good because he was just melting Low. Low was the most farm hero almost in the game at the time, and it looked insanely good. There's nothing he can do about it because he can reach the whole screen.
Yeah, from a screen and a half over to the side, you can Sunray and do so much. And has as many kills as Boxy and Saberlight. Mickey goes 5-0-9. I mean, the damage from this 5-position Phoenix, he's close to topping the team, but everybody pretty much equally distributing the damage.
Mickey had a great game. Also that gank where he was able to jump out and then getting double kill, and rest of the team also cleaning up. Plus Nisha had a great game against Sniper where he was creep skipping a little bit and then they collapsed on him multiple times. Didn't really feel that XM Sniper, but we're gonna give MVP to the Staxy, aka Boxy. This guy has been stacking insane amount of camps, giving farm to all of his core, mostly Templar Assassin, Nisha on the big camp, but yeah, every single time, pretty much every single minute, he's stacking the camps.
He's still stacking right now. I see him over in his booth just putting boxes on top of each other. It's actually crazy. I mean, this guy does not stop. He had what, 25 stacks at the end of that game? He was still stacking 30 minutes into the game. He doesn't care what timing it is. He just wants more gold on the map, and he's always going to be stacking, and there's no stopping him from getting his, well, honestly, himself at some point, because he was taking a lot of those stacks as well, getting more gold into the game and allowing them to stretch that lead. And it was a really strong and good job there from the side of Team Liquid. And, you know, now they're one game away from going into the double elimination playoff stage, which could lead to them being in front of the crowd at the first Tier 1 LAN of 2025. Put ! ticket into the chat, and you too can find out information on how to join us in Belgrade, Serbia for a LAN at the Saba Center. So we're going to throw it to the highlights. We're going to throw you to a quick break as we wait for game number 2. We'll see you in a moment. Stay tuned.
Привет, с вами я Ванжей из Gaimin Esports. Сегодня буду играть в Dota Run против Пива из X-Team Gaming.
大家好，我是XG的 PYW，然后我们现在在玩一个 Dota Run 游戏，然后当我是第一的时候，他就会站起来鼓掌3下。
Когда я буду обгонять Пива во время игры, он будет говорить спасибо. Let's go.
Let's go. 可以。哦 ，Smashable。我赢了，然后这个游戏说实话应该是我的擅长领域，好吧？他输了我不丢人，我们在赛场上再见吧。
Мы сыграли с Пивом в Dota Run. К сожалению, я проиграл, но он победил, он молодец, поэтому болейте за Химеру. Увидимся на FISSURE Playground.
谢谢。
Welcome back, everybody, to the FISSURE Playground. They were playing Dota Run. Have you played that custom game?
I was never big on custom games, even though Dota officially was like a custom game when it first started.
So technically, you are a big
big fan of custom games. In the end, no, I was mostly playing Dota. Never actually played a turbo game in my life or anything like that. I know it's like not a custom game, but I love my CM and I love my AP. And no. Just Dota. I'm just a big fan of Dota. That's it.
The entire time. On repeat.
Can't get enough.
For 20 years.
What can I say? Best game ever made.
Yeah. Well, you do have a point there, and it is the best game ever made, and I think these two teams would agree on that. But what they're not agreeing on is who's winning. Because Team Liquid, they won game number 1, and Extreme now in a position where it's do or die. We saw Talon in the same position in the first series where they lost game 1 to Avalis. And now we got to see whether or not they can do the same thing, reverse sweep. But Liquid, we've talked about it, how they're so momentum driven, and it feels as though we're getting the same Liquid. They were locked in game 1.
They definitely were. The number of stacks that they did make, also the way they moved around the map, helping each other. They were pretty much all on the same page. Maybe a couple of initiations, but you can't ask for like a perfect game. There's going to be mistakes made, but Team Liquid, they looked really, really good.
Yeah, they did look really good, and you know, it comes from the Phoenix that was very strong in that game, the stacking that they're getting, the Bat Rider, the early Blink Daggers that they had, because they had about 2 or 3 Blink Daggers come out at about the same time, where they were able to just really lock down with Lasso, Blink Host Stomp, the Onslaught, the Pulverize. Like, it was a very mid-game oriented lineup that it could go late, especially with the TA getting that much farm. And they pretty much accomplished that. They're looking locked in. And certainly, I don't know if... Wait. Is this... Okay, he blinked.
He blinked.
All right. I was a little worried there for a second. Because he was pretty still and didn't blink for a while. But chat, exclamation point L for Liquid, exclamation point X for Extreme. I was 1 percentage point off last time. I'm going to say... 70.
It's going to be lower because a lot of Team Liquid fans are like, okay, I don't have to watch the second game. They're playing so well, so they're going to leave. Yeah.
So what are you saying?
It's going to be low. It's going to be like 69-31.
Nice. I'm going to go with 78% Liquid. But Liquid's going to go with first pick, and then Extreme took Radiant. I don't think we've seen somebody pick Dire yet.
No.
Not once. And it's 50-50 right now.
It was around 50-50, yeah.
Well, Liquid, we'll be getting into the draft. We'll see what they go for. I want to see if Extreme maybe go with something a little bit out there for XM. If it was the old days, XM would be playing something like OD. But we don't see that hero anymore.
Extreme Gaming's turn
Not
to
much,
bat.
that is. Is OD really a hero anymore?
This hero is so hard to balance. Like, either he's completely broken, there's no in between.
Yeah.
And he was also the only one to utilize Meteor Hammer, which is really not an interactive gameplay. Astral into Meteor, gotcha.
Sometimes you just got to see the face that Lacoste makes when he does that little. But yeah, well, Meteor Hammer doesn't even feel like an item either.
No.
How do you?
It's the only time this item is good is when the enemy team gave up and they beg you to end the game. This is where you buy this item.
What did they not ban here that Muerta took the spot for?
So in the previous game, Liquid did ban Alchemist, Tiny, Dragonite, and Nyx. And Extreme Gaming banned Magnus, Monkey, Morphling. So Morphling is the one who's missing.
Doom also available, by the way. We've been seeing that usually first phase ban, but now Liquid again going with the Phoenix, and if you're Extreme, that might be a little bit scary, honestly. After what happened in the last game. 21,000 hero damage from that Phoenix in game number 1. Sunray disgusting, and you said with the Psychic Headband and the Aether Lens, we were seeing Sunray from half a screen over. Scratch that, a full screen over.
Old school build, but still works to this day. When played from position 5. Let's see what the trade is going to be for Extreme Gaming. Whether they think maybe Neo has to play the Doom because we are afraid of all this healing that was coming out.
Team Liquid's turn.
They go Clockwork. All right, so this got banned in a second phase last game.
They're also prepping, so now they don't have to ban Primal Beast, even though we talked about Primal coming into the series that it's going to be heavily contested hero, knowing that both of the teams do play it, and we've seen Team Liquid flexing it as well, playing it from the off lane, playing it from the mid lane. This also opens up potentially Primal Beast for Neo, and I think he is one of the better Primal Beast players out there.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just a little bit worried because I feel as though Neo needs to be on something that's really going to show off his abilities here more so than Primal.
Yeah, I want to see them ban Batrider on Extreme Gaming. It was just a menace to deal with. The number of stacks that he did, having BKB Piercing Tool, having Blink Initiation. This hero does everything.
10 seconds.
You're thinking maybe Primal, but what about... It's open, it's Doom.
5 seconds remaining.
It's been such a first phase ban for the entirety of the tournament, but it's finally free here.
Looking at the contest rate, it's not as high, 62% on Doom. So he's been open in less than half of the games, but...
Mostly bans though, right? For the Doom?
He's been picked only 6 times, yeah.
So it's a lot of bans, a lot of teams trying to avoid it. I was reading an interesting stat, and this is something to do with, and there's the ban on the Doom. It has something to do with Makoto, actually. You know that Lina is 3-4? All 3 wins are Makoto? I always really, all of a sudden, having a lot of faith in Lina, but then I read that stat, and I was like, thinking about suggesting it for one of these 2 teams. Then you think to yourself, well, maybe it's just
5 seconds
Makoto.
remaining.
He's playing it so well. Teams, whoever's going to be playing against Talon will need to look into it, whether they want to ban it or not, or try to find some kind of a counter.
So 1 ban for Extreme in this phase.
I mean, if they... I just banned that Batrider. They have an option to not ban Batrider and take it for themselves, which I would also be fine with. Then you would have Clockwork Bat, 2 BKB Piercing Tools, 2 good initiators, 2 strong laners.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But if you're not picking it, I think it has to be banned. Just the fact that it won...
Extreme Gaming, turn to pick. Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Oy. They banned the Lycan, which... we've seen Lycan usually ban in that final phase when they're leaving offlaners up, but this is an early pick in the Morphling. Do you just go bat here?
10 seconds.
Yeah, I would love to see bat +1.
5 seconds remaining.
Saberlight, the thing is, it also opens up Dawnbreaker, because we talked about Clockwork being block pick for Dawnbreaker in the lane, even throughout the whole game. It's very annoying. Same goes for the Primal Beast. So these two heroes are something that Extreme Gaming are most likely going to be looking into, seeing that they need some kind of a reliable stun other than Clockwork.
Beastmaster. Okay. I like it. It's push. It's damage. We'll see what build it wants to go to. Against the Morphling, are you leaning more towards the Helm build or the Ags build? Or both, honestly, because we've seen Helm, then Ags.
Let's see what he's been building into in certain matchups. Last time he did play it, he did skip Helm. So he did go for Mana Boot, something that when you're building into Helm, you completely skip. So he did opt to go for more tanky build, picked up BKB, Blink Dagger, Heaven's Halberd, Shivas, and I think we might be seeing the similar build in this game.
Extreme Gaming.
They end up picking with it the Bat Rider.
It's just too good of a hero right now.
Lock me in for Liquid. It's this hero feels so strong.
I would be fine with picking up Dawnbreaker +1, maybe even Dawnbreaker Shadow Demon. Even though Shadow Demon didn't look too good, I would like to have save against Primal Roar and Lasso. And you could also get both of these heroes that I just mentioned.
I know it's not a hero right now, but Legion used to be the counter to Bat Rider.
Yeah, it's just not a thing anymore.
Yeah. They go Enchantress, which I don't hate. I do enjoy seeing some Enchantress here. More so when we see the Enchantress with the non-overprotective Wisp facet, the Spellbound. But I'm more of a damage craver from the support position. Got one more pick here, and they're going to show the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, I would have preferred if it was the maybe Shadow Demon. This one is also fine. I just like to have another save. This is going to be, because they've been prepping for it. After seeing the Clockwork, I did mention Primal Beast and Dawnbreaker to be potentially 2 picks coming out for Extreme Gaming, and it also allows you to counter-initiate once they go with the Lasso, once they go with the Primal Roar, having that a bit of a global presence. A good way of playing with the Clockwork, because he can play aggressively, going for some of the solo kills. And knowing how PYW plays, he is super aggressive. He goes greedy with his item build, and this is such a free puck game from what I'm seeing. They have no stuns whatsoever. They also don't build into any orchids, not at least early on. Clockwork can, but it's going to take a while. Same goes for the Dawnbreaker, so...
What's the bans you need to focus when you've picked a puck in this position?
5 seconds remaining.
XM, I mean...
Do you ban the Sniper?
Sniper, I think you just might ban the Sniper, yeah. It's a bad matchup.
What's the other bad matchup?
There are a couple of these heroes that can work out. I want to check if he's been playing it. I would... no, Tiny's not available. There is a point to say Ricky is a good one. This is something that the Gaimin Gladiators tried to use during the first game of Grand Finals of the previous TI. It worked really well in the first like 15-ish minutes. I think Shaker is also the big one. If they feel like they need that extra initiator, you have that instant stun throughout the whole game. So I think it just might be a Shaker ban.
10 seconds.
And what do you think it's safe lane for Liquid here?
5 seconds.
We'll see what they end up banning as we go into this. I'll give you a thought on that last pick. As you type in !ticket to the chat, and you can be a witness to the first Tier 1 LAN tournament of 2025. Come join us in Belgrade, Serbia, and enjoy your time. They banned Spectre, so their global presence taken away. Would Liquid try to go to that safe lane Nature's Prophet?
It's a possibility. I was thinking, I had just had a hero in mind, but...
Just don't know if Nature's Prophet gives you what you want against these supports and these heroes. But if you could position yourself well enough, especially after the Solar Guardian, where you can be like, yeah, you let the Solar Guardian go through, but then you TP in afterwards as the +1, you never really feel as confident going with the Solar Guardian. Right?
Yeah, it could be, if they're looking for a range hero, I think it could be something like a Luna, something that they played the other day. Even Troll can work out. This is also a good ban, one of the good matchups. Does well in the laning stage and also does well throughout the game.
Boxy locked in. Locked into playing
Stacked.
the... Yeah.
Boxy's playing a mini game.
5 seconds remaining.
That, I feel like that would be a really funny content piece, just having him stacking boxes, stacking cups, stacking anything he can. We'll see how quick he can do all of them. Down to 7 seconds on the reserve time. And they will pick the Ursa. Something that really doesn't mind the Solar Guardian as much. Like, it comes in, you enrage, you go, you fight. Especially with the control of like a lasso or a dream coil or a roar, you have that opportunity to just strike away at the enemy.
Yeah, it's also a hero that can secure, like, can get the kills in lane. I'm just down for Earthshaker for Extreme Gaming. I feel like they need some kind of a stun. Otherwise, this Ursa Puck will be running away from the fight.
Also, goes for an earlier Roche.
Something that Liquid wanted to do in the previous game as well. It's just that they didn't find the opening between 15 and 20. This is where Ursa TA's lineups usually tend to go for it.
Wonder what this final pick's going to be for XM. There was always a time where China mids would play the Morphling and go with a different carry. Don't really see that happening in this moment.
No, not in this matchup.
But there used to be a time. They go Viper.
That's too funny. I mean, this is what XM does. He picks Viper and Nisha's reaction is just perfect. It's also a good way to like win this matchup and also ruin Mickey in the game. And look at the smiles on them. They're like, I got you with this Viper pick.
You think it's enough?
I don't. I think it could cause some of the issues, but I do like what Liquid drafted for themselves. I think this is not a counter to Puck throughout the whole game. I want to see if any one of them is going to be building into Orchid, because you are playing against Ursa, you are playing against Puck, so it might be Dawnbreaker from the off lane that gets it first.
The Orchid?
Yeah.
Would be an interesting pickup. We'll see if that's going to be the case for the Niu Dawnbreaker. But XM on this Viper, he loves these toxic heroes, or these toxic pubbish heroes, where people pick Viper and Sniper, and they just... He likes Iper. Really loves Iper.
I'm trying to think if there's a third hero. There's not.
What, with Iper?
Yeah.
Sniper, Viper, Piper. That's all I got.
A lot of healing on their side. They have Morphling, they have also Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
Viper is a difficult target to kill. Then also throw in Enchantress with her healing and chat. Oh, percentage.
Was that close?
No, percentage went up. I said 68, 69%. I'm going to go with Team Liquid again. I feel like their draft is overall better. And yeah, I'll let you say what you think about the draft.
I do like their draft. I believe in Liquid this time around. I've learned my lesson, and I think they're locked in. I think they're a momentum-based team, and they're going to win this 2-0. And I think just to maybe get a third game, Boxgo is also going to go Liquid. Caster's Curse. It's as simple as that. I know how to use it.
4 out of 4.
We're going to game 3. Very easy to do. But we'll get into game number 2. This should be a fun, exciting game, and those are the adjectives I like to use the most, because Dota's always fun. Dota's always exciting.
I'm going to be looking at this mid matchup. I want to see, because Nisha, he was happy, but because he knew what was coming.
Yeah.
He knows playing against this Viper is going to be a bit tricky for him.
It's tricky, but I don't know. Sometimes people enjoy the challenge.
30 seconds to battle.
We're gonna back away here as they don't get that kill as he was moving over. Dying Light this time, by the way.
Yeah, it was very specific what he wanted to do in the previous game with Dying Light. This time is just gonna play normal item build on Phoenix.
I know, but you do 21,000 damage. I feel like the urge is there to do it again, right?
Nah, you got to adapt.
That's what the difference between me and pros is, and the MMR and the being good at Dota and
everything else.
Yeah, but that right there is the difference. Saberlight
will do the body block.
Oh yeah, we'll body block on the opposite side of the map.
Low immediately starts to go to grab the creep wave. Let's see if Box is going to bounce him away. Yeah, going to be difficult for Low. So lane is going to be underneath the tower, which means that it's going to get pushed in.
Which facet did Pelosin take on the Enchantress?
Overprotecting Wisp.
Okay.
Yeah. Nisha immediately going back. PYW playing behind enemy lines.
Trying to just play aggressive as best he can. In the face of this Phoenix. So they're just gonna duke it out. Clockwork against the Phoenix, and then Pelosin was, I assume,
bounced.
Flame braked and bounced up onto the cliff. That could be rough, especially if they get this kill onto the Enchantress.
The only other option that was possible there to happen was him taking the Wild Wing Ripper and using Hurricane to pull himself onto the cliff.
Ooh.
Cliff. But that would be such a good clip.
It definitely would be. Overprotective Wisps and doing some damage there onto Boxy. Obviously, we're going to keep an eye on stack numbers. Will it be over under 30 stacks for Liquid?
We also got to keep an eye on CS to see how they're doing in the mid lane. 7 and 3 for Puck, while Viper has 6 and 4.
6 and 5. And now 7 and 5. Nisha not enjoying this a lot, but you knew by the laughs, you knew by the facial expression that he knew this was coming.
So he's actually gonna deny the bottom one and go to the top.
Ooh, Insania, he's in trouble, and first blood there for Neo. This is a good start for the side of Extreme Gaming. Getting that kill onto the Phoenix. It'll take some time before Mickey feels like he can jump in. And with the battery assault and the cogs, you're never really able to feel confident to play aggressive. I would say the jump forward, your shock, and the fire spirits from Phoenix.
It is a very strong lane for Extreme Gaming. If you get caught inside of the cogs, you most likely are going to die, especially because Dawnbreaker is level 3 right now. Boxy, again, starting to stack already, 3 minutes in, not focusing on getting the Lotus or anything. Lane is in a pushed-in position for Extreme Gaming to pick it up. Oh, wow, that was a good deny.
Yeah. Almost. Also, Saberlight's got the Helm of the Dominator queued up. We saw the Ags build from him, right? Before?
With it, yes.
He'll go for that Helm of the Dominator. Maybe he goes back for the Ags. I wouldn't be too shocked, honestly. I just feel like Drums of Slum is so good. One of the stronger abilities. And XM sitting a little low here. Nisha putting the damage on.
Nisha's playing this really well because he denied that Water Rune. Makes a lot of difference in this matchup. And now playing aggressively onto XM. Has Fairy Fire, but already 2 stacks of poison.
Oof. Water Rune in 9 seconds. Got to have control of that. They've brought over the Clockwork to make sure that they can control one this time. And that'll allow XM to refill his bottle for 2 sips. Some cold water for you. Always refreshing. And this is something that if he didn't get, I want to say the lane just feels so bad for XM with the way that Nisha's been playing it.
Definitely called PYW to help him out there.
Hey, I'm going to need your help because I don't get this water rune and this lane might be drastically different. That being said, 18 and 12 for the Viper. A lot of denies.
It is. As expected. The one that surprises me is that Mickey is on top of the network. He's CSing real nicely. 26 and 6 so far for him.
Ursa just looking to stay towards the top. We'll see when Ursa wants to get involved here. Probably not too early. But the rest of the team, honestly, Ursa doesn't need to get involved that early, but the rest of the team certainly can. Especially when you hit that 6 with the Beastmaster and you have that Primal Roar, Dream Coil, Lasso, as well as Phoenix with like some Fire Spirits and a Sunray, but they'll get the Courier.
Almost shown. Micro that Courier.
Gotta be better with the microing. You trying to cut the creep wave. He's got PYW off to his side, but nobody dying just yet in that sense. Both these heroes level 5. Nisha, does he make a rotation immediately after hitting 6?
It's going to be drawn to him. I think they want to kill Viper with the Batrider, come in with the Phoenix. But you got to be careful about Dawnbreaker maybe being level 6 there because she's been soaking up some of the solo XP. Poloson scouting out the stacks. In terms of heroes who can clear the stacks, they only have Dawnbreaker. So if they want to steal enemy stacks, they need to bring in Dawnbreaker plus maybe one extra hero, maybe even 2 heroes for protection.
Viper, Invis, just trying to get a kill here, but if they could push him away, maybe they steal these stacks. Viper's seen under the Sentry Ward. Blood Grenade even committed onto XM. They don't have Dream Coil. He's not level 6. They'll throw the Viper Strike onto the Batrider, but XM, he's in trouble.
He denied himself.
Foxy dies to neutrals. Saberlight gets the kill to XM. That puts Nisha at level 6. That means they can drop the Dream Coil down and get this kill onto the Enchantress. Now PYW on the run, and with 3 heroes around, but 2 chasing, PYW will be dead.
I mean, not sure what the plan was there. You need Dawnbreaker. Like, these heroes are not clearing the stacks. Maybe if Viper had a point in Nether Toxin, but he didn't, so you're definitely not getting it. And look what Mickey's doing right now. They're going to be stealing enemy XP on his career. Okay, Radiant are scanning, but he's already here, so that's gone.
Uh-oh. And he just TPs back to the lane. Really well done there by Liquid. Not only rotating over mid to take care of XM, Boxy dies to neutrals. Now they'll take these stacks. It's going to be both supports who take these stacks. So you're getting both Wisdom Runes. You're getting these stacks. You're getting this experience here where both your supports are going to be 6 pretty quickly on.
That's going to be a massive difference. It doesn't matter as much for Enchantress, but Clockwork is the hero that needs that experience. He wants to be level 6.
Yeah, you want that hook shot. You want to be able to initiate for your team. Instead now, you're starting to worry about the fact that Lasso's going to be available soon and Supernova will be there as well. But PYW doing his own job, getting some of these neutral creeps. And Nisha now ahead in experience over XM. He's got Dream Coil available once more.
They need to bring an extra hero if they want to kill him now, because Dawnbreaker ulti is ready. PYW stealing the haste rune away from Nisha. Mickey continues to farm up. There is no pressure whatsoever on him right now.
No, not at all. Because Neo's cutting the creep wave. They're going to Dream Coil if they spot him. And the Waning Rift, they've got Boxy coming over. Sticky Napalm started. Nisha holding that Dream Coil. Throws the Illusory Orb just in case. And he tries to TP with Dream Coil not used yet. And he's going to die for this. Nisha getting a pretty easy kill. He gets some help from the Ursa there. Onto the
nicely played by Nisha. He did not want to use the coil immediately, knowing that he can snap the coil and use ulti on the other side of the map. So he waited long enough for Ursa to get close, just so that they have enough. And this is going to be a solo kill from Saberlight.
Yeah. Just having that roar, having that extra boar damage, and the axes are level 7 already. And the boar is level 4. It does quite a bit with the help of this Beastmaster, and they're really making it look easy with the way that they're moving around the map so fluidly at the moment. XM, bottom of the cores. He's level 8. Top is the Beastmaster, no surprise. Does he went boots now with the Windlace on the Beastmaster. Does he still have...
He's gonna go for drums.
There.
It's been also a new tech on Beastmaster where you are just getting the boots, getting the bongo boots later on, having that insane amount of attack speed on yourself and units.
Right. Now, I was wondering if he was gonna do that and then go into...
you could still get
the Overlord.
You could still get Aghanim Scepter as well in that build.
Yeah,
sneak it in. And there's the build that we talked about during the draft after seeing what needs to happen, because I'm seeing Dawnbreaker with Orchid, and that's what I really like. You're playing into Puck, you have limited lockdown. Silence also against Ursa is going to be crucial before he can get a BKB.
I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised at the lack of levels from the supports on the side of Liquid. Mickey, he has ult available, he'll use it. Starts to run, Insane is here, he's only level 5, Mickey gets out for free. But both supports on the side of Liquid not level 6 after taking that giant stack as well as getting both Wisdom Runes.
Yeah.
It's a bit shocking. Maybe I just don't know how to do the math of experience as well as I thought. And that could certainly be the case.
Without a doubt, we saw you counting to 31. Took you good 6-7 seconds.
I wouldn't say 7 seconds, but... Saberlight's got Primal Roar. There was already a waveform in. They've got Waning Rift. They got the Kona Pelosi. Nisha gets credit for that. And now that Dawnbreaker comes in with a Solar Guardian, Dream Coil committed, no Primal Roar. They'll lose the Beastmaster, and now they start to retreat on the side of Liquid.
That was a bit of a risky one from Liquid, going for Morphling, knowing that Solar Guardian is ready. PYW will try to go for the hook shot, but they are already gone. And now you have 4 heroes stuck in the bottom lane, so there's going to be a lot of shared farm. They're not going to be getting as much farm as Team Liquid is because they're well spread on the map.
And you talk about shared farm, but what you can do is have shared excitement when you join us at the first Tier 1 LAN of the 2025 year. Put an exclamation point ticket into the chat. You can find out how to cheer for your favorite team January 31st to February 2nd in Belgrade, Serbia at the Sava Center. Kind of a slow game. 6-2. Nothing too insane. Yeah.
As expected, both carries are not really heroes that want to kill immediately. Neo.
They've got the lasso, they'll have the control. Mekke trying to do the damage and has enough. XM's also dead to Saberlight. They use the roar there and have that control. No hookshot available for PYW to deter that. And I say it's slow, but then they kill the mid and the offlaner.
Good moves from Liquid, getting 2 kills on 2 different sides of the map.
Gotta be careful. Closing in on minute 14. So think about that Wisdom Rune, you think about the positioning there, and you're not getting any of your Wisdom Runes, especially the first 2. In a lineup like this is pretty brutal.
And look at this attack speed. The Scaly Bros are attacking so quickly.
Which facet I don't remember which facet Beastmaster took.
He took Wild Hunt.
The one with more units, yeah.
Yeah.
So you get the Dark Troll Summoner, you summon those skeletons, and then you've got like 100 plus attack speed. It's kind of disgusting. Stack Watch 2025, Boxy at 10 at the 13-minute mark.
They're stacking so much more. 5 on side of Extreme, 15 on Liquid.
Dream
Bolostone is just gonna die.
Yeah.
He's been on the receiving end throughout the whole game.
Yeah, this has been really tough for him. And they're getting these pickoffs, and they've got this bottom Tier 1 tower, but there's been no response from Extreme. Blink Dagger soon for the Batrider. That's the amount of gold there that the Batrider has sitting top of the supports in gold.
They also got to be very careful on Extreme in the next minute and a half, because Roshan will be killed by Ursa and the Beastmaster.
And he's going home with the Overlord. You could, again, you could still go Ags after this. You're farming this so quickly. Like, Ags is always viable.
Definitely is.
Battle Fury, just about finished for Ursa.
The reason why I also mentioned Roshan is they have tier 1 tower in the top lane 14 minutes into the game, down to 600 HP, but they still have something to TP to other than Outpost to protect Ursa if they're gonna invade.
14 minutes, Dire Wisdom Rune available. Low going into the Manta style, picked up that Yasha, but there's that Battle Fury for the Ursa. XM almost level 12. He's going into the Hurricane Pike. But Beastmaster still sitting top of the net worth for the moment over this Morphling, and almost has enough for that ulti orb, and then needs to go and get that Helm of the Overlord. Nisha has amplified damage, hook shot comes in. Morph's gonna be here, turns into the puck, but they go to the Dream Coil. It's gonna be on a 2. The axes are in, the blink into the lasso. That's a new blink here for this Bat Rider. They go to the Primal Roar, they've got themselves the Solar Guardian. They don't have the damage at the moment, but the Supernova's gonna pop. Everybody here for the side of Extreme Gaming trying to go in and take out these Liquid heroes.
But at least they didn't lose a single hero. Sure, they dropped the coil, they used all 4 big ultis.
Yeah.
But they didn't lose a single hero, and they also got Viper Strike, and they also got a Dawn ulti. So play the top part of the map, get that Roshan going.
Definitely can. And following along here with the Ursa to see if he goes for this Roche, just like you guys can put an exclamation point F into the chat. Challenge some of the pro players with your knowledge and have some behind-the-scenes action of the Fissure Playground. Follow us on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitch for all your Dota needs. We want this Orchid from Dawnbreaker, and it just comes out now.
BYW just scouted Roche Pit with the rocket, so they know it's level 1 rocket, 20-second cooldown, and they will go immediately into Roche Pit, take it for themselves. Pretty classic move. This is expected. Extreme Gaming also know that it's gonna happen, and they can't really take the fight inside the Roche Pit. Maybe BYW can steal it with the rocket, which is a very difficult thing to do. Level 1 rocket, and Ursa deals like 1000 damage per hit right before he kills it.
XM, by the way, went Midas. So thinking late game, but I'm a little worried when you're thinking late game against these heroes. It's not exactly the best lineup to want to go late game against.
Definitely not. This is a momentum-based lineup from Team Liquid. You have great ways of initiating. Again, great scaling coming out from them, BKB piercing tools. But he did lose his lane in the end after those like 1 or 2 deaths that he did have.
You know, there's ways to take away farm on the Radiant side of the map. There's blocking camps, there's farming it yourself, or, as Morphling wants to farm the Ancient camp, taking one of the Ancients with Helm of the Overlord in front of his face.
And nothing he can do about it.
No, not at all. That feels pretty bad. Oh, gosh. Boxy, man, he is super farmed on this Bat Rider. But it goes back to him stacking and taking his own stacks as well.
Creating gold out of nothing, getting that XP, and also playing on a bit of a different side of the map. Getting the gold, farming the outer ring.
Creating gold out of nothing. I thought that was an alchemist thing.
That's also the stacking thing.
Yeah.
They know that there is an observer ward on high ground. Immediate reaction. New has that Orchid that we talked about a couple of times, but we still haven't seen it in action. And after seeing some of the components, Nisha decides to itemize correctly, goes for Yule's Scepter to remove it.
They're going to run right at Pullis, and Icarus dive, early wisps. Saberlight just trying to hold on to not having to roar, and he won't really need to. He's got this Ancient creep, and he's got the damage, and it's just an easy kill overall. Doesn't need to roar, but Boxy, he's got Blink Lasso, waveform away, but Blink, Flame Break into the Lasso. Solar Guardian, and this Morphling is gonna turn tail, but now that you've Solar Guardian in, it's a sacrificial one because you have no escape.
Saberlight is having a blast of a game. The most farm hero in the game right now. He's also the one holding the Aegis. This is something that you do when you have this over-farm Beastmaster, because he's gonna be the one putting the pressure on the map. And new Dawnbreaker ulti has been used, and Saberlight used this opportunity, gets the ulti on him immediately. So use this lasso as a bait to get Dawnbreaker.
it's, to me, it's, as we see PYW now in trouble. Ooh, actually, I say that. Dream Coil on to 2. They're trying to get the kill here on a Boxy. They will. They'll end up trading PYW. Nisha hitting away at Low. And Low is trying to run. Turns into the puck. He'll phase shift Illusory Orb away and jaunt into that orb to escape. Woo, doing his thing. Hey, so you're almost...
It's going to be Viper question.
No, it's not a Viper question. It's actually, I was just going to talk about the fact that, like, you want gold, you can order it. And the way you do that is you just go after the Morphling while Solar Guardian's up, because New's, like, forced to help the Morphling. And then it's like, all right, well, we don't get Morphling, but we get a free Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, I think he also needs to use ulti to try to save Viper, considering in which stage Viper is right now. He's been in recovery mode for quite some time. 1, 2, and 0 is his score with Hand of Midas. You know things are not going well for him.
Saberlight. Oh, thinking about the roar. Solar Guardian available. XM, Nether Toxin on the ground. Saberlight not afraid to keep running, but Pelosin's nearby. They have Blink Lasso available, but they're not going to commit.
Let's see if Liquid smokes and tries to go for the play where they get a pick off, take enemy Tormentor, take that XP rune, because there is still Aegis up and running for a good 45 seconds. Nikkei, ready to jump. Oh no!
Oh,
this could be a disaster.
Wrong. They're going, they're thinking about it. Sunray, Dream Coil, snapping on the Dawnbreaker as well as the Morphling. They go to the Supernova, the hook shot's gonna be off the mark. Low in trouble, Lasso's there, Niu's dead, 2 heroes are gone. They also got the Tormentor, they'll get the shard on a Boxy. They look over at XM, they've got the Sunray on him. PYW moving forward, trying to get the cogs out, but they go to the Viper Strike. Now they've got the Primal Roar, it's gonna be onto the Viper. They'll get that kill onto XM. Clockwork can only just watch because he was hit with the Waning Rift, silencing him up.
Oh, look where he's TPing from.
Trying to TP from his own tier 3 back home. A short retreat TP.
That was such a nice
so
read
well
from
executed by Liquid. Yeah.
What's gonna happen? Going in, smoking, and finding them with their pants down, getting multiple kills, and also getting Tormentor. Not sure if they also got the XP rune.
They did. They
did. Oh, they got everything.
Yeah,
okay.
Nisha just went back and got it. Yeah, pants on the ground. Looking like a fool with your pants on the ground when you get caught like that. I mean, that is... I mean, they knew it. They read it so perfect. Like,
Yeah, they gave them veggie.
the super atomic wedgie where you throw it over their head, and then they stuff them in a locker.
All right, it seems
Not
like
that
you know a lot about
Yeah, I was about to
this
say,
stuff.
not that I have experience, but high school was a rough time. Anyway, they have the Solar Guardian, Saberlight low, but not dead. Oh, the Waning Rift on the 3. They've got the Silence of the Dream Coil. They'll get Saberlight finally, but they'll get a price of admission that they may not want to pay for. That's Niu, that's PYW dead. Lu and Pelosin now on the run.
Big chunk of gold, though.
Yeah.
Got 560, almost 700 shared gold. Pelosin is the one who's getting dismantled in this game. 0, 6, and 2 as an Enchantress. Trying to buy a little bit more time for both of his cores to come online.
4-0 and 10, though, for Nisha. And you got to give him his flowers, right? Nisha was in a matchup against this Viper that was not looking that amazing, but he played it perfect.
He did all of his rotations, but as we said it was such a good puck game, and he also itemized they needed to have this. Orchid immediately saw it because he was so farmed. So he has a Dispel mechanic, and now Saberlight.
And he has his shard.
Will get the shard.
So not going for the Ags at the end of the day. I mean, this... Not right now. That's always an item you can go back for. It's one of those items that gives you damage worth it at all points in the game. But the BKB is going to be worth purchasing before if he does opt to go back for it. Mickey has a lot of farm. He's got a BKB that he used recently. Blink Dagger going into the Basher. He's happy with that. Happy with being top of the net worth. Parasma for Puck soon. Got to be careful. Puck is doing a significant amount of damage, and this Ag's going to take a long time for Niu to get, if he even gets to this item. They're down by so much, I could truthfully see this game ending soon. if they lose a big fight right by their base?
Yeah, they definitely could. If he gets a good lasso, if he snatches a guy, there is really no save other than Dawnbreaker ulti, and Saberlight is going to go high ground and get some right clicks in.
How do you react? I haven't really yet. He backs off on his own accord.
No need to rush anything. Roche is going to respawn maybe in 5 seconds. We'll see if it's going to be immediate, and there's also amplify damage. Plus, it's going to give enough time for Mickey to farm his Basher. They are bringing in new items to the fight. This time around, Insania opting to go for more team fight build rather than I'm going to be the damage dealer / healer. So he did pick up Pipe of his own, unfortunately. Didn't get the shard. After 2 Tormentors, it really feels bad when you're playing Phoenix.
Certainly does. You really would love the Sunray during Supernova.
Oh god, it's Parasma on Puck.
Yep. Parasma on Puck has an amplified damage. It's just a lot of gold available for Puck. Actually, he has to get the Mystic Staff picked up as well, and there it is on the courier, so that'll be shipped out to him.
It's not just Parasma, it's also Grobo on Puck with amplified damage, so he's gonna clean up the next fight. What is XM up to? How's he recovering? Has 2,000 gold saved up after finishing off Hurricane Pike, but doesn't seem to be enough damage, enough sustain in the next fight. Roshan, as we said, 30 seconds on Dire side.
Dawnbreaker trying to get the Ags. Gotta get some Neo items in the inventory. And Ags is a long build-up, especially when you're not finding any farm anywhere. You're forced to farm the opposite side of the map. Like you said, Roche is up soon. So it just forces you into this position where you're conceding Roche. Inherently, right? With how far you are behind.
I don't think you're taking the fight.
No. Manta, even with this Midas, you've got Hurricane Pike, but it just does not feel worth it. They even commit the Dream Coil to that. I don't really think they needed it, but why not make sure that you get the kill there onto the Viper? No Viper on the board. They're going to go and get Roche. Eventually, the Roar will come out. I mean, maybe best you could do is Solar Guardian in. And
Rocket's coming. Let's see. Came in slightly too quickly.
Aegis banner for the side of Liquid, and they're already pressuring these lanes, pushing it forward with Boxy as well as Saberlight.
Second Roshan, second Aegis is going to be given to Mickey this time around. Makes a lot of sense. He was on Beastmaster the first time to put more pressure on the map. He was going to be the one sieging, because Ursa doesn't deal that much damage to the towers anyway.
No, he does not. We'll see what they want to do in terms of finishing this off, because the Aegis in the carry's hands definitely is the telltale sign of wanting to get the victory. BKB is going to be popped here by Saberlight. He'll run away, and now the turnaround. They have Primal Roar, Dream Coil onto 2. It'll snap on both. Nisha looking for the damage. There's the Waning Rift, pulling them in. They go to the Primal Roar. It's going to be onto the Morphling. They don't have the damage yet. He's able to waveform away. They got the kill on a PYW, but the lasso pick up from Boxy. They'll get the kill on a low. They'll look over at XM. This Viper is going to die very quickly, and 3 heroes are dead for the one of Boxy, but Liquid coming out ahead once more. It's just not stopping.
It's not enough. They don't have enough damage. They also initiated onto Saberlight, who is extremely tanky. Almost 3,000 HP on him, holding onto Pupil's Gift, has BKB available, and now they're going to need to pop the Glyph. Such a rough game for Extreme.
Yeah, definitely not the game they were hoping for on this brink of elimination. And there goes the tier 3 top. This will be a set of racks in the top lane, dropping there too. And it feels helpless. There's not much you can do, even if you respond with all 5 heroes. We just saw it, like, it ain't a great situation. 2 sets of racks will fall. Evans Halberd for the Beastmaster, making sure that Saberlight can survive a little bit longer. There's no tier 2 in the bottom lane. They still have 3 minutes on this Aegis. It's a tough game to be a part of for Extreme, and they actually fake back here. They smoke up and look for the blink into the lasso. XM's going to be caught. The damage is there very quickly.
He's dead already.
He is so dead.
and they want to close it out.
Ags finally there for Neo, but it's just not going to be enough. Primal Roar, they'll get the kill to Pelosi, he's going to buy back immediately. They'll look for this Phoenix. They'll get the kill to Insania, so that means no Supernova. But you've already lost PYW. He's going to be forced to buy back as well if he wants to defend. It's a triple kill there for Mickey, who goes for more. Pelosi going to survive thanks to the Solar Guardian with his Ags. He's got the 60% evasion with that upgrade, but they've got the disarm. It's the Heaven's Halberd that came out from Saberlight. They'll have that disarm onto the Morphling. He's silenced as well.
Dealing in some
BKB
real nice damage.
on the run. Saberlight survives.
Can they
It
chase
took
him down?
This out of the hands of this Ursa, but the turnaround is there. Oh, Flame
Never
Break on the
mind.
3 heroes. Niu, Pelosi, both dead, no buyback. Bottom set of racks. It's next on the list. Cross it off. It's like going grocery shopping. You do one at a time. Viper Strike onto this Beastmaster, but Nisha will get the kill into PYW. He is dead for 70. Blink Abyssal and the kill onto Lu. GG is called. Liquid 2-0 over Extreme and eliminate this last Chinese roster.
Yeah, Team Liquid looking really strong today. They came in well prepared. Boxy on the stacking mission. Saberlight had a great laning stage, continued to dominate, got that first Roshan, got first Aegis, continued to choke out the map for the rest of Extreme Gaming. They were unable to recover, and Nisha having a really great time in this mid lane as well, just going all over the place to the side lanes, getting the kills.
Yeah, it was Liquid on their 3rd chance that they get to go to the playoffs. It was a tough 3 BO3s for Liquid, but they swung 2-0. They're momentum driven for sure, and when you put them on the edge, like they said, they lock in, no doubts. And the Liquid, they're gonna wrap up their equipment, be pretty content with their win, and know that they're
Insania being super happy about this dub. Never qualified to the top 8 before. He's just super chill, you know. It seems like they knew how well they're gonna play today after having 2 bad days.
Yeah, it's tough. The BO3s were pretty rough for them. The first one, of course, against BetBoom, which allowed BetBoom to qualify, was very difficult for them. And I believe the second one was against Paravision, right?
Yeah.
So BetBoom, Paravision, 2 opponents that they're going to see now in the playoffs, but they finally get their 2-0, they advance, and unfortunately that means Extreme is going home, and they were the last Chinese roster in the tournament. So that's one region. Cross it off. That's what, NA as well as China crossed off. So you got a couple of regions remaining, and Liquid, I mean, they made it look so methodical. They really had it all perfect both games.
They did, yeah. It was just from the start to finish, Mickey having a perfect game, having understanding of his timings. This Orchid came in slightly too late mid lane. They didn't have enough pressure with Viper, and also Paulison, like he did not have a game. 0, 8, and 2. The only one who was staying on top of the net worth was Low, but I'm gonna say it's just Morphling. There were so many times where Morphling solo carried the game. It's just the composition of the team didn't allow him to do so.
Yeah, Nisha 6-0 and 19 there on the puck, but the one after the 909 is Mickey, and he's carrying, he's doing a lot. He had that Abyssal pretty early on because of how far they were ahead of the side of Extreme Gaming, and honestly, Nisha playing that matchup perfectly is what opens up the game. It's that fight, honestly, that fight by the stack in the river where XM goes onto the Batrider, uses the Viper Strike, but then they lose 3 heroes, and it was something that really cost them and let Nisha kind of get really far ahead in this game. So Liquid take the 2-0. They eliminate Extreme Gaming. We have an exit interview with Pelosi, and we're going to send it over to our host and see what they have to say.
Standing next to me is the very lovely Paulison from Extreme Gaming. Not the space that I would like to be seeing you in, but you guys still put on an amazing performance here. What do you think happened in this series, or at least talk to me about maybe what you weren't ready for in this Liquid best of 3?
I think I can't say about the rest, but I can say about myself. I think personally I am not in good shape right now. So yeah, which is why I think we are not playing good, at least for me. Yeah.
And you guys have, here at FISSURE Playground, unfortunately, your run is over, but you'll be at the next tournament for Blast, and then we're seeing you at Dream League and so on and so forth. You guys have a very busy schedule coming up. So how does this result here potentially impact going forward in the future of extreme gaming?
If Nisha's going to come, I'm going to ask him about the matchups.
Because this is not acceptable for us. Yeah, so you only go better.
And what do you think will happen between now and Blast? What are you guys going to be looking at, hopefully fixing and changing, or some takeaway lessons?
I think firstly we'll go back and look at ourselves, and we'll scream and see how it goes. Yeah.
And do you have any words for the fans of extreme gaming out there?
Sorry to disappoint you guys. We'll be better the next tournament.
Look, I fully believe that, Paulson. Thank you so much for joining me, and it's unfortunate to see you guys go, but it was a lot of fun.
Thank you for having me.
It's always tough seeing exit interviews when the emotions are there, and Pelosi, you could see very kind of disappointed with the way that this went. But Extreme, they're a strong roster. They just got to get everything kind of working on all cylinders. This is a lot of strong players. Like Nat said, there's a lot of tournaments coming up for Extreme. There's time to get better and grow.
Yeah,
We're
I also
early
like
in
that
2025.
he is self-critical about what happened. Sometimes you know that you did play bad, and this is how you manage to get that improvement, get better. But definitely want to see more of Extreme Gaming because they're a very interesting team to watch. They have very nice ideas how to play the game.
Yeah, but we also have a winner's interview with Jenkins and Mickey, so we're going to send it over to him.
That's right. I'm here with Mickey from Team Liquid. How you doing?
Doing great. I'm glad my laundry survived, because if we lost, I don't know what I would do with all my clothes. So.
Put that extra pressure on yourself. That makes sense. 2-0. Are you happy with that result, or could you have done better?
I mean, no, I think we played clean today, and definitely made it more simple to play, I guess, compared to the other series.
Do you think that you 2-0'd Extreme because you figured them out, or you just are more comfortable in your own style?
I think more of our own style. We managed to just play our own pace this game and not get run over. So it was, nice.
So now that you're the captain of Team Liquid, what does William Blitz Lee actually do during the draft and for the team?
I mean, most of the time he's on his phone and just vibing. But for this series specifically, because we're at elimination, he stepped up a bit. So that's good. That's good.
He put the Taylor Swift down for just a moment.
Taylor Swift came out. The dance came out. He's doing the hands.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to do here, we're going to do a new segment. I'm going to say a player name and then a hero. You just give me your first reaction, okay? Insania Chen.
Insania Chen. I don't know. Chen for me is like Roger. Yeah, not Insania, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
Okay. XM Puck.
Yeah, I could see it. It's... Nah, maybe not. I feel like Nisha Puck would be more natural, and like XM Sniper.
Okay, Nisha Puck.
Yes. My dream. This is my dream. Yeah.
As the guy who presses the buttons, how do you feel about the carry meta in this patch? You played Ursa. People say this hero's kind of bad, but I feel like there's a very deep carry pool right now. Is that correct?
Yeah, carry is... It's like whatever you wanna... I don't know how to say it. Like, without revealing too much strats. I guess you just pick a hero and you fit it into the draft nicely. You don't really build around it that much, I think, unless you're like Team Spirit and you have Yatora or Yeah. But for me, I'm like noob carry, so I just pick my hero and to fit in the draft.
So what makes the perfect Ursa game then?
No comment.
Okay, fair enough. Congratulations, and we'll send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Jenkins, for throwing it over. We're coming into a quick interview here with Nisha after a solid 2-0. Pretty simple. It seemed pretty clear-cut for you guys. You played against the Viper in the second game, but you seem to dominate it, and you seem to dominate that whole series. What's the vibes right now?
I'm a bit confused because we've been losing a lot in scrims and in officials. But a bit hopeful now after 2-0. So we need to do some work between now and the next match.
All right. What's the work? Is it just Dota, or is it, kind of getting that gym session in before you work on the Dota stuff?
No, definitely Dota. I went to watch some replays, analyze the games, and prepare for the next match.
Yeah, I have a question about what happened in the first game, because you were playing Sniper against Primal Beast, and you decided to creep skip at level 3 and not go for any neutral camps. Can you explain why that is?
Yeah, I felt a bit awkward with it. I think I should have, but I remember one game that I went for like Panty neutrals, but they glyphed the wave, and then I had like this wave, and then I'm late for the next one. So
Is this the matchup where you always need to skip if you're playing Sniper against Primal?
yeah, that's Primal for sure. Maybe. I mean, if you're good, you probably like harass the sniper somehow, but I'm not that good on Primal.
Yeah, and I also want to ask
I just wanted to survive the day.
Yeah, I want to ask you about the reaction, because when XM picked Viper, camera was on you, and you were laughing your ass off. Like, you knew what was coming?
No, I mean, we just were talking about bans for a while, and I said we cannot predict this guy anyway. Like, he's gonna like play whatever he wants. So that was like the example.
Right. You were not worried about the matchup?
No, I think Puck is pretty chill. It's a good matchup.
As shown in the game?
Yeah.
You got the rest of the day. It's going to be all replays from here until the next match, or is there any reprieve in between?
Probably play some Dota. Play some scrims maybe if we schedule them, but nothing planned yet.
Was it getting stressful after the first two BO3s? You had those first two opportunities against BetBoom and Paravision. Were you a little bit more stressed coming into this third one, or was it still confidence the whole way?
I think stressed for sure. Even though like BetBoom and Paravision we've been losing a lot, so it wasn't that understandable. We could lose to those teams, but still getting eliminated in groups was a bit stressful. So.
All right. Any last shout-outs to anybody watching at home before we let you go?
Yeah, I guess. Anyone that's watching.
Sounds good to me. Anyone that's watching, shout-outs from Nisha, and we're going to send you guys to a quick break, and we'll be back with the last BO3 of the day. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back, folks, to the final day of the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE, as we have one more series to go until the Swiss stage is completely over. If you've somehow managed to miss some of the action, you can always follow us on the social media by typing !F into chat, and you'll be able to keep up with all the series, then all the notes that have been made, and all that awesome content that has been created throughout this tournament. There's more to come. Keep an eye open on the social medias, !F. Here with T-Panda and Harry Freak, because we're ready to go to one more best of 3 to find out the 8th team to take part in the playoffs.
And also the last team to be eliminated, right? That is also the fun part. I don't know, Panda. A lot of people are more looking towards teams getting eliminated rather than going through. But
they love the drama.
Yeah, but if you would have told people maybe 2 months ago, like these are gonna be the 2 teams that cannot make it into the playoff, a lot of people would look at you funny, but yeah, they're in a tough spot.
Potentially, yeah. 2 pretty big teams, one with smaller roster changes and the other with some bigger roster changes in terms of how this team has come together. So pretty interesting to see how both Gaimin Gladiators and Tundra are going to go up against each other. We haven't really had the chance with you and I to cover many of these Tundra games. We've been watching Gaimin yesterday, Slug versus Falcons. That was a brutal series to watch.
Yeah, very tough one for them. I mean, they won game 1 and then they got tortured in game 2 and probably just didn't have anything left for game 3. It was a long day. Yeah,
that title tells everything. Is this the revenge of Doracio? Did he pick the right team to go to? As he was previously at Gaimin Gladiators, now Watson, MMR rank 1 from the European leaderboard, and pretty much all of Dota is taking his place. So how do you think about that storyline? Because truly, that has to mean something for a lot watching this series.
Yeah, when I saw that he was removed from the team, I was like, okay, fine. But then I'm not sure if a lot of people are saying that he was kind of having fun or something. But overall, on social media, he wasn't too kind with the words towards his teammates, right? Either way, though, I'm always looking at it this way, right? The guy that got kicked, if somebody left and then he loses, then I'm cheering for the team that he left for. If he gets kicked and then he's going to another team, then I'm cheering for the guy that got kicked, because it's kind of more fun when that guy wins, right? In these circumstances.
Something about that mentality of yours, but a lot of people can relate to that, I guess, you know. But storylines, drama, that's everything that Dota viewers are living for, and this is seriously the series that has quite a lot of that, maybe during or maybe after, because you know, we've already had these discussions. We had Heroic Whisper. Was Whisper at fault? He was not wrong. He managed to get the first spot pretty much with BetBoom through this Swiss stage. And now with Parivision, Falcon, Spirit, Talon, now Liquid making their way through. That is a very big list of elite teams that you want to be a part of, but it can only be Gaimin or Tundra.
Yeah, and the elite teams, you know, these big ones, the Tundras, the GGs, the Liquids, right? Not really doing awesome in this tournament thus far. So you know, people are probably going to be looking at it like, is the Western European dominance gone? But it also might just be the start of the season, and we all know that everybody is trying to make their form better for the later parts of the Dota season.
Yeah, you've got still East Europe, West Europe, and SA still in the run here. North America, well, you have SEA, of course, with Talon, but North America is out. China is also out, which, of course, doesn't really change what we've seen a couple of months back already, that the Chinese region has been slightly in shambles and continues with the same trend as well. But, I mean, just looking at these rosters, the players out there, maybe to refresh our memories from yesterday, that Falcons versus Gaimin Gladiators series specifically must have been mentally challenging to battle out with Gaimin Gladiators, taking game 1, looking like they outplay the opponent's draft. Of course, Falcons had their shiny moments, but through those shiny moments, they also found luck, they also found skill, and they outplayed damn hard versus Gaimin Gladiators. So what's their form going to be like today? And of course, what is the mental balance going to be like? They have to do quite a lot of washing from yesterday.
I mean, you know what? These Gaimin Gladiators players with a lot of this roster as well played versus the old Tundra, right? So that was just some parts of the old Tundra with a couple of aggressive players that you had to deal with. 2 years back, they had to deal with that TI winning Tundra, where I think that everybody got annoyed so much when they were being drained for 20, 30 minutes and then still losing in the end. So I would assume that they kind of got used to it at that point. Maybe now a bit of a refresh for their memory. But overall, I think they should be fine.
And also to highlight, just so nobody thinks that, wait, Tundra has 0% win rate. That's just with first pick. So they probably are more the second pick favored team. And that could also lead into some different types of drafting styles, heroes, play styles that fit them as well. So does this Tundra have some of that flair from the previous one? You're kind of highlighting Gaimin Gladiators being the old Tundra. But what is this new era of Tundra going to look like when you have all these new additions to the team? Some star players with Doraccio, BZM.
Yeah, it's 33 teams are always interesting, right? And Saxa teams as well. Saxa is very greedy, right? He is like one of those support players that is always in the top 10. For that to be the case, you obviously have to be amazing at the game, but you also have to be a little bit on the greedier side. When I look at this lineup of Tundra, it feels like it could be the best team in the world, but it isn't easy to put together, right? And I think that 33 probably went for a really huge project, and it might take some time, but if you look at the names and their potential and how they can work, this could be like the best team in the world or close to it.
Potentially, and that's what they're looking for with this tournament. If they can get all the way to the main event and look for a victory for Tundra, would be pretty huge if they make it all the way through. It is a $1 million prize pool tournament after all, so the driving force is definitely there for these guys that haven't been enjoying the biggest prize pool placements. But we can find out more about these players as well and what they think in our pre-game interview. We're going to head over to Nat and see what the boys have in mind.
This is Quinn. I'm being interviewed by Natalie T.
Thank you. I was wondering if a player would ever intro the interview for me. But yeah, we're going to do a quick pre-game interview here. For you guys, you're kind of on this verge of elimination. It's been very inconsistent for you over the last few months as well. And I want to know how the team atmosphere or how you guys are handling those inconsistent results.
I mean, inconsistent results are never fun. I mean, that's Dota. Dota's a lot of slop and muck and mire with some highlights in between. So I think it's been on like a slight uptrend, this event. So I think we feel pretty good overall.
And there's been a little bit of, discourse out there, and I wanted to have your opinion on it, all right? Do you think pro players are too outspoken on social media?
Yes, wildly so, I think. Yeah, they really pipe down, really. Yeah.
Heard it here first. And final question as well, you guys coming up against Tundra, I mean, you're aware of their roster change-ups as well, but does that add any extra pressure on what's about to take place here?
I don't think so. I think it makes it funny. I think it's a fun series, and I'm sure there will be tips and there will be fanfare and hullabaloo, and I think that's it's fun. It's funny.
Do you think there's going to be like an extra inner meta when it comes to drafting as well, because Doraccio a little bit more?
Probably. There's also some the other way as well, because he knows us. So I imagine there's a little both ways going on.
All right. Well, thank you for joining me, Quinn. I appreciate it. But right now, we're going to head on over to Tundra themselves.
That's right. I'm here with BZM from Team
Tundra.
That's right. You were on break for quite some time. What did you do during the downtime, BZM?
Finished school. Yeah. Not much, honestly. Chilling.
Bro, I feel like finishing school is quite a lot. What was your hardest class in school?
Maths.
Yeah, mid players are.
I was sure that it's math.
Yeah, Doraccio.
So I knew it.
Right. That makes a lot of sense. What are you going to pick in this game?
Kez.
What?
Kez.
Kez, you're going to pick Kez. That makes sense. When he gets added into competitive, you think he's going to be completely busted?
Yeah, for sure. Like, maybe it needs to get a little buffed now.
I got to ask, are you going to defend your boy Doraccio here in this game? You're against Gaimin Gladiators. They kicked him. You're going to defend your boy.
Defend him from what?
From losing against Gaimin.
I mean, yeah.
Excellent. Let's see if you can do that in the game.
That was an amazing response to the end as well. Of course, he's going to defend his teammate, but of course, a bit of humor showing from both sides. As Quinn was basically super laid back, as he usually always is, and you saw from BZM. But I can tell you one addition. He was not only just finishing school, he did play Dota Masters Bulgaria, a tournament that I did cover, like you would say Tier 3, Tier 4, a local Bulgarian tournament where even Spartan and the boys were actually playing in. So they had this goal in that specific tournament, that there was a team that had back-to-back championships. They formed that team only to make sure that specific back-to-back champion team would get knocked out of the tournament, and then they would give up the tournament.
And did they manage to do it?
They had an overlapping tournament, so BZM and the boys never were able to play that one to the end, and we had another back-to-back champion. So that happened, but he certainly did that. But hey, finished school. It's good.
Yeah, that's always nice. He said that he had a problem with maths. A lot of people can probably relate to that. Not us, Panda, because we're really good at maths, right?
Yeah, I already graduated a couple years back, so
easy, right? No problem. Like from high school,
from university.
I don't think that's too impressive at 30 years old.
I don't know about you and what kind of studies you've done, but hopefully you've done your Dota studies, because the most important storyline here, of course, is the matchup between the carries. One from basically new into their both of their respective teams. Watson, Doraccio, something to look out for. Will BZM protect his boy? And of course, how do they enable the most out of Watson? Because from yesterday's perspective, there was a bit rookie for basically both of these teams, but this is the last chance. There's no coming back out of this one. So you folks out there, make sure you vote as well in chat. !G for Gaimin Gladiators fans and !T for the Tundra people out there.
You're going to see that more people are going to be voting for Tundra because they, as I told you, people like to cheer for somebody who got kicked, right? Because it feels extra spicy when they win, right? If there's just like, oh yeah, we were right. Yeah, sure, that's not fun at all, right? So I'm thinking Tundra is going to be getting a bit more fans. And though Tundra are coming into the series from a win, right? They lost a best-of-1 versus Talon, and then yesterday they won versus Wildcard. So definitely wasn't that hard of a series for them. Both of the games were under 30 minutes.
Yeah. That was not much of a challenge you could put, and I think that's a good thing for Tundra. But Gaimin already had a super hard series yesterday. They might continue with that same mentality into this one and have maybe over-tempo versus Tundra. Do you think that thing can happen even overnight, that the style sticks from your previous series?
It depends on the... It definitely can happen, right? But I think it also depends on the team atmosphere, also the preparation of the coaches, of the staff as well. So I think both teams are gonna be fine, reset, ready for them to give us the best series of their lives, right? And look at that, look at how it is Tundra having a bit more. And you know, you could argue that maybe Gaimin Gladiators are coming in as the slight favorite. I feel like their performance might have been a bit better, or people might look at their opponents that they were a bit tougher to get here, and they did win a game versus Falcons, so that's kind of hell impressive.
Big list of hero sheets there on 33's hands, of course. Looking at what have they been playing lately in their pubs, and of course with the competitive stats lately. Maybe some hero specific for both teams here as we're approaching the draft. Something that's going to be contested heavily?
I've seen a lot of Pugnas on both sides, Batriders for sure, Muertas are also a big thing, and you know, a Bristleback. I feel like I'm always saying Bristleback, it's just always there, right? So that is one that the teams are gonna be looking at for sure.
What about the rising trend of the Phoenix hero? Because at the moment we've been playing almost 50 games. And in those pretty much 50 games, we've had 45 Alchemists, 40 Phoenixes, 40 Magnuses, 40
That
DKs.
hero is just getting banned out, right? Magnus, Phoenix, goodbye. I'm pretty sure, yeah, look at that. No Magnus, no Phoenix, and no Bristleback. So we get to see a Gyro opening.
All right. Yeah, currently why I wanted to specifically bring up the Phoenix is because he's been picked 18 times with a 72% win rate currently. Even higher, sorry, 83%, as you can see here. This is the most successful this patch. So pretty high numbers out there. This is just only tournament specific that I was bringing up here. So let's see if they have an answer to this gyrocopter directly or if they're going to leave it for later. always when you think about Gyro is, can we build a Morphling lineup? But you're not going to first pick it.
You might do it. I've seen people go for it. Yeah, especially because you've got BZM on your team, and BZM has been playing some morph in pubs. Flow morph, obviously, not that great versus the Gyro, but if you have that flex potential, a Morphling as a response wouldn't be half bad. But, you know, we still have those Pugnas, those Muertas, those Bat Riders that are in the pool, so that would be more likely as a response. Ooh, okay.
That's such a Tundra hero, right? I mean, if you see potentially even 33 pick that one up, or maybe even Doraccio to pull off the carry Lycan.
Well, it's interesting that they just straight up go for it versus the Gyro. Gyro can generally be solid versus the Lycan, and you don't see any of the supports. Usually you think, oh, they have squishy supports. I mean, we saw it yesterday.
We saw it yesterday,
versus Falcons, right? So then you go for a Lycan. But I think this is basically Tundra saying that we just love this hero.
Yeah, and specifically, the Alpha Wolves will be good when you see the supports. Now that you don't, this could just be pack leader and have yourself the Helm of the Overlord and a very rapid pack running around you.
Yep, so have they... Okay, so they did play a Lycan. It was an offlane Lycan that they went for. I mean, it does sound more like a 33 hero than one for Doraccio overall.
I just love how we've had a couple years already that we consider 33 to be the god creator of the offlane meta.
Yeah, because he's so good at recognizing what's good, how to build it, and also how to implement it into a lineup. But he is especially good on these zoo heroes, right? That is where he probably shines.
So we still have a moment to go here. See what our bans are going to be from both Gaimin and from Tundra before the second phase picks start to fly through. To protect this Gyrocopter, potentially a Spectre was in their minds that Tundra might be considering here for Doraccio. Though he has been, I think what we were doing with our pre-game prep as well was that there are so many heroes that these both teams can play.
Yeah, really. They've played a solid amount of pubs. When I went through their Dota 2 Pro trackers, a lot of the teams have obviously been scrimming, playing a lot of competitive games right now in the tournament. I haven't gotten to play a lot of pubs. I think for Gaimin and for Tundra, that hasn't been the case. They play quite a lot. Quinn, I think, has played like around 60 games. Let me check. Yeah, 54. So
yeah,
they're
quite a lot.
They're really playing a decent amount.
So now we got 2 cores revealed early from Tundra. So kind of breaking away from the traditional support plus flex. Now we just have directly 2 core picks coming up. It was a style of drafting that was not favored from TI and before TI. That if you have 2 cores, you're revealing your cards too early.
5 seconds remaining.
This is okay, right? Because you do not have the 18 pick, you'll have the last
exactly.
pick.
It's changed.
Yeah, you're gonna pick your 2 supports anyways. Right now, both Muerta and Pugna are in the pool, so you can go that route. But they're gonna go with the Enchantress. You know, Little Friends could be a pretty cool thing here. Also, Miposhka, obviously he's not in this series, has been playing a ton of Winter Wyvern. When I see a PA and a Lycan, Winter Wyvern kind of screams in my face, but I don't think Gaimin Gladiators anybody has played that hero on their roster for a long time.
But Little Friends could definitely work out, especially when you look at Wolfbite coming in, so that can be very handy to have both of these Lycans and PAs in trouble, dealing a lot of mass damage to each other's, plus the zoo and everything going around.
So what would you want for Tofu, right? It's not certain that they're going to be picking a second support right now, and it might be a Gyro support, so maybe you get an offlaner just in case to leave this as a flex. Okay, that's actually a pretty good Axe game. I think we weren't casting it, but there was an Axe game maybe yesterday that was being played, and we didn't really like the Axe pick. I really love the Axe pick in this one.
10 seconds remaining.
And that could be something cool to mix up with potentially a pause for range support to go with this Axe, Dark Willow, Hoodwink. I know we have Tundra's 2 picks now, but I think for Gaimin Gladiators, it could even be smarter on your 23rd to have your mid pick instead of your pause 4. Lock it in because you're going to lose 2 of those good range supports with this Axe duo.
All you're gonna do is to leave it as a flex, right? You're gonna get the mid laner who deals a lot of magical damage, and then you are gonna flex the gyro until the 23rd pick. Yeah, that's actually probably the smartest way to do it, but you might see a hero on a support that you think is gonna get banned out, and that will that might dissuade you from that plan. But generally, this would be the smartest move.
Because at the moment, I don't think the Gyrocopter really feels too threatened at the moment. We're gonna get a Warlock from the Tundra side.
They're the only ones that I've seen play it. They played it versus Shopify Rebellion and they won it. They also played it with a PA. They had a Bristleback in their team that obviously is banned out right now. It's nice to have a Warlock. So what the PA wants to do in lane is farm. So you just want to make that lane passive. With the Warlock PA, you most definitely can do that.
Interesting. It's not like they're aiming towards, like, Warlock is probably one of the best counters to a Broodmother currently.
Gaimin Gladiators.
That's not probably what they were aiming for as a direct counter pick.
This is a save for the Axe. Last time they played a Warlock, they went for a Bat, and I felt like they might be lacking a little bit of damage, but they decided the Tusk is the way that they want to go. Now, you've put gaming in a situation where they're going to be wanting to ban out the Enigmas, the Visages, right?
Yeah.
So that's...
And if they decide to play Lycan offlane instead of carry, Lycan Tusk enables the Lycan to do early damage, where most of the cases Lycan just doesn't get the chance to harass his opponents as well. So I do like this duo, just like I like the tickets being out there for our Belgrade Serbia LAN event next weekend for the FISSURE Playground 1 tournament. Make sure you grab yours with !ticket into chat. Our $1 million prize pool played at a gorgeous venue here, the heart of Belgrade. So make sure you make your way here next Friday. So it's only a couple of days from now.
Yeah, a couple of days from now. This Tusk, save for the Axe. Obviously, it is going to be laning with Lycan. We have a PA. These are most likely our side lanes, unless they want to do a Lycan mid, which I've seen some players do, but not in competitive gameplay. I'm kind of surprised that Gaimin Gladiators went for Pango. Yeah, I know it is a Quinn hero, but I was expecting them maybe to get something a little bit more bursty. I know Pango can sometimes do it with the fast diffusal on him, but it just wasn't the type of hero that I was expecting.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Curious moments here with the Gyrocopter flex obviously still holding for now. Getting rid of that Morphling at least.
So what is Tundra afraid of? They get rid of the Morphling. That would be some burst. That would be nice. The Seeker would lane incredibly well versus the Lycan. Also does join the fights relatively early on. You want to have somebody that's gonna assist at killing people that the Axe has.
Can you play a 3 range 2 melee lineup on Gaimin Gladiators with Axe and Pango being your front line? Because that's the question I'm having in my mind. So
well, yep, they can do it.
They have both.
Yeah, I guess. You're going to go for the Terrorblade, a lot of armor, very good versus what Tundra currently has, but also there is a mid laner that Tundra can go for. So what does BZM want to do versus this? He doesn't play much of it, but like a Queen of Pain does look like a really good one. It is a Yule's builder. It lanes okay versus the Pango. The ulti of the Quap is very annoying.
So the heroes I've had him play best are the Primal Beast and the Nature's Prophet. Those are the two that I've seen BZM destroy games completely, carry it by himself. And then when you have Lycan and PA, who are somewhat greedy, you do need some space being made on the map. So potentially those two could fit in. Furion maybe a bit on the greedy end, but Primal Beast I would be happy with.
It's not bad, definitely, versus the Pango, but I like a Storm here, right? If you look at the other side, they don't really have much to lock you down. You have some saves from the supports and follow-up. It wouldn't be bad, but they're gonna go for the Primal Beast. Versus a Pango, it's just very easy, you know? You annoy him, you stop his ulti, and then suddenly Gaimin Gladiators, they do not have their... big team fight ulti.
It feels good to have this. You have a way to interrupt the Axe call. Also, like you said, the Primal getting on Pango cancels his ulti. When you have BKB, that's also a good way to look at it. And Pulverize going through BKB on Watson's Terrorblade, which is also something that when you watch out for or look out for Sunder. Of course, you got highly mobile heroes with 33 and Dyrachyo, but with this Primal Beast, I think things got a lot easier for them to play this lineup together. And he's the space creator for the early minutes to get his cores online. So I'm really liking this Tundra lineup. Despite me enjoying Gaimin Gladiators and what they have, I just really like what Tundra has.
I think I agree with you, right? Because first of all, you have 3 cores that are very likely to go for BKBs, right? If not, the Lycan won't get close to the Terrorblade. This is going to be a very hard game to get the Sunder off overall. And you do have some, or actually a pretty decent amount of magical damage coming out from the Primal Beast, so the rotations towards the Terrorblade could work out. Yeah, I like what they got. They definitely have a really decent lineup. The thing is, on the other side, if we see an active Terrorblade with Watson can be, just to open up the map a little bit, that could be an opening for Gaimin Gladiators who don't really care that there are some counters to their heroes.
For Gaimin Gladiators, at least, maybe we can start slowly talking about timings and who maybe has the better laning exit when you consider the drafts that they have.
If you look at it, I think it really does depend, right? If Watson is able to use his Metamorphosis to help take down a tower, it's usually going to be the enemy safe lane tower. Then I think Gaimin Gladiators are actually going to be quite good coming out of the lanes, because then the Enchantress will go deep in the enemy jungle. He's going to be able to give so much info and so on and so forth. But on the other side, if the Lycan opens up the map, it becomes increasingly difficult to get out on it. So either way, I think I'm going to go Tundra here. I really like what they've got.
Well, Tundra and Joyer me here as well, so I think we're all going on the same line. Only 56%, so very even vote between Gaimin Gladiators and Tundra, with you guys at chat have been nailing your predictions. You see you guys have 11 points racked up so far, when I was maybe still 1 point ahead, and then we were tied at the end of the day, so good job, guys. I do think for Gaimin Gladiators, even if we are all agreeing here that Tundra has a slightly better looking draft, is that Gaimin, based on that yesterday performance, definitely has the tools, the readiness to take on any opponent and actually shine and excel. They did get that first game off of Falcons yesterday, so this could easily go either way.
I mean, coming into the series, I looked at them as a favorite, so I still think that they can most definitely pull it off. I haven't seen the Warlock in action that much, so and it was versus Shopify. A lot of people are gonna think that Tundra are almost always going to be winning versus them. But let's look at the facets. So we do get the pack leader.
30 seconds to battle.
It is. I feel like I said that like the dog whisperer from especially like how South Park presented it.
Yeah. And with what the supports are on Gaimin Gladiators side, of course, the pack leader facet now is an obvious choice here for 33 above the Alpha Wolves. So I don't see anything against that.
Also, one thing I kind of dislike about the Gaimin lineup is that you don't really have an insane amount of damage to secure that the Axe is going to be getting his dunk off, right? So Tofu, usually you would have him on like a Hoodwink or something along those lines, Lion, a little bit of burst to assist. Gyro can do a lot of damage, especially in the early stages of the game, but later on it is going to be much tougher to get close. I mean, look at what you're up against. The PA, the Lycan, the Primal Beast, they're going to eat you apart.
Yeah. Maybe the downside for Tundra's lineup is lining up for Fatal Bombs. How will these heroes ever be close to each other's? There's a lot of mobility on Gaimin as well.
Yeah, but overall, if you look at Tundra, they don't have like amazing AoE. Of course, Fatal Bonds are gonna hurt, but you are gonna have a roll-up to remove it. You are gonna have a Manta on the Terrorblade, so a lot of your heroes are gonna have ways to just get rid of it.
Well, you're all about anime references, so maybe you can explain this one to me in basketball terms. While Celery takes down Saksa, the basketball player falls first.
Yeah, and I was watching the First Blood, so I didn't read through it all. But if you do not know who Sasuke is and what Konoha is, then you are just helpless. So that's I'm gonna give up on you. And
we're just called healthy adults.
Okay, that's you can put it that way as well. That's fine. That's fine. I don't mind.
But that being said, that is First Blood for Gaimin Gladiators. And Tundra, well, not too much of a worrying sign, at least. It is still a kill off of the Tusk And one good moment to strike when you do have Enchantress and TB is definitely your level 2. And they haven't even... It was a level 1 fight that they had. So Reflection slowing down, Enchant helping out with that. Celery gets basically free hits. It is a double melee lane, so you'd expect this Ench to excel in the early levels.
Overall, I think the Tundra really need to do well in their PA lane. In a sense, at least farm. You cannot really slow down an Axe, but the PA needs an early Battle Fury in this one, because I think that generally the Lycan isn't going to have the easiest of times versus an Enchantress and a Terrorblade.
Yep.
So you need to make sure that the PA comes online earlier, because your Lycan might not be able to hold the fort long enough. Sure, BZM is there. The Primal Beast is going to be the one going for kills, but the one that needs to open up the map is most definitely this Lycan.
And also from the Gaimin Gladiators direction, you could also look at it how much, no matter how much love they've had for Dyrachyo in the past few years, they have been given a clear execute order for this laning stage. Ace and Tofu, murder that Dyrachyo carry in the lane whenever you can.
Yep, you have to do it, but so far he has been farming quite nicely. That's a nice career snipe by Ace. I think these careers are never gonna stop dying. Never ever. When you don't have your mid laner screaming at you because you killed the career, you just do not value it that much any longer.
We'll see if there's a particular moment in this game for the Execute Order 66.
I knew you were evil. You'd always be on the dark side, but doesn't matter. I'll be with you. I always in Star Wars game I'll always choose the Sith pass. With overall though, this is a really good start for Gaimin Gladiators. This is something that enables, because the Terrorblade is having such a good lane, that enables him to move to the enemy safe lane at some point and open up the map. And this is what you want to do. At some point, Watson is going to be looking to do it.
Oh, look at that. That is just another BZM Primal Beast performance in the mid lane. And a rifle tip from by Dyrachyo to Quinn. Quick reminder there from the boys. Back to each other's. BZM is not the guy who usually does the tipping at all, so...
This is very weird, right? I mean, we had Melreen yesterday talking about just how thorough in the mid lane Quinn is, and BZM to be able to do this, it's amazing.
I think the last time I was casting a BZM Primal Beast from the mid lane, he was like 19-1 and 8 or something like that, so... His opponents were afraid to leave their own side of the map because this Primal was constantly patrolling from left to right to left to right.
I think I really like how the laning stage is going because it's going to make for an interesting thing.
And here he is.
He's coming.
Level 5 rotation. Doesn't quite get the onslaught, but with the slows and the trample, they will romp and stomp down Ace. And the dagger is going to get the last hit as well.
So usually you would want your mid laner when he's rotating to get the kill, but not necessarily in this game, right? Because he's rotating, he's missing some creeps, he definitely needs some farm because of it. But when you have a Battle Fury carry, you just want to put everything in him at the start. So I'm glad, and I think Tundra are glad he got it.
Nice attempt there on the quick onslaught to try and break the shield crash animation off of Quinn. Just that small little movement. You can see how detailed it is when BZM's playing the hero. But for Quinn, of course, he's also recognizing the threat level that he's facing in this mid lane matchup. However, Saksa versus Tofu. I think that's a level 2 rocket barrage, but in a 1v2, it's a little bit too much for Tofu to deal with. He'll hurt Saksa, but he will go down and even burns a fairy fire at the end, which will not really help him to deal any extra. I think he got like one extra right-click out. That's pretty much it. Celery has made a move towards the mid lane. They will push BZM back. Has an empty bottle.
Freaking Warpine Raider. That creep is so freakishly strong. If you're close to each other and the Sea Shot comes out, it's gonna be doing so much damage that you won't be able to do much about it. Did the Siege Creep survive? Yeah, it's still alive there in the mid lane, so that tower is gonna be taking a decent amount of damage. This is quite huge.
Tons of damage being dealt, but Watson has rotated and the projectiles flying in. 40 HP, Battle Hunger is there. Dyrachyo looking for the deny. No, that's going to be taken away from him as Tofu will be able to take down Dyrachyo before the neutrals do. Celery and Quinn trading off with Sox as BZM has returned with a full bottle back to the lane.
They definitely need BZM to make things happen in this game, and there it is, the first rotation of the Terrorblade. This one wasn't necessarily made for the tower, but the next time when he comes over, they're gonna have the power to do it. Plus, the Axe is very good at clearing out the enemy creep wave, so the tower will take a decent amount of damage anyway.
And so will Dyrachyo as well from Tofu, as Ace is coming in as well, does have the jump to safety. And here comes the backup here. We've got a ton of heroes moving in with BCM, Saksa, also with Whitemon coming in with the Warlock and focusing on Ace's axe. And he will drop again. Tofu has to find a way out here from bottom, but BCM might still run into him. So close. If they could just see each other's from the fog of war, I think BCM might have caught a glimpse on that gyrocopter. Drops down an aggressive Ward 2 and still gonna walk into each other's, but not gonna get to focus on him at this case. Needs to focus on the farm.
Now it's Whitemon who needs to be careful, and he already read the Grimoire. Okay, he's level 6.
He's a fast reader.
That's how. Have you seen those courses? They're actually quite fun.
Grimoire courses?
Fast reading courses.
I've only been to the cults, bro.
Okay. I mean, even they're like, read this. You have one night, so maybe it would be beneficial. Either way, mid lane, BZM is going forward.
Pretty early pulverized. The Centaur also intervenes. And here comes Whitemon. Golem is ready. Force out Quinn's ulti. Almost gets the shards on point, but the rune's going to be top, and it's an invis for BCM. Whitemon, juke it around. Quinn's got the slowest turning car with that double jump.
Watches that again. Oh, they gave him a couple of kills, but they've definitely been bullying him ever since then. It's all about BZM right now in this early mid game for Tundra. He needs to do so much. The pressure is immense. I think that is why he went for the Black Grimoire so early on the Warlock. He understands that his Primal Beast needs help, and he is at the moment the only one that is going to be able to provide it.
So 7 kills in the first 8 minutes, and TB is the one leading net worth at the moment, with a 1,500 gold difference to his offlaner on the Axe, as everybody's pretty much like a 500-600 gold apart. But this TB off to a great start here.
Yeah,
Watson.
Ace is going to go farm. We'll see if it's going to be a Blade Mail first or a Blink first. I'm still always leaning towards a Blade Mail. It just helps you farm a little bit faster. And it's not like, we talked about it, it's not like you have great heroes that are going to help you finish people off. And once there is a Diffusal Blade and Quinn is approaching, it might be 33 in a little bit of trouble.
Target here, Shapeshift, if forced out, he'll just get distance from the rocket. They know that they cannot kill this Lycan. At least they force his ulti. He does have the Howl, and he's going to make a play attempt here onto Tofu. Of course, the Rocket Barrage, and now the Enchantress steals that Centaur. Till you have the Overlord, that's always going to be a bit of an issue.
Yeah, but they're going to be doing a lot of damage to this tower. The Glyph was used previously, so that is going to be a lot of damage into it. And Beastmasters, Lycans, especially when you're going for Helm of the Overlord.
Axe is getting jumped on. Simultaneously, Golem dropped with the Fatal Bonds. Quinn is there for the rescue. They need just a little bit more damage. That's a good connection from Quinn. Will allow his Axe to get to safety.
They're going to have vision.
See if BZM still can go. Picks up a Water Rune from the river and continues to go, replenishing his mana. Dyrachyo and BZM, they want to take him down. They might just get Quinn. Yes, they will. And now the TPs are coming in, but is it too late as Watson arrives to the occasion?
No, they have to run from him.
Watson just killed Whitemon too.
Oh, they're going to jump on him.
They are going to give it an attempt. It's going to be a Sunder. Force another cooldown.
They might still go.
In general, this is a pretty good Primal Beast versus the TB matchup, and BCM does not see an issue here. Now Tofu, are you scared of the dinosaur? I would be.
Yeah, I thought Gaimin Gladiators just had more TPs there, but it seems that their movement towards the top lane, it just took so much away from them. But here at the FISSURE Playground, we're all about giving, guys. You're going to have to exchange it for a little bit of money, guys, but exclamation mark tickets in the chat, and you're going to be given a link to where you can buy the tickets to join us here in Belgrade, Serbia. And hopefully it is just like last time, gonna be a packed arena here in Belgrade.
Not just a link, but the link here, as we're gonna be fighting versus the Gyrocopter down in the bot lane. Tofu will be drawn down by Dyrachyo. Getting closer to his Battle Fury. That timing is gonna be pretty neat here for the PA. Not the world's fastest, but not the slowest either, so still on par.
Yeah, he's doing okay, right? They did give him a lot of kills, and that was very smart. He has 4 kills. Sure, he died twice, and there was like 2 minutes where he wasn't really getting a lot of CS. But this is all good, and I'm liking that they're at least responding to their top tower being taken down. I know that the Lycan hates it a little bit more than Axe does, but this is still fine because you want to farm a lot of Ancients with an Axe and with a Terrorblade, so this gives you an access point, especially for BZM.
We're getting closer to the Overlord helmet as well for this Lycan, so that's going to be a big timing for Tundra to start pushing down objectives. And how does Gaimin manage to protect those objectives? Fighting for the 12-minute rune, but not really a fight. BZM's already got the illusion in his bottle. It's going to be pretty handy to have that Manta dodge, especially when it comes to Axe Call, the incoming rocket. Maybe even a Pango rolling in, you're able to somehow dodge that stun.
It's about, I think it's the most going to be about the enchant and the slow from the defusal, right? Those two, just removing them. Dodging a rocket from a gyro isn't easy. Dodging a call from an axe definitely isn't easy. So I'm pretty sure that these are the 2 spells that they're gonna, I mean, this rune is gonna help him against.
But he'll have it.
Yep. For sure.
And now the Battle Fury is flying in for the Ratio under 13 minutes.
Pretty good timing. I think if you're Tundra, you're happy with this, right? Especially because now you're 2k gold ahead. BZM has done an amazing job to keep it this way.
BZM. Not quite the direction to catch the Axe.
He was thinking about going for the Pango, but Quinn went too far back, so that was actually quite smart. What they're doing right now on Tundra, they're applying pressure. They don't necessarily have to get kills. They just want reactions.
Yeah, that's what this Primal is really good for. Just a constant presence. Trying to bait Axe to maybe abuse his call there with an instant cast cancel onslaught.
Now that is a taunt threat, right? So how dare you touch my tusk, right? You just roar at him, and then the Axe kinda slows down, wets himself, and goes back.
Well, didn't quite work. Soon, the blink up. Okay, I wouldn't say soon. It's going to take a while. Well, maybe soon if he gets this kill. The blink on the Tusk, that is. Turnaround on him. Might actually hinder him even more. The rocket is actually flying to the Warlock. Knowing that there was the snowball coming in, but there is Ace taking damage already from the Primal Beast. And Saksa continues to be bullied here. Quinn will get it. He has that fresh Diffusal Blade and a big burst, but double Wisdom's going for Tundra.
Very nicely done there. They went for a smoke. The idea was to catch the PA. They knew that he was somewhere deep and he was farming. Unfortunately for them, the Tusk breaks the smoke. There for a second, Tundra thought, oh, maybe we can fight. And sure, they pushed back some of the cores, but they did still lose some support. Overall, though, still good for Tundra. They definitely got the better end of the trade. Losing the Tusk doesn't really matter.
Mid T1 taking a bit of a beating here. Being constantly pressured by BZM, the boys.
Yeah, you have the Colossal. People forget about the innate ability of the Primal Beast.
Bit of a poke there on Celery. Axe waiting for the call opportunity. Tofu almost blew himself up to the Blade Mail. BZM does have a regen rune. The column is dropped by Whitemon, and we're underway. We're going to be focusing onto the Axe right as first that Ace does get the call, but Watson, big damage from the side. And here comes the big Black Dragon flying about as well at the back line. 33 finishes off the tower, and the Black Dragon focusing on the side of this fight. Can they get the bounty off of it? Yes, they can. Watson is the one to claim 252 gold for it, so it's not a complete loss on that tower. 2 trades with the Primal and the Axe dying.
This is still okay for Tundra because they got the tower, and that is what you came for. I think BZM understands his role in this game perfectly. It is a sacrificial role. It was so important for him to win that mid lane, but also it is important for him to give his life sometimes so that his other cores can thrive. Look at that. He was so greedy to get the Helm of the Overlord gold there with the Lycan that, well, he just fed 250 to the Gaimin Gladiators.
So they just got 500 gold in 30 seconds off of 2 dragons. Saksa makes himself known to Watson, and here comes Duraccio and BZM. No chance for the Terrorblade.
This is what happens when the mid lane tower opens. This is why we've been putting so much emphasis on those towers, because Gaimin Gladiators, they haven't taken a single one, and that's why they cannot play Dota properly.
Ench really wanted that tower with the Hellbear Smasher.
It's so important to get it before the Axe gets the blink. He needs another 1,000 gold. You need the map to be open, or that blink, the reveal of it, is just not going to be as strong. Dyrachyo found. He's already low on mana.
It's 1 versus 4, by the way. This is not a good place to be in, and nobody's TPing in for the assistance from this outpost. They're just knowing that this PA's gone. And the tower will drop too. Axe will also get his donk. Another coat of blood.
That's nice to have, but mostly what he wants in this game is to get that Blink Dagger as fast as possible. Very important now. The 2 towers have been open. Gaimin Gladiators are back in it, right? So it looked like it was going badly with the 4K gold, but they're gonna go for ace.
Risky teleport, and indeed right under the tower, because Tundra were waiting for it, and they were ready to jump him. 33 will claim ace. And now there's another teleport. That is Celery with the Ench to protect
I don't
the
know
tower.
If you want to be there.
I don't think he's going to be able to protect this indeed, because a lot of healing at least from the overprotective Wisps. So they'll just give a quick poke and go. Tofu being focused by the Zoo.
That's an easier target. That's an easier target than the Enchantress. It's very hard to go and kill this Enchantress, especially for a Lycan. You don't do anything to her. All of your creeps are very low in attack speed, so the best thing if you want to murder somebody with them is go for the gyro. Even that doesn't work for 33.
I just love how Tundra plays this same area of the map. As soon as you mentioned how important that mid T1's falling meant for Tundra's gameplay, that they can just cover this top area completely and go for any play that they see. Despite it came at a cost of their PA, going a bit too deep into the bottom lane, getting caught at the outpost, but it still allowed them to get a reactionary fight in top and find a response kill.
Yeah, I think Dyrachyo should be a bit more careful.
Needs to be careful as well. Yep, Tofu taken out. BCM slowed by the diffusal and the enchant. He doesn't get quite a lot, but has the uproar. We'll give him some safety at least. Watson and Ace
Golem available
under the T2 tower. They just don't want to face this Primal Beast in open combat.
Oh, even the PA is coming. Doesn't have the BKB just yet. Dyrachyo risking his life.
It's all a fight. Quinn's low on HP, and he doesn't get out of this one. And Ace is low. He will go down as well. Zucks have fallen only from the side of Tundra as Gaimin Gladiators clean up a multiple amount of kills. Tofu just respawned, but BCM and Dyrachyo, they want to take Watson down. Hunt this TB inside his own base. No matter if there's a tier 3 up, they'll take it. And that is a big cleanup by Tundra. Now 7k ahead, Harry.
Usually when you're coming with a PA to a fight, you are thinking, okay, I want to have an item. It's really bad if I go down. But this was a really good read coming up from Dyrachyo. He knew just how strong his team was at that moment, that they're looking to drop the Golem and just assist so that they take them all down. A huge 5 victory for Tundra, and they get into a point where they're so far ahead. Those BKBs are going to start coming out, so those Thunders are no longer going to be happening.
And also for Gaimin, who have constantly been in this kind of what we call first touch of combat for like maybe the last 3 minutes or so in this top area of the map. They don't know when Tundra really unleashes all their heroes, and when they brought Dyrachyo to take part in that fight. It's a high risk, high reward, but for Tundra's eyes, they see this is an easy cleanup, and they definitely showed it to be one.
And GG also, they cannot go for a play immediately. They have to clean out their jungle, they have to shove out the waves, and that is gonna give another opportunity.
And onto Quinn again.
Orchid.
He's silenced up by the Orchid, and he's just dying to the Zoo. There's no survival out of this one. Screw your Seeds of Serenity. That's too much to take.
No, that was just flowers being planted on the grave. That's he didn't really think he was gonna save his life.
But Gaimin Gladiators, they need to get this package together. They're giving way too many kills for Tundra at the moment, and another one given with 33 for the double.
They cannot shove out the waves, right? Gaimin Gladiators, if you look at them, their heroes are really not good at it. The Terrorblade is no longer this big illusion hero that shoves out the waves, because his illusions are weaker when they're away from him and stronger when they're close to him. So you're not as good as shoving it out as you used to be. So they need to commit their heroes, and every single time Tundra are there waiting for it. And this is one huge problem that Gaimin Gladiators had in the series yesterday. Now they have it again.
And Quinn dying again. Oh, he's about to hit molding phase.
This is looking a little bit too easy for Tundra.
Maybe that's something that Gaimin Gladiators couldn't quite pass from their yesterday's battle. that they're again in a situation where nothing seems to work out and they just cannot respond as Duracio's having the time of his life against his old team in the high ground. Finding another off of Tofu, he's focusing on Celery, pops his BKB so he's no longer slowed by the attack speed, and Watson just doesn't get to deal any damage to him. 33 takes Ace down, and I think we're looking at the final moments. How much can GG take in here, or until they have to write GG into chat?
They're not going to do it just yet. They're probably just going to fight a couple of more times, but things are looking quite grim for them. TB lineups aren't made to be this far behind. They're just finding openings, and you can see that there's nothing they can do about the PA. Now he wasn't even level 18. So imagine what's going to happen now when he starts critting them down.
Yeah.
GG, none of their heroes are going to live through it. You have that BKB, you're going to pop it every single time you go for an axe. You might even go for an axe intentionally, because when you have the BKB nowadays, the Blade Mail doesn't go through debuff immunity. It just doesn't work.
Now that's a 17,000 gold lead, and not even racks taken yet by Tundra, away from Gaimin Gladiators, who will need some time, but how much is time worth in this game, Harry? I feel like it's everything for Gaimin to get to play this one.
Yeah, you know, under the current circumstances, I think if you would, if Tundra even decided to give them some time, that it might not be enough. The difference in strength at the moment is so high, the difference in gold is so high that I think it would be a problem even like 35 minutes into the game.
That is just why we have been quoting this Terrorblade hero. You either feast or you famine. And this is just one of those. There's never a middle ground with this hero.
A lot of teams are afraid to pick it, right? I'm seeing a lot of carries having it like their top priority pick in pubs, and just in competitive they don't want to do it.
Watson spotted. Doesn't need to get the shard connection, even though that might have been a kill if they did.
Yeah, a bit off the mark there from Saksa. Yesterday, it was Tofu, missing a lot of those shards. It's just that the hero isn't being played all that much at the moment, so it's obvious that that players are not going to be as good with the shards.
Shaken off the rust. 88%. So all the people who voted for Tundra in chat to win this one have shown to be right for now, but it's not over until the Ancient is down. So for Gaimin Gladiators, we might just see another long, gruesome battle that they could still potentially win.
Is it? He just dodged them.
He's walking between 5 here. Okay, they pinged him now. They see 33. This is an important kill, and they need to get this one. They cannot let the big bad... Oh, they got silenced by the Orchid. He's running away. The Wolf's getting loose. Oh, and Disaster's going to strike if Tundra managed to get a team fight out of this one. That would have been such a huge pickoff, and now you're going to lose Ace for it. Oh, the Orchid, the hesitation for just a split second. And 33, he sucker punches with the Orchid, silences the axe, and runs away like a free spirit.
This is a good
Gaimin Gladiators are lacking confidence. I think that was the classic show of it. I know that it was hard to kill the Lycan, but at least try. You have all of your heroes on the high ground. They're just waiting for him to get into the worst possible position, giving him an opportunity to react, and he just gets away. It's a complete disaster. This was one of the moments where at least you can get a victory, right? I'm not saying that you're gonna win the game because of it, but you can get a kill and run away, and not even that happens.
Bottom lane is being secured by Tundra. The first one to be taken. They've already poked the mid tower, which means that is something that they're going to be setting their sights towards next. Even with Gaimin alive with all their heroes, they will continue to persist in the base. There's the call from Axe. It's against an Aegis, and the snowball comes through, and they jump straight on top of him. Ace is gone. Tofu almost dies to the cleave damage at the back, and Duraccio gets to reset, gets to disengage. Watson's popped this Metamorph. Tundra, they can just wait now, but they're not made for waiting. They're made for going in. As they spot Watson, they take him out. Ace comes in with the buyback. One good call. Oh, the silence from 33 again. No call from this Axe.
You want to get out of Warcry and you just get silenced instantly. They got demolished in this game one here, Panda. Gaimin Gladiators, I really hope they can pick themselves up. Quinn, he looked pretty chill in that interview, but I think that chillness got taken away when BZM solo killed him in the mid lane.
Yeah, I don't know if it ever does people good to just, get serious, start focusing on the game, because that's really something that hurts pressure-wise and hurts you mentally. But for Tundra, a very laid-back setup here to go into this game. And what a show. This team was unstoppable. So good in game number 1. I concur with you. It is difficult to find the right footing here.
Yeah, they were zooming in on BZM. I mean, he's the one who made it happen. Their side lanes weren't going well. They lost the tower where the Lycan is. He hates that, by the way, as a hero. When you lose that tower and you haven't taken the enemy tier 1, it kind of ruins your game for heroes like a Lycan and a Beastmaster. But it didn't matter because BZM, he got a great laning stage and then he understood, I do not need any farm. I need to be creating space over and over and over again. I don't need kills. I don't need anybody thanking me. He's the hero that Tundra needed, and he made it all happen.
And he might just be the epitome of this center for this series too, if this is the way Tundra is going to be taking it. Game number 1 going their way in this best of 3 and just a step closer from advancing as the final team to the playoff stage. And I just really like their draft from the start, from the get-go, how they played it through. They don't really give too many losses in the laning stage, and I just have to go back to that BZM Primal Beast. They were so scared of it.
Yeah, and they should be scared of it, right? He got a very early Blade Mail. He didn't get the BKB for quite some time because he was only fighting, but it didn't matter because they didn't have the damage. Remember what we talked about in the draft, that they didn't really have this magic damage dealing hero on their side that is going to be complementing the axe and allowing him to go for those dunks. So that is what they were lacking on Gaimin Gladiators, and Tundra, they utilized that weakness perfectly.
Really fast item timings as well when the game is going that well in your favor in terms of Duracio's itemization, the Overlord helmet on 33. But for Gaimin Gladiators, they would have needed so many fast items. What could have maybe halted this Tundra progress if things went better in the laning stage? What would have hypothetically been Gaming's approach?
No,
or was it ever going to happen?
It could have happened if they were the ones controlling the map. So the way that you do this is not necessarily by fighting, but by having the strength to take down a tower, shove out the wave, and make sure that Tundra are not going for moves, right? So if the Lycan is not pushing the towers, if they are not getting pickoffs with the Tusk and with BZM, then this lineup doesn't work, right? So you have to be on the aggressive, constantly pressuring them and getting your item timings. What Tundra have, if you get everything online, it doesn't really matter for you. But if they do and you do not have those items, then it is a problem.
And an MVP rightfully given to 33 with this Lycan choice. This was a second pick in the draft, and he excels with it. Unkilled, 5-0-13 to end it with. Some really clutch Orchid plays when it really mattered, because that baited Gaimin Gladiators a couple times into fighting, and he would get the whole team to then reply with a furious response. As we're closing out on the game 2 as well. That's going to be after the break, but make sure at this time you have a moment to follow all of our social media, and also make sure with exclamation ticket to get your tickets for Friday's event here at Belgrade, Serbia for the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament. So we will see you there. But as we are still with this series, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back for game number 2.
Всем привет, дорогие друзья, с вами Злоба, и это FISSURE Playground. Мы находимся на месте проведения турнира в Белграде, Сербия. Пока что здесь тихо и спокойно, но совсем скоро начнется плей-офф и все изменится. Но мы не могли не воспользоваться данной ситуацией и не взять интервью у игрока, чье имя за последние несколько месяцев на слуху, а именно у Антона Дурачье. Здорово, Антоха.
Здорово.
Рад тебя видеть, в хорошем настроении, как всегда.
Взаимно.
За International прошел, да, потом эта ситуация с гладиаторами. В общем, был у тебя какой-то тильт, вот так вот чисто, знаешь, какой-то внутренний?
Не, я сразу на следующий день улетел, типа, в отпуск.
Сколько ты отдыхал вообще по времени, если в общем считать? Без
Ну, с
доты?
конца International до 7 января.
То есть ты в доту вообще не заходил, не смотрел?
Ну, я после инта ровно где-то спустя месяц зашел, 4 игры сыграл вроде или 3 и вышел.
В какую ты бы планировал команду попасть? Какие предложения были, может быть, у тебя?
Вообще, изначально я думал в Тундру, после того, как меня кикнули.
У тебя было предложение или ты просто хотел
я
в эту
думал,
команду?
типа, я пообщался там с ребятами, но потом было непонятно по моему контракту. Типа, мне сказали, что ты фри-агент после того, как меня кикнули сразу.
Так.
И растянулся весь этот процесс, я не знал, что происходит. Потом по итогу я все-таки стал фри-агентом, потому что, наверное, не захотели зарплату полную платить на год вперед. И я понял, что я лучше отдохну. Может, меня звали еще в пари много раз. Думал, с Даньком соберу состав. Данька забрали. Ну и все в целом.
Из ГГ, типа, ты ушел. Ты ожидал, что именно Ватсона позовут? И как ты думаешь, это
Не, я,
кандидатура?
честно, понятия не имел.
Вообще, да, тебе
Ну,
вот
не,
все равно?
я как-то даже не задумывался об этом. Даже когда мы проиграли, я думал, подбодрил ребят, но у них реакция была такая. Но я даже не думал, что меня кикнут, честное слово. У нас были недопонимания, там каждому что-то не нравилось. Мне там в Вейсе что-то не нравилось, может, в Квине еще, а им что-то во мне. Выучил английский более-менее, да, там побывал в куче странах, выиграл кучу турниров, куча подписчиков, там какая-то в доте известность. Я себе больше профита сделал, нежели им.
Если сравнивать гладиаторов и Тундру, вайб команды вообще похожий, не похожий?
Сложно пока оценить, потому что с ребятами был 3 года, а тут я всего 2 недели. В целом ребята все приятные, все по доте общаемся. Главное, чтобы было весело играть. А играть весело.
Как 33-й вообще? Как тебе, как
Ну,
игрок?
я же с ним особо никогда не общался. Я думал, ну, ненавидел против него играть. Была злость такая, знаешь, дотерская. Потому что
Стоять
они всегда...
на линии или просто
ну,
играть?
Стоять на линии, да. Всегда они какой-то пулить крипов будут. Ну, вы придите, вы сразитесь со мной. Очкошники.
По-мужски, да?
Классный чувак. Много говорит про доте, много умных вещей говорит. Спокойный в целом.
А кто главные оппоненты? Вот топ-3 команды, не считая Тундры, да?
Я думаю, ББ, Spirit и Falcons. Ну, вот это топ-3, по местам не знаю, а потом, наверное, Liquid Paravision. Вот эти 5 команд, которые мне, по моему мнению, достаточно хорошо играют.
У тебя, когда ты играешь против ГГ, есть определенный настрой, вот именно, типа вот сейчас я вот им покажу, кого они кикнули?
Когда они первый раз проиграли на этом лайне, я так чуть-чуть похихикал, да, а потом мне было пофигу. Кажется, много времени прошло. Если бы меня кикнули, я бы попал в команду, и на первых ланах бы я вот был зол на них, думаю, да. А сейчас как-то это все подспало и...
Но какой потенциал ты видишь у Тундры вот сейчас на данный момент? Типа вы можете, например, там, вот Playground выиграть?
Я думаю, да.
Или дальше
Я думаю,
турниры
можем,
все?
можем выиграть спокойно.
Когда уже будет тотальный фит, полный и страшный руин? То есть когда стримы-то? Как бы чатику-то тебя не хватает, понимаешь?
Будут. А когда, они это узнают.
По секрету.
Я тебе по секрету скажу, а они узнают, когда и будут.
Не забывайте смотреть FISSURE Playground и обязательно покупайте билеты на плей-офф стадию, потому что именно здесь вы можете встретиться с Антохой, сделать пару фоток, и он вам расскажет много всего по секрету.
Но не факт.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We've just finished game number 1, and as we saw on the break, or if you were watching during the break, we had a great piece there with Duraccio talking about the current mood, about the team, the moments leading from Gaimin Gladiators to what is going on right now, rating some of those top teams as well. He didn't mention Heroic, so you could say that that is maybe a bit of a surprise in people's lists, but surely, if they win this one, the next game that is, you'll definitely be seeing Duraccio during the course of this week somewhere around here, because it's going to be playoffs time tomorrow if they can just get there.
Yeah, they need just one more victory, right? That is what you need. Though yesterday, Gaimin Gladiators, they won the first game and then lost the next 2. That could be something that can happen to Tundra as well. I think with drafting adjustments, Gaimin Gladiators still got a decent shot. I think they played their hearts out. It was still, of course, a mistake, individual one in the mid lane from Quinn, but that happened now. It's not going to happen again.
Yeah. I mean, there's only so much that you can do in such a short time between these games to make adjustments, but hopefully Gaimin Gladiators find still that confidence that this team has truly been built on. Why they brought Watson into the team and make him excel, because for me, at least personally, I've really enjoyed Watson throughout these last few years, watching him improve, how good of a player he is and how mechanically talented someone can be in Dota. Not just being a carry player, but overall, when we talk about a good player and a talented player, what the difference is between those two. And I feel like he gives a lot of promise to the team, but they need to tie the series and show why Gaimin Gladiators deserves a playoff spot.
It is a rough player to implement into your lineup if you're Gaimin Gladiators. A lot of other teams would have no problems implementing Watson, but the thing for GG that they got into a certain type of mindset of how you should play Dota with Dyrachyo that Watson just doesn't fit into. So now a lot of it has to be changed. When they were kicking Dyrachyo, I was thinking they're gonna be bringing somebody like Pure, right? That could be a type of player who could mimic what Dyrachyo was doing in the team. For Watson, you have to rebuild your team from scratch. So this team doesn't feel like a 4 players that have been playing together for a very long time, but rather like a new project. And I mean, it's showing in their gameplay.
And now we have this free agent Crystalis also just sitting on the sidelines watching how things unfold in this tournament. But of course, some of these rosters are too fresh for anything to really dramatically change. Of course, some stand-ins already seen in this tournament too. We had Chimera, also we're having Malik taken over in the offlane position there. However, their story ended quite some time ago here in the Swiss stage and their tournament run in FISSURE Playground 1 Dota 2. But now, of course, the adjustments is the big story we are now kind of emphasizing on. But maybe, what are the thoughts the players have been having during the course of this break? Because you don't want to think too much. But there's definitely something haunting Gaimin Gladiators. How do they keep the guys in check?
I don't know, man. Whenever the cameras are over them, they look kind of scared, right? Especially when they look at Tofu. It looks like that something is troubling him, right? That he's overthinking it. And I don't like it. I don't see the chill. Look at Ace, right? This is not the confident Gaimin Gladiators that they used to be. And I guess that this can happen when you're a dominating team for so long, and then suddenly you're not as good, and you thought it's gonna be doing better. This is what it can do to you. So I'm hoping that they can just shake themselves into shape. That this team looks like the one that thrives on being a bit hyped up.
And they're gonna need your help, chat. Exclamation mark G for the Gaimin Gladiators fans out there to make sure that Gaimin Gladiators are going to get all the support that they need, because they truly are in a position right now, considering yesterday's events and today's, that they can bounce back to tie the series up. But if you believe in Tundra dominance, exclamation mark T will be your option.
Yeah, overall, I think right now it's late enough that NA fans have woken up. So, Quinn, he's still the one that they're gonna be looking up to. So they might get an influx from there as well if the entirety of the US is up right now, and I think it's pretty much there. So okay, yeah, no, they're voting Tundra, it seems.
It's starting quite rough, at least, and based on the live numbers you're seeing on your screens right now. Chat is going absolutely ham with those numbers, as it is 91% for a moment, at least, there for the Tundra direction. So.
Come on, guys. Give them a little bit of love, right? Being at 15%, if they would get this info, they would fall into despair even more. We don't want that. We want a close series between these two teams. A year back, you see Gaimin Gladiators versus Tundra, you're thinking it's going to be like best of 5 grand finals, full 5 games, all of them 60 minutes. This is the type of series that we want to see, and for that, they need a little bit of faith putting in them.
Yep, that is the level of expectation we've been taught as a Dota viewer, that this is the case. But certainly after Game 1, certainly it did not look like that. So hoping Game 2 would show us the best side of this Gaimin Gladiators roster too. Can see that at least the hopefulness of Celery, you can see it from him as well, momentarily there on camera, the man who usually checks that everybody's having an all right time in the team, and give up some of that positivity, because this team has a lot of positivity. Just hope the pressure doesn't get the best of them as we're getting ourselves ready for the draft. You can see the picks here as well for Tundra first pick, Gaimin Radiant side. So we have a second pick Radiant and first pick Dire, yeah.
Yep. Just pretty. Oh, actually, that's not pretty normal. Usually, it's first. Yeah, I guess it's first pick Dire and second pick Radiant. But yeah, it's close either
Slightly
way.
varies.
Yeah, slightly varies. Not that big of a deal. Gaimin Gladiators have. I have inside info. Banned the Nyx Assassin, so they might be no Dawnbreaker for them, unfortunately, because it was banned out as well.
Well, there's your inside info right on our screens right now that everybody can also watch as we're closing up on the first picks here. One more ban here from Tundra. Doom PA removed by Gaimin Gladiators. Certainly saw that they don't want to let Dyrachyo have his hands on that Phantom Assassin. But still a bunch of carry options for him in the pool to consider. They're most familiar with his hero pool. Do you think Dyrachyo's made any adjustments in his hero pool since the GG days?
Yeah, I mean, the meta has changed.
The meta has changed, of course, but personally, you always have like a player who's good at specific heroes. How good has he been adapting to the meta?
I think he adapted to the meta solidly, but I'd say that his playstyle can fit this meta quite nicely. So he doesn't need to change the playstyle much, just focus a little bit more on the heroes that are being played, right?
Because I see two heroes, the Wraith King, the Razor, which we just don't really see anybody picking right now that he enjoys.
That is a Monkey King. Yeah, I just don't know how to write.
Oh, that is a Monkey King, right?
Yeah. So
not Wraith King.
Yeah. Don't look at my notes because you still need to be literate to.
I'm not looking at your notes
to write it properly, and I'm obviously not, right? So sorry about that. I'll do it. I'll do it better next time. So it is gonna be a Magnus first pick for Tundra. Yeah, I'll learn how to write. So. I thought, are they going to pick a Lycan again? But the Magnus went through, and almost every time when this hero goes through, it's picked up in the first phase.
Magnus, pretty easy catch here. Do you think that is another carry option? Do you think that Dyrachyo's been playing Magnus pubs?
I haven't seen many of them. Let me check if he has played it at all, but it is an ace hero, most likely. Whoa.
You mean a 33 hero for Tundra? Yeah. We'll see if he's the one to bring it up then. Because we have seen a lot of mag carry players, that's why I'm asking. As the TA is also there for Gaimin Gladiators.
Dyrachyo hasn't played it in pubs, but guess what? Neither has 33. But we talked about it that Saxa is kind of a greedy position for, so it is likely that he could pick it up, and he has been playing it in pubs. Did he took the RRP? No, it's the
because
RRP.
we had this conversation, was it yesterday, when we were talking in the green room about mag +1 combos, like what are the better ones and what are the weird ones? Like we've seen Zeus mag, we've seen Phoenix mag, I think was Tiny mag one? No, Tiny mag was not a combo. Definitely.
No, it wasn't. And Jenkins was really, hating some of the combos with the Magnus. Like, Magnus and the Zeus, like, who does anything there? I'm like, dude, they do damage. Magnus cliffs people. You should know. But he wasn't
That's the
convinced.
strat. Let's cliff everyone, and we get an easy win.
He wasn't convinced, so... Yeah,
he saw deeper.
Exactly, but Saxa can make it work, right? And with the way that they've been doing it in pubs, we can expect this most likely to be Saxa's hero.
But this TA, we haven't seen too many appearances of the Templar Assassin during the course of this tournament.
I like that they went for it, right? Because I think it's a hero that Watson plays that fits how Gaimin Gladiators are similar to how they played Dota before he joined the team.
There are 4 picks total, and 1 and 3. So only 1 win for TA in this tournament.
Yeah, and then you first pick it, right? So definitely, they have something on their mind, right? That's the thing. They probably practiced this or talked about how they would implement a first pick TA. So glad.
And it is a draft adjustment as well.
For sure.
Last time we saw a last phase TB come out from Watson. If this ends up being his hero, or if Quinn is playing it through the mid lane, this is definitely something that's changing a bit from their draft. That if Watson wants to just directly pick up his hero, maybe they're setting the game a bit better for Ace, maybe for Quinn to get a better matchup, because Quinn's usually, I feel like, a guy who's relatively happy playing against anything. He'll pick his hero early to get the side lanes a better laning matchup. So if they make this adjustment to get maybe Quinn to excel.
I'm looking at, what they're gonna pick next. You know that I'm always super annoying about the Magnus and how you need some insta stun. So what comes to mind right now is a Lion for Tofu. They go for a bat. I I'm not sure about it, right? Especially because you don't have the Lich, you're not gonna have those supports to prevent the Magnus from skewering people back. Traps from the TA though do help, right?
Yes, and the shard.
Yeah, for sure. So that is gonna be helpful for sure.
You don't get caught by the RP, you're cooked with your fingers, pop a trap, silence, and no skewer comes out, so then it's just an RP. So I definitely do like the idea behind it there too. But it is going to be the Chen coming up for the Tundra side. And already with one support revealed from Gaimin Gladiators, see how they address this Chen here. Tundra still has one more pick to go here. Do they double support this time around?
You can. This is no. It might be a Magnus support, right? So I think you're gonna be keeping it a bit open. Maybe
the idea of the flex to keep it there.
Yeah,
could do it. Yeah. I'm just curious that Lich is untouched completely here.
It got banned. See, it's banned in the second phase.
But like, I'm mainly just talking about like first phasers because of the drafting adjustments, mainly with the cores. Why not just straight up first pick Lich?
People haven't been first picking it, right? You're just afraid that there's going to be a lot of magical damage burst, or you're afraid that there's going to be like a Lycan with an Alpha Wolf sending it towards you. So usually they get it in the second phase. And some of these heroes that the Lich really works well with, a lot of them get removed if you don't pick them up earlier. So yeah, it's not going to be a Magnus off lane, but of course it still could be a carry Magnus. It is out there for sure, and we're gonna be blessed with a 33 Beastmaster.
Doesn't really look like a BZM hero to me either, so I do now start to look at this Mag probably being the support. He'll give a bit of control and farm speed for his team. It's going to be a double melee lane. And a Tide Hunter comes out, so they'll have a pretty decent pipe builder in this game for Gaimin Gladiators if they want to look at it. That's when this hero truly feels somewhat immortal.
This is a really good Tide game if you look at it. The Beastmaster doesn't like playing versus him, the Magnus doesn't like playing versus him, and a lot of the carries that you pick to get buffed up by the Magnus, or the Magnus himself like to get close after the RP has been used. So Ravage is one of the best ways to protect everybody from it. Plus you are a tanky hero who gets put up in front to protect the towers, and this might just be a Crimson Guard game if you look at it.
You could also do that. And if they had an idea to play Mag as a carry, he does not do well versus Tide Hunter in the lane.
No, he does okay, right?
I don't think he does even okay.
Here's at least, I mean, Magnus, if you get close to him and the Tide gets close, so he can't get skewered, right? So it's gonna be fine-ish, and you don't take away all of his damage. You have the Empower, so those are kind of the things going for the Magnus. But generally, no, you're not gonna have a great time.
Crystal Maiden coming up here for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yep, I thought it might be a contested hero because both GG and Tundra, at least in pubs, their position 5s played him. So interesting that they went for it. I think they haven't played it thus far in the tournament.
In the tournament as a whole, there are 3 picks, 2 and 1.
I mean,
but really not on the much approached, so very situational type of support. Very good versus the Beastmaster, probably one of the annoying ones. Frostbite prevents your boards from really doing anything. And then against the Chen too. It's a nice idea to have.
Are they gonna get a Razor? No, they go Invoker. I thought this was just gonna be a straight up Razor pick, right? It would be so awesome, right? You have a Chen with the Penitence to give the only thing that the Razor lacks is attack speed. You crush the Titan lane, the TA hates playing versus you. A BKB completely destroys this lineup. You are a SNY builder. It would have been perfect. It's probably gonna be getting banned out. Though, guys, what is definitely going to be happening is that there is going to be a LAN here in Belgrade, Serbia, starting from Friday and, of course, going through Sunday. And if you guys want to be a part of it, !ticket in the chat, then you're going to be getting all the info that you need to join us in the Sava Center Arena.
So they're getting rid of the Slark and the Puck here. At least for the BZM Voker to come out gives a lot of confidence for Tundra. They're very comfortable with the heroes that they have right now. So they're guessing here a bit as well. Do they still want to keep that Mag as a pause 4? But they're banning carries out, at least the Slark. What else could they remove? Because right now...
I still want that Razor out, man. I want it out. Diracha has been playing it somewhat in
We're just missing Diracha's and Quinn's heroes now.
Yep. So, what would... I mean, Quinn does have his last pick. it could be a TA mid. It's not out of the question. You know, usually people see an Invoker and think TA beats the Invoker ever since he was turned into an universal hero. Not even that happens.
Also ban out the Ursa.
Wait. Is Monkey King still in the pool?
Monkey King is still in the pool.
How is he still in the pool?
He was banned in the previous game.
They forgot about him. Okay, that's another one. Then the Tundra can go for Razor or Monkey King. Both of them look really good.
10 seconds remaining.
I also did like this Ursa ban.
5 seconds remaining.
It could have been very good for Tundra, but you're right. The Monkey King, good option to have. Do you still feel the Razor?
I still feel the Razor, man. If I'm a TA and playing versus a Razor, I'm hating life. And as I told you, Penitence is one of the best spells to enable him.
Tiny's also there.
Yep, he is in it.
Feels wild that there are two pretty good last picks here available for Tundra. And this one I was just about to mention is Bristleback forgotten too. So Bristle for Tundra. Scary looking lineup here.
For sure. They went. This is how 33 likes to play Dota. That everything is quite predictable but hard to deal with.
But who's playing?
10 seconds remaining.
How are they laning this now? Because we had Mag as a support flex. We looked at Beastmaster being an off lane.
Well, yeah, carry Bristle.
Carry Bristle and support Mag paired up with the Beastmaster then?
Yes, that's what you do, right? And you're just going to be pulling some waves, making some shenanigans happen. It's two melees versus two ranges even maybe. If it's a TA and the CM, that is a scary lane to go up against. You're just going to be doing shenanigans in those lanes with the boots, Magnus.
CM is really good against that, though. I really like the CM pick, particularly what they're going up against. And it's going to be a mid TA for Quinn, and the Bloodseeker comes out here for Watson.
Yeah, that's good, because this annoys the Beastmaster even more. The Crystal Maiden is going to be able to leave the lane. And if you look at it, TA can go for kills. The Tidehunter can go for kills. They have that minus armor. And then if you bring in Celery with the Frostbites, you can make sure that people on other lanes are dying. Seeker is a little bit easier to leave alone even before he hits his level 6 for the CM to go for some rotations. I'd really like Gaimin Gladiators to go for twin gate movements in this game, especially with Celery.
And whose draft are you going with here? And this is just draft. We're just talking about the heroes on paper. We're not talking about the teams or the players. Which draft do you feel like is a bit easier to play?
Here's the thing. I'd love to play the GG draft, but I'd hate to play versus the Tundra draft. So I think it's an easier path with Tundra and Gaimin Gladiators. I don't know if they have the momentum to pull something like this off. This is a really cool draft, but a lot of things have to go right and you can look perfect, right? So I still think that Tundra, this is more in their alley in how they like to play Dota. So they're not going to be making a lot of mistakes. This is not a lineup with which you make a lot of mistakes. You just have an idea of how you need to play it and you go with it.
For me, I have a slightly different perspective. I feel like now that maybe Gaimin Gladiators did do a big change in terms of what kind of comfortable heroes they're playing. Are they playing full comfort or not? At least you've got Bloodseeker on Watson. You have the Tide on Ace. I feel Gaimin Gladiators here. I feel like maybe I'm going slightly against logic. You make some really good points and statements here about this Tundra draft, but truly, if I was playing a pub game, Gaimin Gladiators draft looks like a draft that I would happily be playing. So based on that, I'm going to go with Gaimin Gladiators, and I hope this goes for free.
Yeah, if this was like BetBoom playing this type of lineup, I definitely love it. But I think because Gaimin Gladiators haven't been feeling themselves all that much, that I'm staying with Tundra.
You're staying with Tundra. I'm going with Gaimin Gladiators. 79% of the chat is saying Tundra as well. The numbers have changed slightly. At least it's not the 91% we saw at the start of the voting. So definitely the Gaimin Gladiators fans have woken up. So all the NA fans out there rooting for Quinn definitely have awoken. But is that energy going to be enough? The team did look a bit beaten. Gaimin Gladiators, maybe now's the time. This is the final opportunity. You'll not get a third chance. You might get a second chance winning this one and stretching into game 3. But it's do or die time.
It's now or never, right? If you don't win now, you are out of the tournament. And a lot of the fans here in Serbia, they definitely want to see Gaimin Gladiators on the big stage. Same is true for Tundra, so a lot of them are going to be sad if they don't make it, though. They're always the saddest when Nigma doesn't make it. The Miracle fans are insane in our country, but we're not gonna be talking about him. He is unfortunately for all of those fans not here.
One thing that I'm looking at here is the Chen Satyr convert again, because mostly that has been the most effective versus, say, a Storm Spirit down the mid lane, because you just burn out his mana. How do you think that affects the TA?
You're not going to be sending it towards the TA. You're annoying the Tidehunter
So
with
you're
this
keeping it in the lane and burn the Tide's mana. Makes sense.
Yeah, most likely. The Invoker can burn the TA's mana on his own, so he probably doesn't need help in that one. Quick fingers on Watson. He's still going to get smacked a bit. He's trying to block him with the boar. He's gonna do it.
He's gonna get it. Sox is coming in from the other direction here, but he's a bit too far away to get to this Bloodseeker. Sometimes you also see these waves being cut, maybe using the boars to body block the wave, even try to get your wave under the tower and then have a free level 2 for yourself in the off lane. But look at top. 3 heroes here. Tofu's gonna stick around, maybe for the flame break. Can they push Terraccio out of position?
They know.
Doesn't look like they can, so Celery's going to have to make his move to the bot lane soon enough. Or are we just sticking with a tri-lane?
No.
That could also be the option here.
No way that you're going to leave your Seeker alone, especially versus 2 melee heroes that generally you're just have a free lane to win versus them. Yeah. As a CM, that would be quite
I guess maybe you could leave the Tide alone.
Yeah, you could. I mean, as I said,
Seeker.
I really want to see a lot of rotations through the Twin Gates from the supports of Gaimin Gladiators, so I'm glad that they already have an idea of making it happen.
An attempt onto Ace here, already 7 stick charges, but it's going to be Gaimin Gladiators getting the first kill. Tofu deep in, takes it. Ace lives, 30 HP remains. Whitemont not able to take him down. So Tofu able to find an opening, but they are very low on resources for now, and they need to get to level 2s ASAP.
There's something about these unnecessary plays that I really love, right? He got the Tide so low, the lane was going well for him, and then he just got into his face to get smacked by the Anchor Smash. So definitely not something that you wanted to happen, but with a lineup like Tundra's, those mistakes, they can hurt you. It is, this map overall, it is gonna be a lot about the timings.
Very timing dependent game. You got TA power spikes to go for. You have the Bloodseekers itemization to look at. Tundra, something of the same thing too when you're playing a Beastmaster lineup. You need to do well in the lanes. There is a Mac dying pretty much here, and that's a second kill for Gaimin Gladiators.
Okay, that is expected, right? This bottom lane is expected to be a little bit tougher for Tundra, but to be honest, losing your Magnus for the Beastmaster to have this good of a
even the Bristleback.
He's fine, he's fine.
He looks like he's going to be okay, but I don't think he's feeling that healthy.
Not.
Tofu really applying the pressure, keeping him so low on HP. Bloodseeker's getting some nice thirst stacks, even though he's not really gaining a lot of benefit 2.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, the Beastmaster is keeping the wave really close to the tower, so it doesn't matter all that much. But overall, if I'm 33, I'm telling him, yo guys, can you please stop being 30% HP if it's not too much of an issue for you?
Yeah, it's like we're okay that you might lose a lane and we're still gonna win ours, but when you're losing yours, it's making me lose mine.
Yeah, just die, please, if you...
Probably not that brutal, but you get the gist of it. Celery might drop the Soxa, 2 more right clicks, and he does a ton of damage. Yeah, that Lotus will not keep him alive with the damage amp as well, and Watson will take a bit of poke from 33 and Soxa to finish things off. Was hoping for the bird to maybe root the hero instead of the creep in the lane.
Yeah, I'm imagine their minds right now. If only my safe laner wasn't low, maybe we killed the Seeker as well, or maybe they say it out loud. Yeah, you probably do that with your friends in Discord when you're playing for fun, not in a competitive game.
Yeah,
in a pub. Tournament.
In a pub, absolutely that could happen. Like, guys, whatever you're doing, stop it.
Yep.
It's not fun anymore.
Invoker is doing well in the mid lane, and this is to be expected, right? I remember the first time when I saw this matchup after they put the Invoker to be an universal here. I'm like, yeah, TA destroys an Invoker, everybody goes Quaswax, he's gonna get destroyed. Nope, he's not. It just has more than enough damage to battle it out.
Sizable damage coming out from Watson here with that Blood Right. Celery just standing right next to him. They're giving
Ace
some
is in
support,
trouble.
and Ace is also low, and he goes down to the Quill Spray maximum range.
Pretty much, yeah.
From the Bristleback.
That was very close to him being out of the way. Durachi was slowed down almost enough for the Tidehunter to escape, but it started off well in the lanes for GG. Tundra are taking it back here in the side lanes. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it is an almost even battle, but BZM has a ton of denies. This is huge for the Invoker. He gets just so much experience. It reminds me of the old mid lanes when if you have a lot denies more, there is a big discrepancy in levels.
Yeah. Over the course of the last half a year, Quinn has only played 2 games of Templar Assassin against OG and versus Extreme Gaming. And in the last course of the year, maybe a bit more frequently than that, but only 2 matches. And doing quite good so far on the hero. How do you feel about the TA on Quinn?
I'm okay with it. I'm a fan of the mid lane TA, just going for the Blink Dagger first and just making the plays. I feel like it's easier to control the map with the traps when you're from the mid lane, even though it's kind of easier to play the hero as a safe laner right now.
More specific on the question, are you happy he's playing exactly the TA instead of another hero?
Sure.
As that's going to be a 3 versus 2 down mid. Quinn will get BZM, but Saksa and Whitemon with the response. It's going to be mid traded, and if they get this Bat Rider, there'll be a successful defense, but Celery is able to zone them out nicely with the Crystal Nova, slows them down, even cleaning up the Saturn Convert there with the Frostbite. Still going, oh, the haste room for Saksa. He's gonna go for this one. All in, but will he die? The Frostbite, they turn it around. The supports punish Saksa for a moment. The Mag had an advantage, but that's taken away from him instantly, and that's gonna be the 4th kill for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, Lord Gaimin baiting him there. Yo, look at this shiny rune, take it, it's gonna be fine. Well, not really, right? It just gave him the false sense of security, the confidence to go forward. There was healing Lotus very far, and some sticks on the Bat Rider, just not enough damage to take him out.
The classic, ooh, shiny.
Quinn is applying pressure. I mean, he's doing really, really well after that kill. Now he's going to be ahead of the Invoker, and he was slightly losing the lane before that one. I'm liking the Gaimin Gladiators are rotating their supports. This is one of the strengths of their lineup, is that all of their cores are kind of self-sufficient, and they don't really need help, but they can thrive on it if given an opportunity. So I'm glad that they're recognizing this and moving together.
I believe the stacking numbers will continue to increase with the heroes on Tundra's side especially. Bristleback could be hungry for some stacks, and most importantly early on for 33 and his Beastmaster. Tofu will be scouted out by Whitemon and BZM, and the Zoo getting straight to work with the Cold Snap. They'll seal the deal for him. Whitemon is given the kill. Celery did try to help out, but just a little bit too far away for the CM.
I mean, coming back to the stacks, if you look at it, these are 2 teams that are really, really good at taking down stacks, right? You have Magnus to buff you up. Obviously, he's not going to have that in the early stages of the game. But then you have Bristle, Beast, and on the other side, Tidehunter TA. You know, it doesn't get much better than this currently.
Again, pretty much everyone tied in net worth. Nobody really excelling above the other.
Yep, but if you're Gaimin Gladiators, you want to up the tempo now. It is a level 5 CM. This is when this hero thrives. You do not want to not get kills right now. So this is the timing for your lineup to start ramping up those kills.
And here comes Watson. Again, rotates with the Rupture on Duraccio. They want to take him down. Low on HP, 300 remaining. Tidehunter left quite alone. They're charging through the EMP. The penalty comes in as well. Ace is the one to drop first. Watson now in trouble. Celery comes around. He's going for the TP away. Watson will get to safety. That dive does not work out for Gaimin Gladiators, as they will have to back away.
Dude, Whitemon and his freaking levels. He's again level 6 at like 8 minutes in. Sure, last time he had the Grimoire. Now, I have no idea how he did it. He just hit it, and the Bristleback survived long enough for him to get level 6. I can only imagine that he was in the jungle somewhere, just trying to get it, and then once the Hand of God comes out, it is a disaster. Lucky for GG that they didn't use the Ravage. You use the Ravage there, it is a complete disaster. This way, it's still fine.
Yeah. Trying to get to 33, Tofu throwing in the flame break,
Yeah.
applying some extra slows. He's thinking about the roar here to get some movement speed for himself, but that's going to run out. Tofu on the side, Soxa skewers him away, so the fire will not burn. 33 down, nice. Instant destruction of the trap, and one hit is required. Celery's getting close to Crystal Nova distance. Soxa's there to protect. Quinn looking for the side blade spill and hoping to get this one. He'll get Soxa by the looks of it. But they do not get 33's Beast. He's able to get out of this one. The A clicking down on the ground, the instant trap destruction.
That was so good from his side. You make a mistake there, the trap slows you down and it's over. But because he just instantly takes it down, it really it changes the outcome. And of course, guys, the outcome of the end of your week. Usually you're just resting at home after a longer work week. Now you are going to be watching the best Dota in the world if you write !ticket in the chat and be here in Belgrade, Serbia.
Or make your friend type it and you'll get to click the link after.
Are you that lazy?
Not me.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Ace being pressured. There's the Ravage that says turnaround for GG here. Frostbite onto BZM. They're going to focus the Invoker, who feels a bit of a softer target. They do get the Deafening Blast. The disarm is a very long duration on Quinn. He finally gets the hit back. And that Zoo is also causing some issues, but Quinn will live, gets another refraction. He'll be safe. BZM dies. And it's a good turnaround from GG, but I don't think they're going to suffice with just getting a kill on the Invoker. I think they need to get this Catapult to push to the tower and get rid of that T1.
Tundra had a goal there. That was to force out a defensive Ravage. I don't think they were thinking about killing the Tidehunter. Of course, you lose your Invoker, so it's not ideal, but at least that part of the move was successful.
Will they lose an objective as they're targeting the Bristleback? But he's already so tanky on the hero at level 7. I mean, I don't even know why this hero has been given this much HP at level 7 with the items that he has. Well, Celery CM ulti is a bit of a backfire, and Ace has no defensive tools with him right now. Tofu's coming in full speed with the Flame Break to try to isolate them, gets roared himself. The Meatball misses, but applies one tick onto Ace, and the right click's going to be enough from BZM.
That was actually a really good usage of the roar. So I thought that he was going to wait for the Purge to come out on the Tide and then roar him, which probably was the initial idea, but then he saw a target just to push him to the side. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Quinn secures the tower. That is huge.
But he needs to get out of this one. There's Chen coming in, the RP used.
He's not getting out.
He's got another refraction and a melt. He might get Soxa here. He's going to get the kill, and he's looking to run away. The Wildwing Ripper pushes him back 30 HP, the Tornado Dodge, and he's got nowhere to go. Every exit cut away from him as BZM shows up. And Whitemon will get another kill. I'm pretty sure this Chen's going to hit level 12 before anyone else. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating here, but it feels like it.
I mean, considering
it's
how
Whitemon.
much he's farming, it's not the question. He's using the creeps really, really well. I mean, usually we see Chen's just focus on overtaking the map, but he has really been focusing on using all of the spells that are there for him and doing that in quite good style as well.
And we're getting closer to Ag's territory for 33, so even if he had somewhat of a rough lane, didn't actually die in there, got to apply pressure with Soxus Magnus, and his Ag's timing is going to be very good here. So what are we looking at for Gaimin Gladiators side? It's going to be the Radiance Rush for the Bloodseeker.
And Blink TA.
And Blink TA. So those are things to look at, but are we having any auras built on the we discussed the Crimson Guard possibility for the
He got the
Tidehunter.
Vlads. So he got the Vlads. It's the
That's pretty good.
The smaller item for a little bit of armor at the start. Yeah, for sure.
I really prefer that above the Crimson Guard, to be completely honest.
Yeah, but as a starting item on a Tide, it just makes more sense. It gives you mana, something that you do lack.
Well, that's a
Nice flame
support
break.
mag in peril.
40 seconds before the Wisdom Runes. Let's see if they can secure this part of the map. Gaimin Gladiators haven't taken down the easiest tower to take because there's a Bristle back there, but the other ones are gonna get opened by them. That's actually quite nice. This time around, it is them taking the towers first, which is taking a lot of power away from the Beastmaster and the Chen.
And I think they just have a lot of fighting power. The reason why I really like Vlads as an item is when you're looking at these mid-game timings or early mid-game timings, especially with a TA. Just give you so much damage and lifesteal for the team to extend these fights back and forth. And these have been super close. He only needs to live off that refraction cooldown to keep the TA alive, really. So that 14 seconds, 15-second timer that he goes by, can be a big game changer for him.
And this is their timing, right? This is when you want your lineup to thrive. Gaimin Gladiators, they did enable themselves quite nicely. Now the Blink Dagger is coming for a TA, and Tundra didn't protect their mid lane tower, so even once the Magnus gets the Blink, it's not going to be that big of a deal. It's, despite, you know, the net worth being equal, it is now the timing for Gaimin Gladiators to be the one to dictate the tempo of the game for at least the next 5 minutes.
I just like the fact that you just got EMP'd and Celery is there like, oh, take a clarity. I'm here for you, buddy. Such a classic Celery thing that he's always around, even when you least expect it. He's like your guardian angel.
That's what he needs to do. Maybe he might be playing some Omni Knight, but I doubt we'll be seeing that hero. Aghanim Scepter on the Beast. This is a really good Axe game if you don't have burst.
Straight to the mag. Prevent that RP from going off Saksa. Takes a big quick detour there from the cliff and gets himself away from the harmful distance of Quinn. Ace is hoping to go in. They're still utilizing the vision on that cliff. 33 though, good posturing, and Saksa not leaving the area does allow them to have a possibility to fight. Now BCM is also brought in here, and Gaimin Gladiators, thinking that they gave up on that area, move out completely, so no chance to jump for Tundra, but they're also maybe setting their sights upon Roche. You do see Watson drawing a circle there at the top half of the map, indicating that this is where Tundra is going to be in the next few minutes as we hit nighttime.
That is where they have their tower, and what you want to do if you're playing versus the TA, you don't really want to be running at the enemies. You want area control and then taunting the enemies to come towards you, because then there's no traps, and that is going to be a big chunk of the strength of the enemies taken away.
This is a big Sue in Roshan. This drops so fast.
Yeah, especially with the Penitence, right? When you have so many units and then Penitence on top of it, it really makes it go super quickly. So now this Beastmaster is just going to be going forward as much as he wants. Worldo. Guys, just remember to follow all of our social media, our channel here on Twitch and YouTube as well. To do that exclamation mark F in the chat. Falcons aren't playing right now, so it's not going to be transferring into their worlds.
Yep, they're already through. And we want you as well. Make sure that you're checking up. We did have some great casts as well on our B stream. That's going to be active later on for future events brought to you by Fissure.
For this one, they are our colleagues on the home casts are done. Okay, now with Sagas, you need to clear out the mid lane, right? If you are Tundra from the mid lane, you're going to be making moves once Saksa does have his Blink Dagger, so it needs to get cleared out. But you can see just how much Gaimin Gladiators are putting the emphasis on making sure that doesn't happen. They have 2 wards in really good positions, and they have a ton of traps still protecting it.
Net worth has been even from pretty much start to finish. Maybe a slight advantage for Gaimin Gladiators a couple minutes ago. But as you can look, as you compare the cores against each other's, the only difference really is between the supports. And even that is not even a difference at all, as they got the Roar, the Ravage, both coming out at the same time. 33 has that Aegis, so this does not look very great for Gaimin Gladiators because they need this kill, and Quinn's the one to die first, and he's just not dying. 33, 25 HP! No, he will not die at all! Gaimin Gladiators on the run. They've spent everything trying to take him down. BCM burns with the power of the sun on top of Ace. Celery TP's home, and Tundra, they will cherish themselves with a victory. And maybe even more because they're eyeing on Watson. They see him back away. The mid T1 to fall.
This is why an Axe is so good, right? Because they don't have any burst. You use the Ravage, but it doesn't matter because you do not have the damage to take him down. Usually, you would be like, is this a Helm of the Overlord or an Aghanim Scepter game on a Beastmaster? It is definitely an Axe game because you can just run forward and the enemies do not have enough to bring you down quickly enough so that those heals don't come in handy.
Exactly. There's no Vessel on the enemy side. There's no real anti-heal either. I don't think I spied an Orb of Corrosion or anything of the sort on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. So him being hit by that many targets gives him so much extra lifesteal, ending up being the difference maker. Duraccio did get hit by the Rupture. Ace is going in a bit deep, but they can't focus him. However, Sox is going to be focused in the back line. I'll get the Magnus out of the way. Now backing behind their tier 1 tower. Without the Rupture, they still got Lasso. BZM and Dyrachyo right next to Tofu, scouting on the side. The creep wave under the tower. He's got the hairball.
Run.
That slows Quinn quite a lot.
BZM is
and
gonna
now
catch
he's
him.
almost left alone. The blink, the roar almost going through. The tornado is there. They're going to focus it on Celery instead. Close out on the CM. Take him away.
No more mana.
Quinn's got no more defensive capabilities either here. Look at Dyrachyo going ham at his old teammates. He's filled with vengeance. And he wants to take them by himself. Celery buys back, but he's put himself in a very peculiar position as they're just gonna hunt him down, and he will die twice. As Tundra are making some really decisive blows here towards Gaimin Gladiators' direction, and a tier 2 is gonna drop. The glyph will be burnt. A buyback from Celery. How many bodies can they throw at Tundra?
Oh man, their timing is gone, right? We talked about it. CM, Batrider, TA lineups. You need to be getting kills, and you're not getting kills, you're getting killed. Tofu is next on the menu. He can't blink.
To be the hunter or the hunted. One second on blink, he's gonna get out. But Soxa and BZM still want to chase. See him going in the trees. 33 finishes off the tower. They found Tofu, and he's done for.
Yeah, and also they got the Tormentor. It's going to be a shard.
Watson looking for a retaliation. He's hungry for blood. And that's BZM's blood that he wants. The blood right's going to be there, so Soxa can't intervene with his play. He'll get a solo kill. Ace will fight versus Dyrachyo. Gets the heal from Chen. Ace has been quilled up, and he takes so much damage. The Rabbit as well. Quinn will find a kill. And now Watson finding one, Quinn finding a second. 33. The roar from 33. Okay, that's another challenger. Going straight to Quinn. The root's there, but the Zoo will finish him. And 33.
Can they fight him?
His A just runs out right now. He loses the region. Watson finding another for himself.
Tundra. Unnecessary loss of 3 of your cores. Really, not a single one should have died. BZM staying on the bottom lane without mana, but okay, you were surprised. But these moves in the mid lane, completely unnecessary. It's not like Gaimin Gladiators destroy you in the late game. You have a pretty decent lineup. The Beastmaster is going to be super strong in the entirety of this game, and we've seen what the Bristleback can do also when there's not enough burst on the other side. I'm baffled with their ideas of going forward.
I'm just as surprised as you are. Was this a little bit too much from Tundra? Of course, they would like to have a clean game and just, you know, well, clean game in the sense that they want to destroy Gaimin Gladiators, but those few kills are ones you can't really afford to give a Bloodseeker who was already kind of out of the game and hasn't even gotten to his timings, and now that's an injection of cash for Watson that he'll be happy with.
Speaking of injections of cash, they took both of the Tormentors. One of them went towards the Chen, so that's why we're going to be seeing Ancients being picked up. And also, now there's one on the Invoker. EMP, pulling people closer. That is going to be giving a bit more opportunities and a bit more time for Saxa to get good RPs off. So definitely a nice addition to their strength.
Smoke up from Tundra here in the bottom half of the map. Bringing in the numbers. Regen Rune down. They'll also be able to pick up for themselves. Gaimin Gladiators have to be awake and aware. You've now been given an opportunity. They don't want to squander it.
Yeah, it's not that big of an opportunity. You're still behind. The Bloodstone on the Bristleback is going to be...
But they know that they can kill them now.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, it is giving you confidence, and it's giving the strength to the Seeker. Seeker is a hero who can go ham in this game. There isn't that much lockdown after the Roar and the RP have been used. He can do whatever the hell he wants, and he already has the SNY, so even those ultis might not affect him as much as Tundra needs it for him to go down. And he is the one who can heal himself up on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. If he allows the fight to be longer, then the TA can start dishing out the real damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The fight for survival for Gaimin Gladiators. Already down a game here in this best of 3. Could be their last best of 3. Tundra looking to punch a ticket to the playoff stage starting tomorrow. They will be playing once again out of the top 8 teams from the 16 that started this tournament on Friday. Only so few remain left in this tournament.
There's a BKB on the Beastmaster. 33. He gets it off. He doesn't die.
Jump on to Tofu's Batrider. Easy deletion, doesn't really stand too much damage.
This cold snap is insane when there's so many freaking units. Yeah, this is, I think, quite fair. Maybe I'd give it even 75 to 80 for Tundra at the moment, because they're completely in control. And Gaimin Gladiators, they didn't really utilize a very strong point of their lineup, which is like between minute 12 and minute 17, 18. They just didn't get enough kills in that time.
Watson still topping net worth 15,000 on this Bloodseeker. And he has an Ags coming up. This is a big game changer, but still needs a BKB very likely in this game. If he doesn't, if there's is there another option he could consider? Because he already has a pretty sizable inventory.
Yeah, I'm thinking what you're gonna buy, not only for him but for a lot of the heroes. You know what's really like kind of striking me? It's the nullifier, right? As 33 is already preparing for those 4 staffs, right? And he definitely doesn't want to be playing against those. There's an Axe on the Seeker, so that is going to be making him a lot tankier, a lot more annoying, and that is definitely something that Gaimin Gladiators do need. They need a
That's the key piece of this hero.
Yeah, for sure.
It literally is the Aghanim's is what changes this hero completely. There was a time when it was abysmal. Now,
yeah, it used to be really bad.
It used to be bad for the hero and not good.
Oh, you don't want to go for a bristle.
A lot of vision provided by that catapult. They have to take a long wrap around, but they've already moved away. Tundra not willing to fight in the lane here, even with that T1 tower. Maybe even draw them in. If someone dies, they could buy back straight, not to the outpost for a longer teleport, but an instant return from that T1. Roche.
Second Roche.
Strike comes out, so Quinn is in there. He's going to start things off. You've got the map being split by BZM at bottom. That's right, in mid, and 33 as well coming through the portal, thinking about it. He only brings the Zood for now.
Oh, it's hard. 33.
Two tower already lost another grouping up.
Okay, Invoker will create the chaos for 33 to come through the portal.
If they can ever get them to stack together. A big Ravage.
Shield rune on Bristleback. Oh boy, you don't want to deal with this guy. There's too much HP on him.
Yeah, he's at 4,000 pretty much with it. An extra 700 still remains. They are on the sides here. Celery spotted. Dyrachyo wants this Crystal Maiden to get removed from the game. Watson spotted as well. Will take some poke from BCM. They got Celery. Dyrachyo already take him out. And Celery does not have a buyback. He's gone for 40 seconds and nowhere to teleport to. Tundra are claiming area every passing second, pushing Gaimin Gladiators away from this Roshan pit. Now they can move back again. Ward's placed down. Soxa sits up there, and Quinn, quick blink out, gets rooted by the bird from a kilometer away. The Hawk finds him. Sends up in the air with a tornado.
They're helpless.
And Ace cannot get anything done. One after the other, they will fall. Tofu will get the kill on 33, thanks to Watson hammering him down. But even the Bloodseeker, in all his might, in all his farm, Tundra, they take this one by one and never have to face the full-on team fight of Gaimin Gladiators.
That's even better for GG than I thought it's gonna be, because they found the Beastmaster. You can see that the Seeker now with an Aghanim doesn't have enough damage.
And Tofu might just die again. Ace needs to help out Celery, who has respawned, but they don't have any damage dealers.
Without the Seeker, they can't do anything. They have no Seeker, they have no Ravage, and now they have no Batrider.
They are disarmed. They're completely disarmed. And Tundra marching over Gaimin Gladiators and look to knock them out here in the Swiss stage. A 2-0 is looming in the air. They can smell it, they can feel it, and they pretty much know it. This is such a clean performance from them.
Awesome. Just understanding, we just don't fight where they have traps and we win this game. We make sure that in their timing, when the CM wants to chase us, when the CM wants to get the kills, we stay away. We get our timings, we go. They did everything right. They also didn't really have to go high ground to take the racks, could have just went for Roche. But the thing is that, again, in that Roche area, they're gonna have the advantage in fighting. There's no traps, you're gonna set a couple of sentries, maybe buy a gem if you think it needs to be done. But Gaimin Gladiators, this might be their last smoke here at the FISSURE Playground 1.
They are coming to contest this Roshan at least. 3 buybacks, but are all on the Gaimin Gladiators side. Quinn already shows in the lane. What will Saksa do? They are all stacked up and clumped up in a small space. Dyrachyo getting pulled in. Can Gaimin Gladiators pull it up? No, they cannot kill him right away. And Watson is gone for 70 seconds. Tundra running them down one by one, focusing on the Crystal Maiden. Celery gone. Quinn's gonna drop as well. An ace. What can he do at this point? As he's also left without teammates. He's surviving for a surprisingly long time, but nothing will change in this story as 4 dead from the side of Gaimin Gladiators and leaving the Bat Rider as the last one to tell the story that, boys, our tournament run is coming to an end.
Oh boy, Gaimin Gladiators, I think they're gonna be looking at the games from this tournament and thinking, how couldn't we push out the waves 4 games in a row? 2 of them versus Falcons and now 2 games versus Tundra. They just never got a chance to play Dota. It were the waves, it was the info on the map that was taken away from them that made them incapable of playing the Dota that they were gunning for.
Absolutely. Just a clean way for Tundra to get this series in their hands. Game 1, dominant. Game 2, seems like nothing was really stopped. Might have been a bit of a slow start to the game, but it was all planned.
Yeah.
It all came according to plan.
It was pretty much planned, right? You put the Magnus 4, and you know that this hero early on isn't going to be doing much. You need to farm your Blink Dagger. Then you have a Beastmaster and the Bristleback who both need their Aghanim Scepter. That is very, very slow. Gaimin Gladiators, when they then managed to punish that early game greed, let's call it that way, at that point they're already in trouble.
Is there any way out for Gaimin here?
Yeah,
is there
just put it in
absolutely
the door.
anything? Or is it again the rapiers? Is there some other way to look at it?
Oh, it's very hard to say. I mean, you have the traps in your base, so but whenever the response is turtling in your base, it means that you're putting your everything in the hands of your opponent. So basically they don't have much to give in this one.
Even BZM picking up an SNY to release him from the clutches of a Ravage stun.
I think it's the Rupture and the Lasso that you're gunning for more, because those are actually killing Tundra. They at this point probably don't care about the Ravage at all.
One last defense here from Gaimin Gladiators, potentially to avoid the mega creep situation, but how does Ace go in? How does Watson find an avenue to go straight at Tundra with looking at Sox's positioning all the way at the back? He's just waiting for someone to get a little bit too close and catch him off guard. And that's going to be mega creeps. And here we go, the Roar charge straight on top of the Bloodseeker. The RP to follow. There's the Ravage from Ace. Quinn trying to fight back with as much as he can, but the Invoker's dropping low. However, he's not done. He's not quite yet. Ace is dropping down, and they are getting cleaned up, and that's going to be it. GG, Gaimin Gladiators, goodbye, and Tundra, welcome to the playoff stage.
Awesome performance coming out from Tundra, and I think this was planned. After both of the drafts that they got, I think they were looking at it like, we got this. In the first one, at least you needed BZM to really perform well, which he did. In this one, it was just basic timings, right? So I'm pretty sure that when Tundra finished the draft in this one, that they already felt like they've gotten everything they need, and if they play properly, that they're gonna be taking the victory, which they did.
A victory definitely deserved. 2-0 fashion, did not go all the way to 3 games. And that's probably going to leave a bit of a nerve-wracking moment for Gaimin Gladiators to suffer this kind of shock. They thought that they would be able to take the challenge up to Tundra after that defeat against Falcons yesterday. But mentally, just a difficult position to be in. I think it got the best of them.
Yeah, for sure. For sure it did. And it really feels bad when you don't get to play Dota, and I think Gaimin Gladiators didn't get to play Dota, as I mentioned in this series and the 2 games in the previous one. Yeah.
But this man, I mean, of course, white one with the Dyrachyo jersey.
Yeah, they probably all
have Dyrachyo jerseys, actually.
Come on, turn. We're gonna find out. I
because
guess.
Certainly that is what we set up as the storyline for this series was absolutely the battle of the carries, the old teams that they've been playing in, and that just rooting for Dyrachyo to get that W. Tundra, they got the job done.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy for sure, even though I'm kind of a GG fan, I always like when somebody gets kicked and beats that team. It just feels good. It just feels good, makes for a good storyline. Also,
dramatic.
no, it's also cool when somebody leaves the team and then loses to that one. It happened recently with there is a team that was created in Serbia by LeBron, our lovely friend, right? And Miksa was in that team. He left to go for Secret, and then they lost, right, to LeBron's team. So it's always fun.
Yeah, there's always a bit of that going on. Like, did you make the right decision? Did you pick the right team? But Tundra, they will march on. So a team going with that 2-0 victory and now facing off with the rest of our playoff bracket with BetBoom, you've got Heroics, Power Visions, Liquids, Talons. You have so many great teams going on here into the top 8 phase, and this is probably what they were aiming for. So without further ado, I think it's a good moment to jump into our interview spot and listen from the players what went down in that series.
I got Watson from Gaimin Gladiators joining me here. It is an unfortunate loss, obviously not the space that I want to be talking to you in, but it's been a tough one for Gaimin as of late. The last couple of months, you guys are just kind of struggling to find your way at the moment. And I want to know maybe some of the reasons why you're having these inconsistent results and not really hitting the expectations I feel you have.
I think we don't have a lot of strategies in drafts. Like, not discipline in game, what should we do? Like, we do this, we don't have this, I don't know. Only just playing better.
Do you feel like you're struggling to find carries you like in this meta and carries that you can pick up in competitive?
I like this meta. I can play everything. Like, yeah.
And it's just somehow not translating to competitives, like it's working elsewhere, just not here at FISSURE Playground.
Huh?
Like you can kind of win in pubs or maybe in scrims, but when it comes to competitive games, that's where you really struggle.
Not really. We also
bad scrims.
Our scrims was also not the best. Yeah.
Well, it's a tough one, but Watson, it's been a pleasure to watch you guys play. Thank you so much for joining me.
Bye-bye.
So there we heard some thoughts from Watson. Thank you, Natty and Watson. As Gaimin Gladiators will get knocked out of the tournament, at least with some high hopeful spirits, but obviously defeat stings, and especially when you know that this was the last opportunity for you to have in this bracket, and then you're going out, so.
Did you feel like he made that sad bye-bye on purpose in the end? Like a little bit of a fun moment. He definitely isn't feeling great right now. I mean, we can hear it in his voice, but the way that he said bye-bye felt like, okay, I'm gonna screw around a bit.
Yeah, maybe he does. Like, leave everything on a bit of a positive note, right? That's what I was pointing out to, hoping that is a reality for the guys.
Look at Whitemon's score. Look at Whitemon's score.
So look at Whitemon's score. It's the favorite number for a lot of people out there watching the stream right now. Go ahead, spam it in chat. Make sure everybody knows what that number code is. But a clean game, just like when we looked at Maposhka playing Elder Titan, he also had 0 deaths. And same thing for Whitemon too. So really cool to have a support player not die in a game that had over 40 kills still.
Yeah, it's very nice overall, but I'm still just looking at the scoreboard and
you're just staring at the 3-2-2.
Just not looking good for them.
All right. Well, we also have the interview ready here with Saxa. So let's jump over to, I believe Jenkins is going to be there at our interview spot.
That's right. I'm here with Big S, the legend himself. 2-0. How you feeling?
Pretty good. I got to finally beat the Gaimin again, 3 series in a row, so feel good.
Can you dispel this myth once and for all? Do you guys actually care that you got Duratio, you're playing against Gaimin? Does that actually fuel you guys?
I think a bit, yeah. We want to win it for him, and we want to kind of like, I guess, prove them wrong. And I mean, I think we definitely, there's like a bit of fire going for Duratio.
So you 2-0 them. Do you feel like this is just you guys playing your strats really well, or did you prepare specifically for them?
I think mostly just us playing our strats. I think, yeah, there's not much to prepare, I guess, in these situations.
How has the team dynamic changed now that you have BZM and Duratio?
I think we're like way more aggressive. I feel like before when we had like Nightfall and Lornov, we were like a bit more farm heavy, but now it's like, you know, it's like too much aggression. Sometimes you need to like kind of pull back a bit, but yeah, it's good.
You prefer that, the aggression?
Yeah, I think so.
So can I guess who your favorite character in Vinland Saga is then?
Go for it.
Is it Askeladd? I can't pronounce his name, the first guy in the first season.
I mean, I like Thorfinn's progression, I guess, the most. So, I mean, Askeladd is like a very good written character, but yeah, Thorfinn, I guess.
Do you have no enemies?
Yes.
My favorite character is the King. That's my favorite character.
Why?
Canute the Great, because he's the opposite of Thorfinn.
Oh, Canute, yeah. I thought you meant the other king, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. The characters in Vinland Saga is just so good.
You know, Canute was real.
So was Thorfinn, I think. Yeah.
You said this is your top 3 anime, so what are the other 2?
I think Attack on Titan #1, second is Psycho-Pass, and the Vinland Saga third.
You hyped for the new Attack on Titan movie coming out? It's like the remake of the final season.
No, I don't think so. I think the first 3 seasons were like way too good, so.
All right, back to Dota. One more question. The last time you guys made it through the playoffs in this tournament, you made it to the grand finals. This was one of the longest grand finals we've had in a long time, one of the most hype. Does that play into the emotions at all, going into the playoffs for you?
I think before this tournament, I was kind of like motivated to kind of win this time, especially since it's like close to me. But I think so. We're like going for it for sure.
Okay, well, good luck, my friend. Congratulations on the playoffs, and we'll send it back to the panel.
I know nothing of anime. But luckily my co-caster does at least, so...
The ones that he mentioned, I have no idea what that is, so I have no idea. But I'm definitely gonna be upping my boy Saksa right here in the Balkans. We're always looking like, who do we have as a player? Like, yeah, we don't really have a lot of them, but then there's Saksa, right? So it is nice to have him, and I think in the arena that they're gonna have a lot of fans for sure. Everybody cheering for them. I personally know a lot of people that are coming, you know, like just to scream Saksa in the crowd. So I'm hoping that it hypes them up even more.
Always good to have somebody from the nearby. Just like in Finland, we love our Swedes so much that we always cherish. We always talk positive things about them. You know, I'm sarcastic about this completely because, you know, we hate Swedes, right?
Yeah, I didn't know.
But they love us.
I didn't know that's the case, but...
that's a shout out to all my Swedish Dota friends out there.
Yeah, look at that. His score gave him a MVP. Though, to be honest, I actually do think that Whitemon deserves it here because him getting that level 6 and using it to save the Bristleback, I think that was a point in the game where it just completely shut down any chances of Gaimin Gladiators to win that one if Tundra just play well. They don't even have to play perfect. They just need to play well. And it was a really, really sad moment for GG that he got level 6, minute 7 in the first game, and in this one he got it minute 8.
Yeah, you got him playing like Warlocks and Chens. I mean, this performance from Whitemon, absolutely just fantastic. And ladies and gents, the Swiss stage is over. So here are the results from the last 4 days. We started with 16 teams and we're down to 8. It is BetBoom, Heroic, Parivision, Liquid, Falcons, and Team Spirit, Talon, and Tundra. The 8 teams that have made it through to the playoff stage. But of course, we have to give a nice little, let's give it a bit of an applause as well for an attempt for Chimera, Shopify, Wildcard, Yakults Brothers, Aurora. We had Gaimin Gladiators just getting knocked out, Extreme Gaming, and Abalus.
Yeah, thank you.
There we go.
Last time that
Abalus looks a bit similar to the Aurora logo for some reason, but these 8 teams will be knocked out. Their tournament run comes to an end.
If you say so, I don't see much similarity, at least from where I'm standing. But okay, now move to your spot so I can see it. It actually is there. But overall, yep, 8 teams out, 8 teams going forward. I don't think that there were many surprises when it came down to teams coming through. I think maybe in the order that they came through with Heroic just smashing everybody might be a bit of a surprise to everybody. But when they're smashing people in playoffs, nobody's going to be surprised.
Yeah, and that starts tomorrow, right? Because the playoff stage and our top 8 teams are going to be playing off against each other. Tomorrow's going to be a pretty hectic schedule, too. I believe we might have a graphic on that. Yes, sir. Playoffs bracket and the matchups are ready. So look what you have on your screens and hope that you got yourself, your team, the best possible matchup, because it's going to be Heroic and Tundra Esports, Team Spirit versus Paravision, BetBoom versus Talon Esports, and Team Falcons versus Team Liquid. What do you think about these matchups? And maybe a quick glimpse. Don't have to go thoroughly analyzing them through. What do you think about them?
I think that they are they're trying to nerf Eastern Europe a little bit, because they are putting Team Spirit versus Paravision. If they would put the Eastern European teams in different games, all of them, they might all go through, given how good they are. But overall, looking at it, it is gonna be a fun day for sure. I think I'm mostly gonna be looking at Heroic Tundra, because I really want to see Tundra are a team that are all about preparation. They really think about their opponent a lot. At least that is what it seems like. So I'm gonna be looking at them if they're maybe figured out Heroic and how they should play against them, and if Heroic can bring in that aggression and just make sure that Tundra cannot play their game.
And the highlighted series, Team Falcons versus Team Liquid, absolutely I would even say this is probably one of the best series, and that's going to be the one to end the day. So write down these times. It's going to start at 10 a.m. CET, Central European time, and then best of threes rolling right after each other's at 13:30 and so on. So make sure that you're going to be here early on tomorrow morning, because it's only less than, I think it's a bit over 13 hours or so until our first series. So playoffs is right behind the corner here.
Yeah, it is. And also, that CET, that is the local time as well. If you guys are traveling here, just so you know that not much is going to be changing. It's going to be very easy to follow those times.
Absolutely. With that downtime going on, with our Swiss stage bracket completed, make sure that you're following us on social media here at FISSURE Playground 1 Dota Tournament. And that is !F into chat if you haven't found out any links. But obviously, when you start writing FISSURE into X, into Instagram, looking them up on YouTube, you'll find the streams there as well. This will also be the main coverage for the English stream here. Make sure you follow this channel too, and most importantly, tickets, !Ticket into chat to find yourself information about the tickets, where to get them, how do you get there, and then start getting your plane tickets as well if you have to fly or train or car or however you're going to make your way to Belgrade, Serbia for our LAN this weekend, Friday to Sunday. So that being the 31st of January to the 2nd of February for this $1 million prize pool. 8 teams only remaining here, Harry, and we need a champion at the end of it from the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament. From me, T-Panda, Harry, from the FISSURE team, from our casters, from Beepcop and Lacoste early on, and of course our lovely B-Stream casters that we had as well on our sister stream. We thank you for watching today. We'll see you tomorrow morning. So until then, take care of yourselves, good night, and bye-bye.